The Magicians is to Harry Potter as a shot of Irish whiskey is to a glass of weak tea. Solidly rooted in the traditions of both fantasy and mainstream literary fiction, the novel tips its hat to Oz and Narnia as well as to Harry, but don't mistake this for a children's book. Grossman's sensibilities are thoroughly adult, his narrative dark and dangerous and full of twists. Hogwarts was never like this.
Mixing the magic of the most beloved children's fantasy classics, from Narnia and Oz to Harry Potter and Earthsea, with sex, excess, angst, and the anticlimax of life in college and beyond, Lev Grossman's The Magicians reimagines modern-day fantasy for grown-ups.
The Magicians, the first book in the series, opens when a young man named Quentin Coldwater, like Harry Potter but not really like Harry Potter at all,
young magicians joining forces against a malevolent, balance of life-threatening adversary? Check. A picturesque, hard-to-find campus where young mages learn to harness their skills? Check. Quidditch? No, thank God.
Break Bill's College for Magical Pedagogy, the boarding school that is like, but not really like, Hogwarts.
No, it's not the Harry Potter series. It's The Magicians by Lev Grossman.
The disappointing thing about Harry Potter from the adult point of view is that because it's a series for kids, it does have to stay within the kids' world experiences.
Decidedly not for kids.
It's Harry Potter for grown-ups.
This new sci-fi show is Harry Potter for grown-ups.
His slacker Park Slope Harry Potter.
Like The Secret History crossed with Harry Potter.
I am far from the first to call The Magicians and The Magician King Harry Potter for grown-ups.
Not Hogwarts. They're about being launched out in the world with all kinds of hopes and an expensive education and all the goodwill in the world, and a whole lot of wrong ideas about how the world works. And then having to find your place in the world that is much darker and more confusing and chaotic than anything you've been led to believe. In other words, yes, The Magicians is Harry Potter's missing 20s.
If the Narnia books were like catnip for a certain kind of kid, these books are like crack for a certain kind of adult.
It's like Harry Potter, only set at a leafy upstate college rather than Hogwarts, and instead of plucky 11-year-olds learning witchcraft and wizardry, there are moody freshmen wrestling with sex, drugs, and their abundant feelings.
Sometimes described as Harry Potter but with drugs.
What happens if you find out about that stuff, but you're of age, and you're drinking, and you're fucking? What does magic do for you then?
This means rougher language, sexier costumes, and the occasional scene of levitating sex or telekinetically removed clothing.
I felt like I was popping peyote buttons with J.K. Rowling when I was reading Lev Grossman's new novel, The Magicians. Couldn't put it down.
Hogwarts, though with more illicit fondling. Grossman has written what could crudely be described as a Harry Potter for adults.
The Magicians books, and now the television show, are very much for adults.
People often say, oh, Break Bills is just like Hogwarts. Break Bills is not like Hogwarts.
Is a book for the generation who grew up loving Harry Potter.
Pretend Harry Potter was a bit of a narcissistic douchebag and all of his friends were whiny a-holes who drank too much.
Lev Grossman just doesn't understand how grown-ups can enjoy Harry Potter, so he decided to write it the way grown-ups would appreciate it. All blood and sex and drugs and smug, smarmy cynicism.
How can we, as readers, be expected to escape to a beautiful world of magic if it's so far beyond our intellectual reach?
The Magician King is Harry Potter for grown-ups who have learned to hate Harry Potter.
I started writing The Magicians in the gap between Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix and Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. I felt like I was very connected to Harry's story, but as someone who is 35, I was very aware of how far my life was from Harry's. So writing The Magicians became, what if I rewrote the story and made the character older and made him American? If magic's not for destroying Voldemort, what is it for?
This video begins with an anecdote that seems unrelated to the reason you clicked on it, but which I'd like you to keep in mind throughout the following discussion. Stick with me, I'm doing a thing. If you've been to a bookstore anytime in the last several years, you have undoubtedly seen a display table or shelf labeled something like, TikTok made me buy it. And on such Book Talk approved tables, in and amongst the new adult tearjerkers and Greek myth retellings and dark fae romantasies, there's a decent chance you'll find Donna Tartt's coming-of-age whodunit, The Secret History. According to Encyclopedia Britannica, by 2022, the book had sold over 2.3 million copies in English and had been translated into 40 different languages. As of May 19th, 2024, the tag has over 45.5 thousand posts on TikTok. Its subreddit, r/The Secret History, boasts 5,000 members and is ranked in the top 9% of subreddits by size. YouTube videos featuring it in the title and thumbnail regularly amass tens and hundreds of thousands of views a pop, and in 2022, the book was featured as the weekly pick on the Today Show's book club Read with Jenna. I got my copy from Book of the Month, a subscription-based bookseller and curation service that primarily features brand new popular fiction and has existed in its current iteration since 2015. Which is maybe me giving up the twist, because the truly remarkable thing about The Secret History's current popularity, the thing that separates it from everything else on those book talk tables, is that it was originally published in 1992. So what has got the Zoomers all in this particular tiz? How in the ever-loving heck is it that one of the most popular books on a video platform barely older than the COVID-19 pandemic is the same one my mother read when her whole-ass millennial daughter hadn't even learned her ABCs yet? In 2 words, dark academia. Now, I am too much of a curmudgeon to keep up an actual presence on TikTok, so I am working entirely from secondary sources here.
Well, I've heard, that my songs are trending on TikTok.
If I get anything wrong, feel free to leave a comment telling me how wrong I am, and I will drink your soul Winifred Sanderson style. My internet persona is Winifred, my real-life self is Mary. These are the truths too dark to admit. Dark academia is an aesthetic that was first popularized on visual mood board-heavy social media sites like Tumblr and Pinterest. And I mean the social media definition of aesthetic, not the art history and philosophy one. If you're any older or less online than I am, we're talking about fashion sense and home decorating ideas, vision boards, aspirational lifestyle choices that would look good on Instagram. That's what the people calling dark academia an aesthetic mean by aesthetic. Tweed blazers, cathedral ceilings, leather-bound journals and cloth-bound books, ink-stained fingers, candlelight, empty porcelain teacups and scotch tumblers everywhere because you love learning too much to do the dishes. The trend experienced a new wave of popularity in 2020, creditable in part to the rise of TikTok as a new outlet and audience for visually motivated content searchable by hashtags, and perhaps even more so to the COVID-19 pandemic that kicked the vast majority of university students off their campuses and left them desperate for some sort of connection to a more collegiate vibe than signing on to a Zoom lecture from their childhood bedrooms. As with most internet microtrends, the backlash was swift, targeting the romanticization of overwork, the overwhelming whiteness of the canon of literature held up as both reading list and fashion accessory, and the broader disconnect of building one's life from the outside in, of making one's life choices based on their contribution to any aesthetic. Now, because hating on the kids never goes out of style, it would be easy for someone who read The Secret History at any earlier point in its ongoing cult fame to point out that there is a pretty distinct irony to building an aesthetic trend on the foundation of a novel that uses appearances, and fashion in particular, as one of its primary tools to critique the elitism and misplaced priorities of academia. Does such a thing as the fatal flaw exist outside literature? I used to think it didn't. Now I think it does, and I think that mine is this: a morbid longing for the picturesque at all costs. Once in my room, I spread the clothes out on my bed. Voluptuous, rich, intoxicating. Beauty is terror. Whatever we call beautiful, we quiver before it. I never realized, how much we rely on appearances, he said. It's not that we're so smart, it's just that we don't look like we did it. I'm shot, I thought. I'm shot. I reached down and touched my stomach. Blood. There was a small hole, slightly charred, in my white shirt. My Paul Smith shirt, I thought, with a pang of anguish. I'd paid a week's salary for it in San Francisco. But I'd like to suggest an alternative. The book's popularity among the acolytes of dark academia just might reveal that this new generation of fans are entirely aware of the problems with their romanticized aesthetic, that they are hungry for that kind of critique, that the book is so popular precisely because it embodies both the thing they love and their discomfort with loving it. You are here because you clicked on a video with a title and thumbnail about Harry Potter for grown-ups. And boy howdy, that is the absolute maximum amount of lip service I am willing to pay to the work of Joanne before making it totally clear that what she's decided to do with her one wild and precious life is utterly diabolical. If you're confused right now, I am so sorry to be the one to inform you that J.K. Rowling has declared herself the English-speaking world's lead transphobe. We are not talking about a few off-the-cuff statements that could be a product of ignorance. We are talking about a consistent pattern of behavior that has gone on for years at this point. We are talking about she says so little about anything else that at the time of writing, Elon Musk, Elon Musk has publicly suggested she could do with some new hobbies. We are way past the point where there can be any question about this. I'm not going to spend too much time on specifics because it's not really my beat, and I don't want to give the woman's nonsense any more coverage than it already gets, but if this is news to you, there are some resources in the description. I hope that she repents and returns to the Lord, but until and unless she does, she can rot in hell and her books can too. Trans rights are human rights. That said, I'm not of the camp who's going to tell you the books were actually bad all along and you only like them because of your nostalgia goggles or because you haven't read enough other books or whatever. Honestly, I don't think a series of books gets to a point that could reasonably, much less unquestionably, be called genre-defining without having a large swath of good things going for them. If you're someone who does honestly think they're bad and always were, more power to you. I'm jealous, honestly, and I'm certainly not going to try to change your mind. And I definitely think it's worth reflecting on stuff like how, you know, a whole lot of people, myself included, read a multi-book storyline about a race of magical creatures who exist to be slaves, where the person trying to free them is portrayed as comic relief who is pissing off the slaves who just want to be left alone to serve their overlords, and we all just kind of rolled with it. I just also feel like the art sucks is at best immaterial and at worst kind of smug and obnoxious when we're talking about someone who is this determined to use their platform to do harm. Sometimes great art, or good art, or art that means something to a lot of people regardless of its inherent quality, is made by people who are objectively the worst. And that just fucking sucks for everybody. And I think it's both kinder and more productive to leave space for the people who loved the art but are trying to do the right thing to grieve that loss without also insulting their taste. Because unfortunately, being written by a woman who would go on to be among the loudest goddamn dipshits on the planet does not stop the books from having been probably the single defining pop culture thing of my lifetime so far by several orders of magnitude. An unbelievably huge and lengthy cultural moment of which we are still feeling the aftershocks now, 17 years after the final installment was released into the world. I can say with my whole chest that Joanne is the worst, and we simply must stop paying her any attention or money, but what I cannot do is talk about popular fantasy in English language media of the 21st century without acknowledging the elephant in the room that is Harry Potter for grown-ups. It is still effective clickbait. May God have mercy on my soul. Harry Potter for Grown-ups is the name of a fan community started in 1999 that a quick Google would suggest is still active, at least in a UK chapter, but Chrome claims it's an unsafe link, and I'm not playing any games with a group loudly and proudly associating itself with Harry Potter in the UK in 2024, thank you very much, so I cannot confirm the vibe. And anyway, that's not really what I'm here to talk about today. No, I'm talking about the next Gone Girl type application of Harry Potter for grown-ups. The question of, I liked Harry Potter when I read it as a kid, what should I read now that I'm an adult? Which is perhaps more relevant than ever considering the moral imperative to divert attention the fuck away from Joanne. But even before that, you know, we have now spent a full decade plus at the point where a lot of people who grew up on the series have reached young and not so young adulthood. And for a lot of us, Harry Potter, in its cultural prevalence, compulsive readability, and nostalgia factor alike, has come to represent this ideal of reading material that feels effortlessly fun. And so, what are some books that are like Harry Potter but for grown-ups is a mainstay of online discussion boards, curated library shelves and bookstore tables, SEO-optimized marketing listicles, and online endeavors of traditional media and internet natives alike. But of course, if you've seen my video discussing the next Gone Girl phenomenon, you know where this is going. Marketing. If you can get one reviewer to call your book Harry Potter for Grown-ups, you are going to plaster that shit all over the goddamn cover. People magazine calls Deborah Harkness's A Discovery of Witches a wonderfully imaginative grown-up fantasy with all the magic of Harry Potter and Twilight. Boom. KW Colyard of Bustle calls Leigh Bardugo's Grishaverse the best magic universe since Harry Potter. That's the number 3 quote Macmillan uses to hype an entirely different book. Rebecca Searle of the Huffington Post calls Ernest Cline's Joanne's Ready Player One, The Grown-Ups Harry Potter, and despite that making not one lick of sense other than both being books that can rot in hell, well, there it is. Now, all of this is recent enough to have a pretty significant and easily trackable internet footprint, but my first memory of the phrase Harry Potter for grown-ups goes back quite a bit further, when it was meant less to appeal to grown-ups who had read Harry Potter as children, and more to grown-ups who were currently reading Harry Potter to their children. All the way back to 2004, when Bloomsbury, who was still in the process of bringing Hogwarts to the United States, acquired an adult fantasy novel.
Watch and learn Harry Potter and stand by for some serious magic. The company that championed the schoolboy wizard is about to launch one of the biggest marketing campaigns in publishing history for its new international blockbuster. But this time, it's magic for grown-ups. What a concept.
We have our small magician, who's worked wonders. Now we'll have grown-up magicians.
Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell, the debut novel by English writer Susanna Clarke, is more or less what if the Napoleonic Wars but with magic. It is witty and dramatic, playful and smart, by turns chillingly spooky and truly hilarious, and it is an 800-page doorstop of 10-point Dickensian prose with footnotes. I spent my teenage years using it as a yoga block, and it debuted at number 9 on the New York Times bestseller list and topped out at number 3. Told you it was effective clickbait. This book, frankly, has fuck all in common with Harry Potter aside from being low fantasy set in England, but the marketing worked. The book sold. Now, did the book sell to people who liked it? Fuck if I know, it was 2004. Goodreads doesn't go back that far, the think piece industrial complex was too localized to leave the kind of record Google can turn up these days, there was no YouTube, much less BookTube, and I am not a good enough internet sleuth to find the people who were blogging and chatboarding about it at the time. I can tell you my mom liked it, and she was probably more or less the target audience, but when I asked her what she remembered about the book and its hype, she said she liked it because reading it felt like reading Dickens. I don't know about you, but that's certainly not what Harry Potter for adults brings to mind for me. But of course, the accuracy of the comparison means fuck all next to the marketability of the comparison, and Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell is still a mainstay of what to read if you're an adult who liked Harry Potter lists. And you know, if that gets people who wouldn't typically be drawn in by 310,000 words of mostly 19th century gentlemen going to each other's houses to give it a shot, fabulous. I'm sure plenty of people who wouldn't have found the book otherwise have been able to enjoy it because Bloomsbury decided that fantasy was invented in 1996. And that's cool, but I can't help wondering if, for a vast swath of readers, this comparison sets up the kind of expectations that cannot end any way but 2- and 1-star Goodreads reviews calling it lifeless, molasses, a chore, and non-habit-forming Ambien. Good lord. I want to be really clear that my point here is not that, like, the unwashed doofi can't hang with the smart people who appreciate literature. Fuck that. My point is that the way a book is pitched to readers, whether through official marketing channels or not, creates an expectation against which it will be measured. And I'm not convinced this particular book has ever lived up to this particular expectation, much less that it's being served by it now. And with an expectation this widely publicized, I'm not sure it's really a reader's fault if they blame the book for not living up to it instead of the pitch that misled them. And at the heart of the issue, I think, is a fundamental disconnect about what the idea of Harry Potter for grown-ups means. You know, Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows was published the summer between my freshman and sophomore years of high school, which was the first year that we had this school-wide summer reading assignment to read one book. Literally, that's it, one. Like, you probably also had specific assignments of at least one book for your English class and maybe some other stuff too, but this particular homework was just pick any book that you would like to read and read it. And we had to have like a visit from our school librarian because so many people had been asking if Deathly Hallows counted. And she was like, of course it counts. It's an 800-page book that a bunch of teenagers are excited to spend their summer reading. We are over the moon about it. But there was this prevailing feeling that like, it was so expected that all of us, even the kids who never fucking read anything, we were all going to go to Barnes & Noble at midnight to pick it up. Reading was supposed to be work, at least a little bit, and we all knew this book wasn't gonna feel like it. it was a freebie. Like, how much cheese sauce can you put on your broccoli and still have it count as a vegetable serving, you know? This is the undercurrent I can personally feel anytime someone poses the question of like, I loved Harry Potter so much when I was younger, what should I read now that I'm an adult? What's something that's gonna make me feel the way I felt when I first read Harry Potter? That's gonna be an engrossing and fun read, even for someone who isn't necessarily in the habit of reading for pleasure, and like, in a perfect world, is popular enough that I'm gonna have no trouble finding people to talk to about it with, and ideally will probably get a film adaptation I can get hyped for, but that's got characters who are in a stage of life similar to me now, and or isn't gonna make me look like a cringe Twilight mom if I'm caught reading it in public. But there is another thing that Harry Potter for grown-ups can mean, which is, you know, Harry Potter is a series of books written for children. Its prose is straightforward and its themes are easy to digest. There are good heroes who will inevitably triumph over evil villains and very little in between. It is, in a word, childish. I don't mean that as an insult. Books for children probably should be childish, but it is absolutely true to say that fantasy books, even fantasy books that, like Harry Potter, take place at schools or otherwise involve the academic pursuit of magic, but which feature more sophisticated language or narrative structure, more complex thematic material, or more lifelike moral dilemmas, could reasonably be described as more adult, and that many adults who were once children who loved Harry Potter may feel ready for and interested in books that are adult in that kind of way. I don't think these two kinds of books for grown-ups are in conflict at all. I think it's highly likely that many people who enjoyed, say, Fourth Wing by Rebecca Yarros might also enjoy Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell. It's me. Hi. I am talking about me. But they are pretty extreme ends of a spectrum, and if I'd been looking for one and gotten the other, I too might have taken to Goodreads to rail about the one being pretentious or the other being trash. I'm just saying. Remember that Rebecca Searle called Ready Player One the grown-ups Harry Potter. Really just take a second. Picture Ready Player One in your mind's eye. Feel it in your mind's heart, and just conjure the kind of vibe being invoked there. Really grab a hold of that. Don't let it go. And then, listen to this description of Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell written by Lev Grossman for Time magazine in 2007, and tell me that we've got a coherent category of book here.
If you read your first Harry Potter when you were 10, you're probably pushing 20 now. You're ready for some serious literature. And this imposing volume, some 800 pages on hardcover, is quite serious, even if it is all about magicians and fairies.
Those of you whose ears pricked up a little when I mentioned Grossman's name there can see exactly where I'm going with this. Some of you may have already been shouting at the screen with frustration that I haven't yet mentioned a book I very obviously should have by now. The book that will land near the top of every list and comprise about half of all search results for Harry Potter for grown-ups.
The Magicians is to Harry Potter as a shot of Irish whiskey is to a glass of weak tea.
Let's fucking go. The Magicians is a fantasy novel written by Lev Grossman and released in 2009. Originally published as a standalone, it's now the first in a trilogy, with its sequels, The Magician King and The Magician's Land, published in 2011 and 2014 respectively. The series follows angst-ridden and unlucky in love young man Quentin Coldwater as he studies at Magical University Breakbills, travels to a magical land called Fillory, and generally becomes an adult in a world where magic exists. On a meta level, the original book and the trilogy in general play with the ideas of wizard school and portal fantasy, questioning what those elements might bring to a world that still essentially behaves like the boring, chaotic, unkind, unremarkable one where we live, except, you know, with magic. And specifically, the ennui of a protagonist intimately familiar with magic as a signifier of a life that makes narrative sense. Is the appeal of fantasy as a genre primarily about casting spells and talking to birds and riding unicorns? Or is it more about having someone to tell you that the ring needs to be taken to Mordor, and knowing that every hardship along the way will be surmountable and have happened for a reason? How might magic and magical creatures fit into a world that doesn't behave like that?
I took away Voldemort, and suddenly becomes much more difficult to figure out who's good and who's evil, and even what magic is for. If magic's not for destroying Voldemort, What is it for?
The books are rooted in a deep, foundational love for the genre just as much as dissatisfaction with it, with Grossman citing as inspiration and directly alluding to C.S. Lewis, George R.R. Martin, Neil Gaiman, Advanced Dungeons & Dragons, Penny Arcade, Marcel Proust, and William Faulkner, all in more or less the same breath. And the result is polarizing. Many people love these books, many people absolutely hate them, and those who fall somewhere in between can almost certainly go on endlessly about which parts they hate and which parts they love. Reddit will tell you repeatedly on page 1, if it's important to you for a protagonist especially, and characters in general to be likable, or even fun to hateable, these books are not for you. I would build on that if you're somebody who wants to see unlikable characters' moral transgressions and general bad attitudes be called out in words and or result in clear-cut consequences, if you want to be told how a character sucks and then shown how they either are punished for their wrongdoings or atone for their mistakes, these books are probably not really for you. If you are a fan of the genre looking for a fun escapist fantasy about how cool it would be to go to a university for wizards, holy shit, these books are not that book. This is not to devalue any of those as perfectly fine things to want from fiction. You don't have to like the Magician's trilogy to prove that you're a grown-up or whatever. It is simply to say that you won't find them here. But if you're disappointed not to find those things in these books specifically, well, you were almost certainly in the company of the folks who adapted them for television. When he graduated, he'd thought life was going to be like a novel, starring him in his own personal hero's journey, and that the world would provide him with an endless series of evils to triumph over and life lessons to learn. It took him a while to figure out that wasn't how it worked.
I have to get them ready, especially him.
Quentin Coldwater!
Quentin Coldwater.
Quentin, it has to be you.
Fillory's existence, its reality, was still a secret, and Fogg was the last person he wanted to know about it.
You can, with a great deal of training, actually move between worlds.
If he found out, then everybody would hear about it, and next thing you know, it's the hot spot for Break Bill's kiddies on spring break.
Where'd you guys go?
To Fillory. Spring break.
Every spell had to be adjusted and modified in 100 ways according to the prevailing circumstances under which it was cast. These circumstances could be just about anything. Magic was a complicated, fiddly instrument that had to be calibrated precisely to the context in which it operated, and there were almost as many special cases and one-time variations as there were rules.
My plan is I'm going to accept exactly everything I am right now. We have to acknowledge it in order to adjust for it in your casting. Internal circumstances. It's the one thing we can control.
While magic was very real on Earth, Fillory was magical. There was a difference. Magic was part of the ecosystem. It was in the weather and the oceans and the soil, which was wildly fertile. If you wanted your crops to fail, you had to work pretty hard at it.
People are starving.
Okay. We should probably get on that.
Fillory was a land of hyperabundance.
Fillory is seriously dangerously stone cold broke.
Unless you were an actively despicable tyrant, there were just too many resources and too few people to create anything much in the way of civil strife.
They've been, well, pillaging. A lot.
Quentin knew the theory behind the spells, but he'd never tested them all together at full strength. The whole thing was very clinical.
Cool to be kind means that I love you, baby.
How the fuck did we get here? Let's talk about it. Hi, Laura from the future here. Before we dive all the way in, I just wanted to say that I have had the absolute time of my life making this video. It's a topic I've wanted to cover for basically as long as I've been making video essays, and it's also a situation where I'm making a kind of video I'd like to watch, but that I don't really see a lot of on the platform. You know, I love the kind of off-the-cuff reading vlog and trend analysis type of stuff that comprises a lot of booktube, and I also love more deep, polished, analytical video essays. and combining the two kind of feels like my own personal chocolate peanut butter cup, you know? And it seems like there's an audience for it, which is really cool. The thing is, the act of making this video has made it really clear to me why there aren't very many of them out there, which is that it takes forever. I have read 21 books for this video. That's 7,336 pages. I have watched 65 hours of TV for this video. It took 7 months of writing to synthesize all of that into a coherent script, and now I'm releasing this monster of a thing just over a full year from the point when I started it. I really enjoy making this kind of carefully thought out deep dive, but it's not exactly compatible with earning a steady paycheck through standard influencer marketing channels. My income from YouTube directly and from sponsorships really depends on publishing videos pretty regularly, and I cannot do that when I'm making this kind of stuff. Not to mention how terrifying it is to sink literally an entire year into a project without actually knowing if people are gonna watch it or if it's gonna flop because, I don't know, the thumbnail wasn't quite perfect, or something about the YouTube algorithm changed, or a bigger channel covered a similar topic around the same time, or who knows what else. So if this is a kind of video that you also wish there were more of, consider supporting me on Patreon so that I can make more of them. The monthly financial support of my patrons gives me space to do stuff like this. And since it's my most steady paycheck, it's also the one that's most connected to the possibility of hopefully eventually being able to quit my day job and release more than literally one video a year, maybe? And my patrons get bonus stuff too. Like, there are 2 companion videos for this one that patrons can watch right now, and I also post like updates and stuff that I don't post anywhere else. Like, there's an 1.5 hour long vlog I posted in May discussing a bunch of the reading I did for this video, including my extended thoughts on Fourth Wing. So if you think my videos are cool and you have a few extra dollars to throw my way, patreon.com/Laura Crone is the place to do that. Thanks. So what are we doing here today? We are going to talk about an adaptation, and we are talking about an adaptation of a trilogy of books that I love, and that makes things pretty complicated. Cards on the table, I fell harder and faster and more deeply for these books than for anything else I've read in my adult life, and I've read all of them multiple times. They are this tremendous blend of like fascinating low fantasy world building mixed bit by bit into a roux of compassionate but unflinching character study of messy people, finished with a fine grading of meta-ass stories about why we like stories bullshit that was like cooked up in a lab to grip me specifically. So I simply cannot be an unbiased source here. There is some part of me that would consider any adaptation an affront just because it wouldn't be the books. It literally could not be. And to some part of my soul, that will always make the TV show a usurper. But I'm going to do my level best not to make this a books good, show bad kind of ordeal. These books would be an absolute monster to adapt under the best of circumstances. They are so specifically of and about the written word and the inner workings of mostly one main character over the course of such an expansive timeline that I cannot help but admire any attempt to do something with them in an audiovisual medium, especially one with an ensemble cast. And for the most part, I think the one crack we've got at it makes for damn good TV. This show is a super fun time, and I've watched most of it more than once. It's incredibly easy to turn on an episode and throw back half a season before you even realize what's happening. It's goofy as hell and never met a bit it wouldn't commit to. Everyone is so pretty all of the time, and the more it discovers what it really is, the more it lands on genuinely subversive and touching good shit. I love the set design of Break Bills that actually looks like an East Coast American university with a mix of older buildings and newer ones. I love getting to see the meticulous hand choreography of the spell work. I love that they add this whole plotline about BuzzFeed being a front for democratizing magic, and I love that the character running that is deaf, so we get to see the interaction between magical hand movements and ASL. Every role is perfectly cast, and the actors are a delight to watch. The score and the music supervision in general are rad as hell. I need very little prompting to throw on a few episodes of this show, and I always have a great time when I do. Ultimately, it tells a fundamentally different story to the books, with some of the same surface level characters and plot beats. And since comparison is somewhat demanded by the phrase based on the books by Lev Grossman, it is relevant to disclose knows that as a matter of personal taste, I prefer the story the books tell. But I also really like the show, and there's nothing wrong with anyone liking that version of the story better. I know lots of people do. That said, as an active adaptation, the show is kind of an absolute mess, and I think that by dissecting that, honestly, train wreck, we just might be able to gain some insight into why opinions about the books are so split. Now, to give enough of an overview of 1,200 pages of fiction and 65 hours of television that you will be able to more or less follow what I'm talking about even if you have not read a word or watched a minute, would be a tall order in the best of circumstances. But in this particular case, things get complicated very quickly because the adaptation diverges drastically from the source material, depending on your definitions of drastic and diverge, as early as about 50 seconds into the pilot. I think the most consistent elements are the various settings, so let's start there. New York City. Straightforward. Brakebills, a university for the education of magicians located in upstate New York. In the books, it's a bespoke 5-year program that's basically the equivalent of senior year of high school plus 4 years of undergrad, except Quentin gets moved up a year, so he graduates in 4, and the spells that hide the university from civilians also make time a little wonky, so the seasons don't quite line up, and summer break happens in late fall. That's the kind of stuff that's pretty quick and easy to throw out there in a novel with a third-person narrator, and I'd say it allows Grossman to pinpoint a very specific stage of life for his main characters. You know, they're working towards what happens after graduation, but it's not concrete yet. They're still absolutely in the thick of high school social norms, and they don't have anything to give up by choosing Brakebills over a non-magical university they've already been accepted to or something. And Quentin is just that little bit less mature than his peers when he graduates. But, you know, why the heck would you want to explain all that on TV? So the show makes Brakebills a much more traditional university and puts our main characters in grad school.
3-year program, graduate level studies, program begins immediately.
This also allows for greater flexibility with casting. The books span a pretty impressive 13-ish year timeline, which the show doesn't end up adhering to, but you can see how this cast, who were all in their mid-20s when the pilot aired, could read as a good 10 years older with a little light makeup and wardrobe wizardry if they ever did want to do a time jump, which is an option that's not really available if you're starting with actors who could reasonably pass for 17. This also means that the characters are all 5+ years older than they were at the beginning of the book, which at that stage of life is a huge difference, so that's going to account for a decent amount of changes made to their personalities. Talking about Brakebills is also a decent time to introduce this world's magic system. Spells are a combination of highly specific and complex hand motions with incantations in usually extant languages, and they're sensitive to what the characters call circumstances. Performing a spell during a different phase of the moon, or in a different hemisphere, or at different altitudes will all require slight adjustments. The ability to do magic is mostly a matter of applying oneself. If you can pick up languages and do complex geometry and condition your finger muscles, you can get there, as evidenced by the counterculture of hedge witches who learn magic outside the more gate-kept confines of Brakebills, sometimes by finding spells on the internet. But there's some amount of natural aptitude as well. In the books, this is mostly just described as some people learn it all and execute flawlessly and nothing happens and nobody really knows why. In the show, there are more Harry Potter-style incidents of untrained magicians doing clumsy spells without knowing it, like Quentin, who does close-up magic for fun, sometimes does his tricks for real without even knowing it before being accepted to Brakebills.
It turns out that I wasn't very good at it. I was cheating by using translocation spells without really knowing it.
The characters also each have something called a discipline, which is sort of a cross between an inherent special skill and a college major. It's one hyper-specialized area of magic that they're extra good at, and Brakebills places students in university housing based on clusters of similar disciplines. Quentin and most of his friends are categorized as having disciplines in physical magic, and they live in what they call the physical kids' cottage. Disciplines exist on a spectrum from a thing that most magicians can do but that'll come a little easier to you, to an entire skill set that most people can't do at all, which the show expands to like a genetic marker present from the womb that makes certain disciplines basically superpowers. Next, Fillory. This is the setting of Quentin's favorite series of 5 children's books about a family of English children living through a world war and staying at the home of their aunt, who find a magical clock on an upstairs landing, and they go through the clock to find this magical world filled with talking animals, and the kids become the kings and queens of this magical land because it needs to be ruled by children of Earth, and they go on lots of exciting adventures, and they never really know when they'll end up back in the magical land, and there are these animal gods who decide when it's time to send the kids home, and they stop being able to go when they're too old, and there's one main female antagonist.
For legal purposes, bears no resemblance whatsoever to Narnia.
It's Narnia. Fillory is Narnia. In the show, it's kind of an open secret of the magical world that Fillory is a real place, and it's relevant pretty much from minute 1. In the books, it's much more of a surprise that the characters don't find out about until after they graduate and actively keep secret, although there are hints that some other people might know more than they're letting on. And finally, we have the Netherlands, the landing spot between Earth, Fillory, and all the other countless worlds that exist. This is transparently based on the wood between the worlds from The Magician's Nephew. The characters can access Fillory and the other worlds by jumping into the right fountain. The Netherlands are also home to the Order, the keeper of a system of libraries.
The greatest repository of knowledge, full stop.
The Order makes 2 brief appearances in the books, but is a much more important presence in the show, mostly because the character who's most involved with them is a relatively minor presence in the books, which have a single clear protagonist even once they introduce secondary perspective characters, while the show has a much more consistent ensemble cast vibe. So let's talk about the characters. Quentin, sole protagonist of the first book and definite main character of the rest. You know that kind of nerdy straight boy who gets super invested in the idea that the reason he can't get a date is that he's into nerdy stuff, so that he never has to wonder if maybe it's actually because he sees women as a commodity instead of as full human beings, which would be bad enough on its own, but also probably leads him to ignore women who have the same kinds of nerdy interests as him because they have insufficient value on the open market. But at the same time, he somehow does have a kind of obnoxious level of his own brand of riz. Yeah, that's Quentin.
As someone born in 1902, I find a heterosexual white male hero very relatable.
The show goes a lot easier on him, partially because it's just harder to buy that level of clueless in a college grad than a high schooler, partially because it attributes his angst to clinical depression instead of little shit's disease, and primarily because it is important to this show that its characters be likable. More on that later. Julia, Quentin's childhood friend and lifelong crush, and the secondary protagonist of the second book. She fails the Breakbills entrance exam, which is supposed to mean her memory gets wiped, but she manages to remember that magic exists and learns from and with a community of hedge witches. In the books, this comes up in flashbacks in the second book, where a post-grad Quentin has met back up with her in Fillory, and alternating chapters fill us in on what she was up to while he was at school. But in the show, the storylines run simultaneously because why wouldn't they? She eventually becomes a demigoddess via the single most controversial plotline in the entirety of the books, which I could not make this video without going into more depth about later. Stay tuned. Alice, Quentin's classmate and eventual girlfriend. She's the only character we meet who comes from a family of magicians, and her older brother died several years ago in a magical accident. Shy, introverted, the smartest person in any room she ever walks into, and pretty immediately the most impressive magician at Breakbills, basically cooked up in a lab to get Quentin types to get over themselves and realize that nerd girls are girls too. Elliot, an upperclassman and the first person Quentin meets upon arrival at Breakbills. Carefree exterior barely concealing deep malaise, expensive taste, very rarely sober. Eventually really comes into his own after being crowned High King of Fillory, and if he didn't sound like sufficient Tumblr bait already, he is also the core cast's primary queer rep, Janet, aka Margot. The show renamed her because they thought it'd be confusing to have too many characters with names that start with J. Julia, James, Josh, and Jane are all very present in the first season, so, you know, reasonable call. And anytime she needs an alias for any reason, they have her go by Janet, which is a cute nod.
Penny, Alice, Elliot, and Janet, you are all late.
Actually, it's Margot.
This time?
My name is Janet. It's me, Margot, previously known as Janet.
Your name?
Janet.
Janet.
Lachinsky.
Janet/Margot is Elliot's best friend. Spoiled rich girl who loves drama, great fashion sense, competitive, mean in that way where you're never really sure whether she actually dislikes you or it's just her love language, every vulnerability locked up behind 10-inch thick steel walls, but once you get past them, she does have a huge heart. Speaking of J names, Josh. Frat bro vibes, easygoing in a way that's actually not covering anything up. He's less academically inclined than most of the rest of the characters, so they have a tendency to underestimate him, but he's probably the most socially and emotionally intelligent of the bunch, which in the books leads him to make connections post-grad with the hedge witches and kind of run the underground magical artifact market, and in the show leads him to date Margot for some reason. Alright, if you're only familiar with either the books or the show, this is where things are about to get really interesting. Up to this point, the characters are all pretty recognizable. You know, there are differences. Janet has a new name, and Julia has more adventures, and Quentin is framed much more sympathetically, but it's really easy to see the same core at the center of them. And then there's Penny.
The guy that they got to play him is so good looking. He's like an Adonis.
So for those of you who haven't read the books, Penny is even more of an obnoxious little shit than Quentin, in this way that gets at something I don't think you see represented in a lot of media about nerds. You know, on TV or whatever, it's usually the nerds versus the jocks, the mathlete versus the prom queen. She's cheer captain and I'm on the bleachers. But in my experience of being a teenage nerd, the popular kids maybe privately felt superior to us, and we maybe quietly judged them, but the real interesting social dynamic was all about the scale of cool nerds to uncool nerds. Uncool nerds are a very important part of keeping cool nerds, who are still teenagers and need to think of themselves as their own kind of cool, from sinking into total despair, and that is the function Book Penny fills for Quentin. He is such a massively insufferable dork that even the guy who can effortlessly recite entire passages from fantasy books written for 8-year-olds can feel solidly superior to him. Now, because these books are primarily told from Quentin's point of view, but with a pretty high level of sardonic self-awareness communicated by this third-person limited narration that's kind of constantly judging him, and also because we start to see other characters' perspectives as the trilogy goes on, and because we watch everyone, Quentin perhaps most of all, grow the fuck up, as a reader, you kind of get primed to question his early judgments of the other characters. For example, we see firsthand just how upset Quentin feels that Julia is never going to sleep with him, and how ardently he still refuses to let go of the idea that maybe someday she might. But even as these feelings are treated as real, they're definitely communicated in a way where if you've ever had a long-standing crush on someone who didn't like you back, you'll be able to empathize. There are some seeds planted in the unseen narrator's attitude toward Quentin that already make it clear this is rooted at least partially in entitlement and misogyny. Sitting there alone in his room, his folded clothes around him on the bed, he thought about James and Julia. God only knew what they were thinking. Did she miss him? Now that he was gone, would she realize she'd had the wrong man all along? He almost felt like he was betraying Julia. But what did he owe her? It's not like she even would have cared. And Professor Sunderland was here. He wanted somebody who was part of his new world. Julia had her chance. Just so we're clear, he is talking about lusting after a professor and feeling guilty that means he's abandoning an unrequited crush. He doesn't have a chance with either of them. Obviously, it's the whole point. And so when you get Julia's perspective in the second book, there's really no question that she's entirely correct when she identifies that all that angst on Quentin's part really had nothing to do with her. She felt bad about the fact that he was in love with her and that she found him deeply unsexy, but not that bad. Honestly, he was decent looking, better looking than he thought he was, but that moody boy man fillery shit cut like zero ice with her, and she was smart enough to know whose problem that was, and it wasn't hers. So it's honestly a little bit shocking in the third book when Penny re-enters the narrative with non-Quentin witnesses for the first time in a book and a half, and a character who is generally pretty able to clock Quentin's bullshit is instantly like, wow, what a piece of work. While saying nothing about it, Penny somehow managed to convey that he and Alice had once slept together. This Penny guy was a bit of a pill. So, for those of you who have not seen the show, TV Penny is like the complete opposite.
The answer is yes. Till you pass out, and then again when you wake up.
Did you just read my...
Nah.
It's just a guess.
Show Penny is the coolest guy at Breakbills, hands down, and he drives Quentin up a wall because he's intimidated. So I have to say, there's part of me that finds it disappointing to miss out on the subtlety of this generally underrepresented social dynamic of having a couple of nerds desperately scrambling to have at least one person around who's less cool than they are, but that's kind of a world's smallest violin gripe because this is unquestionably a very smart choice. Penny, the dweebiest dweeb ever to dweeb dweebs, works well when his main job in the story is to make Quentin feel some sort of way, but in the show, he needs to hold his own as part of an ensemble cast. So you kind of need to distinguish him as a guy with his own thing different from Quentin's right off the bat in the pilot. And I think the show does a really nice job of portraying a more complex dynamic than your typical fictional jock nerd what have you. My read is that this version of Penny gets under Quentin's skin because Quentin would probably never admit that deep down he kind of secretly sees himself as a Penny type, and it's really hard to keep up that self-delusion when someone who actually effortlessly is like that is always around.
Nice dream, loser.
Why do you ruin everything in my life?
So otherwise, there are two main things that are consistent about Penny between the books and the show. First, he has a pretty rare discipline that allows him to travel to other worlds. In the book, this is sort of a niche academic field that's heavy on theory, and Penny has a unique aptitude for it and is able to put it into practice in a way no one's really done before. In the show, this is that superpower end of the discipline scale. He starts just teleporting around Earth by accident, and once he learns to control it, he starts being able to move between worlds too. Second, Penny ends up working for the Order. In the book, they're super nerds with an implied sense of superiority, but who mostly keep to themselves, and Penny fits right in. And in the show, they're power-hungry assholes who want to gatekeep all magical knowledge, and Penny gets trapped into working for them, but does eventually find a sense of purpose and fulfillment. Okay, and then there's Katie. Katie basically only exists in the show. She's sort of technically loosely based on a relatively minor character from the books, a friend of Julia's who she meets in an online support group / hedge witch community and only knows by her message board handle Asmodeus. The show gives her a real people name and a lot more to do, and I think this is also a really smart choice. Since Julia's story is told simultaneously with Quentin's instead of in flashbacks, Katie serves this much needed role of connecting the worlds of Breakbills and the hedge witches. She starts out the first season as a student at Breakbills who's clearly really talented, but also a lot more worldly than most of the Ivy League student body. Like, she already knows how to do battle magic, which is something they don't even teach at Breakbills and is questionably legal. It turns out she's being blackmailed by a mean girl hedge witch named Marina to steal a bunch of stuff from the school, and she eventually gets caught and runs away before she can get expelled, but she's still got ties to the Breakbills gang because she and Penny are super in love. And finally, Fen. Fen is a complete invention of the show. There is a minor character in the first book with the same name, but that's literally the only thing they have in common, unless you ask some shippers. She was, to the best of Quentin's ability to gauge these things, a lesbian. So basically, Elliot agrees to a marriage of political convenience as part of a deal to help the gang defeat the season 1 antagonist, so Fen becomes the only Fillory native in the main cast, which is a really interesting addition in my opinion. Through some magical time nonsense, Elliot agrees to the marriage a generation before he's able to follow through on it. So Fen has lived her whole life knowing she'd marry the High King without actually meeting him, which lets her fill this really interesting role of sort of appearing to be a boring, dutiful, sexy lamp for a guy who's not even all that interested.
Elliot, I don't know how to politely ask you to fuck me.
Oh look, Marco's here.
But the more we get to know her, the more we see the social conditioning and genuine patriotism underpinning the way she is. Also, her dad was a blacksmith, so she knows how to fight.
Never tangle with a knife maker's daughter? Come at me!
Okay. I think that's enough groundwork laid that now we can cover the basic structure of the narrative. The Magicians, book 1 of the Magicians trilogy, covers Quentin's 4 years at Breakbills and his post-grad adventure into Fillory with his school friends, ending with him joining Elliot, Janet, and Julia as the kings and queens of Fillory. Book 2, The Magician King, jumps forward a number of years to when the foursome have been kings and queens for a while, with alternating chapters flashing back to Julia's hedge witch education, and the whole gang ends up on a quest to find 7 golden keys to maintain human access to magic, which the gods have decided that humans should not have anymore. Book 3, The Magician's Land, meets Quentin when he has been banished from Fillory for reasons to do with the last book's quest and takes a job teaching at Breakbills, where he meets a student named Plum, who is a descendant of the Chatwin children who inspired the Fillory books. The two of them get kicked out of Breakbills and start independent work on a complex spell to build a magical land, which ends up reuniting Quentin with Alice, who sort of but not really died in the boss fight at the end of book 1. Meanwhile, Elliot and Janet find out that the apocalypse is coming in Fillory, and they eventually recruit Quentin, Plum, and the sort of but not really resurrected Alice to help them try to stop it. The Magicians, the TV show season 1, covers the events of book 1 plus the flashback sections from book 2, and the added material means that ends up being drawn out to about a third of the way through season 2, so the back half of that season covers the sort of resurrection and apocalypse parts of book 3. Season 3 circles back to the Fillory parts of book 2 as kicked off by the almost apocalypse adapted from book 3 and fleshed out with some additional hijinks. Season 4 is mostly original material, with a few of the more episodic adventures from the books that haven't been used yet popping up here and there, and ending with a major diversion from the books, and then season 5 scoops up the last bits of book 3, including the apocalypse again. Writing this script has been like trying to feed a mouse to an Ouroboros. It's a fucking nightmare. So what I am going to attempt to do is to break down 3 major categories of places where things go a little sideways in adaptation, using one plotline that I think epitomizes each one. Hopefully, I will be able to form complete sentences that way. And heads up, these plots cover some pretty rough subject matter. Broad strokes content warnings will be on the screen at the start of each section, and there's a link in the description to a Google Doc with more details about the material covered and the extent of the discussion. Time codes are below if you want to skip anything. So Benedict is a secondary character in The Magician King. He's a map maker who comes along with Quentin on the voyage of the Not Dawn Treader that eventually becomes the quest for the 7 golden keys, which doesn't start out as a quest in the book. Quentin's just like obsessed with finding a quest to go on because like he is a magician king of a magical fantasy world. There should be quests. He shouldn't just be sitting around having picnics and drinking wine in the middle of the day, but like everything in Fillory is great, so there really isn't much to do other than sit around drinking wine in the middle of the day. So he digs up this record of the Outer Islands that haven't paid their taxes in years, and Elliot's like, Quentin, Fillory's doing fine. We don't need their taxes, and even if we did, that's a job for like an emissary or something. But Quentin's like, no, it's a quest! And he immediately spends like 10 times as much money as he could possibly hope to collect from the Outer Islands refurbishing this boat called the Muntjac, even though there are like 25 other boats that are already seaworthy, but the Muntjac just like feels more quest-worthy. And once he makes it to the Outer Islands, they're like, oh, we have these beetles that eat dirt and poop gold. Of course we can pay our back taxes, but we thought you'd be here looking for the golden key from that fairy tale about the quest. And Quentin's like, it was a quest! Ha-ha! We're questing now! So anyway, before the trip, Quentin meets Benedict, and Quentin immediately recognizes him as the particular kind of little shit that he was in the first book, and he insists that Benedict come along because maybe it'll shake him out of being such a little shit the way he wishes someone would have done for him. Quentin's growing up. He's feeling very paternal. So on the quest, he eventually finds this golden key, which turns out to be the first of 7, but they don't know that yet, and he immediately uses it to walk through a magic door in the middle of the air that kicks him out of Fillory. So he spends 3 days stuck on Earth before he finds his way back, during which time a whole year has gone by in Fillory, and Elliot has been instructed by the unique beasts, which are like, there are like these 12 special animals in Fillory. Like, one of them is a stag that grants wishes, one of them is a hare that'll tell your future, you get the idea. So the unique beasts got together and told Elliot to go on a quest to find the 7 golden keys from that fairy tale, and while Quentin's been on Earth, Elliot's already found 5. So Quentin joins back up with the gang, including Benedict, who's like really come into his own over the past year to find the last 2 keys, including the one Quentin found before, which has been missing since he used it to accidentally go back to Earth. They fight this big exciting battle at this castle on a thus far unmapped island, and Quentin gets the 6th key from the old man who did the quest in the fairy tale everyone keeps talking about, which turns out to be loosely based on a true story story, except that in the story, the guy collected the keys to save his daughter from an evil witch, and in reality, he did it because he just wanted to be a hero, and he basically abandoned his wife and daughter in pursuit of this entirely pointless quest. Like, he never even found out what the keys were for. So anyway, our friends got what they came for, they go back to the boat, and it turns out that Benedict took an arrow to the throat before even making it off of the pier. And this becomes this really important moment where everyone kind of looks at each other and is like, why are we even doing this, you know? This was supposed to be a fun adventure, but somebody's dead, and we don't even know what we're doing this for. So Quentin names the island after Benedict, and they all sort of take a minute to like emotionally regroup. So then, for more or less entirely unrelated reasons, Quentin runs into Penny in the Netherlands, and Penny tells him that gods are real, and for reasons nobody really knows, they've been alerted to human access to magic, and they see that as an error to be corrected. So they're working on that, and magic is going to disappear sometime in the not too distant future, and since Fillory is inherently magical, it'll probably just collapse in on itself. But Penny's like, you know, humans have basically been hacking the gods' mainframe, and like any good hacker, they created a back door in case they ever lost access. So if we can just find these 7 golden keys that open the door at the end of the world, we can save the situation. And Quentin's like, holy shit, it can't possibly be that easy. So he joins back up with the rest of the gang like, okay, here's what's going on. We gotta find that last key, the one that opened the door that sent me back to Earth. We have a purpose now, but they're kind of hitting a wall with it and running out of ideas. And so at some point, this talking sloth who's on the boat with them is like, Quentin, I think your friend Benedict would like to talk to you. He can't have felt good about the way he died, and if you want, I can send you to the underworld and you can maybe give him some comfort. And Quentin's like, listen, I would love to, but I am kind of trying to save the world here. And the sloth's like, hey, no time is even gonna pass while you're down there, and I think you'd get something out of this too. And so Quentin's like, okay, sure, fine, whatever. So he goes to the underworld, and at first he's like, Benedict, you died for a reason. This quest you were helping with, it was super important. We're going to save all of Fillory. That's what you died for. And Benedict's like, fuck that, I died a completely pointless death. I contributed nothing. I could have stayed on the goddamn boat and nothing would have been any different. That's what everybody else told me to do, but I'd been learning sword fighting from the best fencer in Fillory, and I wanted to try it out for real, and I didn't even get to do that. I just got shot in the throat immediately, and now I'm dead, and it's miserable down here. And Quentin's like, you know what? You're right. It really sucks that you died. You were too young, and it was a goddamn tragedy. And Benedict finally gets a chance to just feel his feelings for a minute. And then finally he's like, okay, Quentin, I have to tell you something. You know that key you used when you went to Earth? It fell on the deck of the ship after you went through the magic door, and I don't know why I did it, but I picked it up and I put it in my pocket, and I could never figure out how to bring it up, and the longer I held on to it, the harder it got to be casual about it, and it turned into a whole thing, and then I died, and anyway, I still have it. Here it is. And Quentin... Oh, hold on. So Quentin's like... here it is. He'd been so wrong about everything. After all that, he hadn't had to kill a monster or solve a riddle. He just had to come down here to see how Benedict was doing. So that moment, I think, is absolutely key to understanding the TV show as an adaptation. We'll talk more about narrative themes and the underpinning ethos in a bit, but for now, just know this idea that the real quest is the friends we made along the way is one of the biggest things the show takes from the books, especially in the 3rd season that primarily follows this quest for the 7 keys. So, one of the main practical issues that the show needs to deal with is that the books are pretty focused on Quentin as a single protagonist. The Magician King adds Julia's perspective, and the Magician's Land adds Plum, Elliot, and even a little bit of Janet, and all of these serve to flesh out the world and bring in plot points that Quentin can't be there for. But the main arc of the trilogy is definitely still Quentin's. But there are a bunch of other characters around with interesting stuff going on, so it's a pretty intuitive call in the move to TV to flesh them out as more of an ensemble cast. Some of this basically does itself, like Julia has a whole storyline that we know is happening at the same time as the one at Breakbills. A lot of it is her kind of sulking and not taking care of herself, so it needs to get tossed in a little bit of cinematic glitter, but it doesn't really take any more doing than Quentin's story does. Similarly, Elliot has this big adventure that happens off-page while Quentin's stuck on Earth in The Magician King, so that's pretty easy to flesh out. Plus, Janet is holding down the fort back at Castle Whitespire, and only a tiny bit of that gets covered in one flashback in The Magician's Land, so there's implied worldwide royal business meanwhile back at the ranch as well. Penny spends most of the books off doing his own thing, doing sort of independent study training in the Magicians, and then working with the Order in the next 2 books, which means there's an entirely new world to build basically from the ground up. But that still leaves you with a not insignificant chunk of the cast to find tasks for. Julia walks through the door at the end of the world at the end of The Magician King, so other than the storyline that wraps up at the end of season 1, she needs some jobs that aren't just tagging along with Quentin and looking forlorn. Katie and Fen, for all intents and purposes, aren't in the books at all, so that's all getting done from scratch. And Alice is essentially dead for all of The Magician King and half of The Magician's Land. She basically magically short-circuits herself fighting a big bad called the Beast toward the end of The Magicians and turns into a being of pure magical energy called a Niffin. And Quentin and the rest of the gang fully mourn her like she's dead until Quentin finds her basically accidentally in The Magician's Land and brings her back to her human form pretty far along in the book when the plot climax is also kicking into gear, so there's not really much to pull from the books on her end either. So obviously there's a lot of original material added for the show, but there's also another pretty smart choice, which is that they pull bits and pieces of Quentin's story and reassign it to other characters. In season 5, Alice gets Quentin's mysterious page with a spell that turns out to create a magical land from scratch from The Magician's Land. In season 4, Zelda, a secondary character original to the show, gets Quentin's fucky mirror world inhabited by a hostile version of a presumed dead loved one, also from The Magician's Land. This happens with little vignettes too, like in season 4, episode 7, The Side Effect, Katie meets a hedge witch who wants her to prove herself by performing a spell that creates a small flash of light, and instead of learning his version, she does her own much more impressive one, which is an incident that comes from The Magician King when Julia brings Quentin along to a hedge witch safe house. But the major beneficiary of Quentin's stray plot beats is Penny. In season 5, he gets Quentin's return to Breakbills as a professor and mentorship of a very different version of Plum Chatwin. In season 2, episode 5, Cheat Day, he gets Quentin's trip to Breakbills' Antarctica campus to get Professor Mayakovsky's help with a seemingly impossible magical task that ends up with them getting drunk together. Although Quentin ends up sort of getting that one too in season 2, episode 12, Ramifications, when he needs help to de-Niffin Alice. And starting in season 2, Penny gets Benedict. A frequent personal stumbling block for this version of Penny is that he's extremely proud in a way that leads him to be a massive dick to anyone he sees as less worthy than himself, and to dig in his heels when other people call him on being a massive dick.
I was bored. It was there. Now it's gone.
Gone? What do you mean it's gone?
I mean, I read it. I spilled my beer on it, I tossed it in the trash, and then I went and got another beer.
So Benedict is there to help Penny get over himself. In season 2, episode 6, The Cock Barons, Margot and Elliot, now High King and Queen of Fillory, get kidnapped and hidden away in an unknown location by the prince of the neighboring magical kingdom of Loria. And to save them, Penny has to work with this earnest, overzealous, and determined to please young mapmaker named Benedict, who instantly idolizes him. In season 3, episode 3, The Losses of Magic, Katie and Julia summon a demon to treat Penny's magical cancer, and Penny astral projects out of his body because the treatment hurts so badly, and his body dies without his consciousness in it. So then in season 3, episode 4, Be the Penny, he watches his friends mourn his death while trying to find a way to communicate that he is still sort of alive.
Why is nobody crying?
And he's surprised to find that Benedict is the only person who's really properly torn up.
Finally! He was my best friend. Okay.
In season 3, episode 8, 6 short stories about magic, Penny is running point on a quest to recover one of the 7 keys from the underworld because Quentin found it, but it got eaten by a dragon, and dragons secrete their biological waste by portaling it to the underworld, apparently. At the beginning of the episode, Penny runs into Benedict at a camp full of newly arrived souls, and Benedict is so happy to see his best friend.
Good hug. Yeah, let's call this, man.
But Penny is here on a mission, so as soon as Benedict says that the key is at the underworld branch of the Order's library, Penny brushes him off.
I just need to find one more person, and then we'll loop back and grab you in 10, okay? Okay, no hugging.
After a whole episode's worth of hijinks, Penny finally realizes that Benedict must have had the key the whole time, because he had it on him when he died. And so he grudgingly goes back and finds out that Benedict lied about the library having the key because he knew Penny would leave once he got it and he didn't want to be alone. Penny doesn't own up to or apologize for being an ass, but he at least sort of fumbles in that direction.
Don't ask me how I know this, but you are the only person who cried when I died.
We are friends.
In season 5, episode 10, Purgatory, we see that Penny is still struggling to not be an ass to poor Benedict, but it seems like there has been some sort of growth.
You don't come to my brunches, which I guess is fine, but you can at least RSVP.
That is the polite thing to do, so he doesn't have too much food.
That makes sense.
So far, this all sounds solid, right? It's a different take on the whole friends we made along the way type of questing, but it works. It's clear that Penny is only being nice to Benedict because it'll get him what he needs.
Once you show me where the key is buried, Sylvia is going to take you to the library map room. You are going to be very popular.
But that's still significant growth for this guy who, a season and a half ago in season 2, episode 1, Night of Crowns, almost died, literally just because he refused to apologize for being rude. And this is a bit of a running theme for the whole gang this season. Like in season 3, episode 9, All That Josh, Quentin, Alice, and Katie have a similar moment with Josh, who has been absent since the season premiere, canonically because everybody except Julia has just been leaving him on red. The whole quest is one that very much gets solved by the power of friendship, and Penny's relationship with Benedict is a meaningful piece of that. Okay, but you may have noticed I skipped over how Benedict got to the underworld in this version of his story. I haven't told you how he died. So here's that content warning one more time. Here's the time code to skip to if that's the right call for you. I've done my best to structure this part so that you should be able to jump back in without too much confusion. Okay? Okay. In season 3, episode 6, Do You Like Teeth?, Quentin sets out on the Muntjac looking for key number 4, and Benedict comes along. The crew rescues a Breakbills research fellow named Poppy, who they find stranded in the middle of the ocean, and who happens to have a golden key on her, which she agrees to hand over to the quest, and then ominously slips into Quentin's hand while he's passed out drunk. Quentin wakes up to a vision of all his self-loathing personified.
Rise and shine, princess.
And Poppy admits that the key does that to the last person to have touched it, and that half the crew she was sailing with died by suicide because of it.
Don't worry. They were all pretty psychologically damaged already. You'll be fine.
I've been institutionalized more than once.
Quentin refuses to inflict the key on anyone else, and eventually ends up on the edge of the boat contemplating jumping, but Benedict finds him and talks him down.
You know, in old days, when sailors would go mad, the crew would tie them to the mast. Isn't that funny?
Oh my god, tie me to the mast.
Deep breath. I'm so sorry, we're not done yet. Poppy comes out to bother Quentin, and when he offhandedly mentions that the keys can open doors between worlds, she gloves up and grabs it off him, running off to see if she can find her way to Earth. On Quentin's instruction, Benedict runs after her, comes back having gotten a hold of the key, and instantly jumps overboard and into the mouth of a dragon. Okay, so I do want to take a quick second just to talk about this as its own plot point. I think in a lot of ways, the heart is in the right place here. I think there's a real, genuine attempt to say something real about mental health. You know, the way Poppy talks about the key's effects is, I think, reflective of a very real kind of minimization that people with serious mental health concerns actually have to deal with.
You have to be like a badass about it, and what can I say? They were weak.
And if we look at the way that the key affects Quentin, this is basically a textbook example of the National Action Alliance for Suicide Prevention's guidelines for depictions in media.
I have come up against you before, asshole. Maybe a little more subtly, but you and I both know that I have got a black belt.
We should talk about this.
If it please you, sire, but first, why don't we step away from the edge of the boat?
Like I say, I think there are good intentions here. But that just all turns right on its head as soon as Benedict picks up the key. I am so sorry to inform you that the episode absolutely plays this as a shocking twist. When Benedict comes up from below decks, his dialogue is very carefully crafted to make it sound like Poppy got away and took the key with her. He says he's sorry and that he's a terrible failure. And it's only at the very last second that you see the key in his hand and realize what's actually going on. There is, counting as generously as I can, 1 minute and 14 seconds between the moment Quentin tells Benedict to stop Poppy and the moment Benedict is eaten by a dragon. Honestly, I think this is gross, and I think it is irresponsible, and it's kind of a pattern for the show. This is one of, by my not even necessarily comprehensive count, 5 separate instances of suicide being played basically entirely for shock value. These are the episodes I'd put weapons grade content warnings on if you haven't seen the show and you want to watch it. It's really not great. This is also the part of the video where I tell you that if you're dealing with thoughts of suicide, there is help. If you're in the US, you can call or text 988 or go to 988lifeline.org. I don't know you, but I know the world is better with you in it. I mentioned the Action Alliance's guidelines for fictional depictions, and one of those is to show the grieving process for people who have lost a loved one. You would think this would be a no-brainer in this case, even just in terms of the story structure. Quentin not only watches Benedict die, he has to feel personally responsible. But this comes up in the following episodes not at all. By the end of the same episode, Quentin is strategizing with Poppy about how to get the key back, as if losing it was the most important thing that just happened. In season 3, episode 7, Poached Eggs, Quentin and Poppy break Katie out of a mental hospital and bond about how they both know the inside of one, and by the end of the episode, they're making out. Not a word about the part where she gave him magic super depression and basically killed his friend. In season 3, episode 8, 6 short stories about magic, Quentin isn't even sort of thinking about Benedict, and the whole crux of the story is that Benedict is scared and alone, and Penny doesn't want to hang out with him. This poor kid. So there are 3 basic adaptational issues that are all causing interference and creating this giant mess here. Issue 1, we've got Benedict's plot relevance split up between Quentin and Penny. As I've said, I think the basic principle of giving some of Quentin's story to other characters is a really good idea, but the problem here is that it's severed in the middle of the arc. Quentin has the setup of watching Benedict die on a quest he's at least partially responsible for bringing him on, but not the payoff of being the one to give him closure post-mortem, so there's no narrative reason to dedicate screen time to his grieving process. Penny gets the payoff of being the one to give Benedict closure post-mortem, but it's set up by a beat from long before Benedict's death. And Penny is also half dead at this point, so there's no narrative reason to have him grieve at all. Cleaving Benedict's story function in twain like this basically makes him into a MacGuffin. He's there to get the key to the underworld, so the rest of the gang will have to go on a quest to get it back, and the fact that he got there by dying an extremely disturbing death just goes totally unremarked upon because the emotional impact of his death doesn't have a plot function. Issue 2, Quentin slept with Poppy in the book, so he should sleep with Poppy in the show. Now, the Poppy of the book and the Poppy of the show have very little in common other than being named Poppy, being a friend of Josh, studying dragons, and showing up somewhere approximately during the quest for the 7 keys. In the book, Josh introduces her to Quentin while Quentin is stuck on Earth during the Magician King because Josh sold the magic button that helps them travel between Earth and Fillory to a dragon, so Quentin needs the help of someone who knows about dragons to see if he can buy it back. Poppy ends up getting dragged along to Fillory accidentally, and she serves as sort of a foil for Quentin. She's very academic and logical, and she doesn't have any of this need for quests and narrative payoff that he does, and Quentin has a chill little romance with her that helps him move on and admit to himself that Alice is really gone, and Julia isn't his star-crossed love, and then it's a little bit insult to injury when Ember banishes him from Fillory, but Poppy, who didn't even want to go in the first place, decides to stay and become one of the queens instead of going back to Earth with him. In the show, Poppy is sort of a self-serving, snarky, chaotic neutral force who, I say again, gives Quentin magic super depression on purpose and is pretty directly responsible for Benedict's death. But we could only afford Felicia Day for 3 episodes, and it's really important that she and Quentin bang because that happened in the book, and if Quentin were too upset about Benedict's death, it wouldn't make any sense for him to do that.
What are you doing?
Short-circuiting your panic attack? It's getting tiresome.
This is part of why the show is such an odd bird as an adaptation. For as fast and loose as it plays with the actual beating heart of the books, which we'll talk about more in the next section, it's just as often loyal to a fault. You know, adaptation is a super complicated task, and replicating everything as literally as possible isn't always the best way to create a faithful adaptation, one that holds true to the same core. The show is full of little nods to the books that make it really clear there was a lot of attention paid to tiny, almost irrelevant details that's hard to imagine coming out of anything but genuine love for the source material. Christ, he said, what is this? That got a rare laugh from Mayakovsky. Antarctic moonshine. It wasn't a very reassuring answer. What could possibly grow here that you could even ferment? Lichens? He hoped it was lichens. The alternatives seemed even worse. The three of them stood looking around in the half-light, the lichen vodka or whatever it was momentarily forgotten.
You got drunk on Mayakovsky's lichen vodka and you seduced him.
In the 19th century, Brakebills had appointed a librarian with a highly romantic imagination who had envisioned a mobile library in which the books fluttered from shelf to shelf like birds, reorganizing themselves spontaneously under their own power in response to searches. For the first few months, the effect was said to have been quite dramatic, but the system turned out to be totally impractical.
What the hell is that?
The missing book is volume 1.
That
is volume 2. She's going to lead us to her mate.
The book's blank. Put yours in the box and wait for them to mate. The baby should be a pretty decent Xerox of the original.
Janet was in charge of relations with foreign powers. Quentin called her Fillery Clinton.
Since when are you Fillery Clinton?
Since I'm me.
In the end, the sisters are picked up by a majestic clipper ship crewed by large bunnies who would be overly cutesy if it weren't for their impressively hard-assed attention to the technical details of operating their complex vessel.
Why are you on this ship, anyway? What is with all the bunnies?
I work for them. They're radish smugglers. I stack boxes. It's the only thing they can't do.
The bear, it emerged, drank only peach schnapps, which it sipped from delicate thimble-sized glasses.
Peach schnapps. August left that for the talking bear, Stefan.
What did Lovelady try to sell you? Bunch of old dust bunnies. Bastard told me they were Aleister Crowley's ashes.
Aleister Crowley's ashes. Not bad.
Plum guessed it stood to reason that out of all these billions of books, at least one of them had to be dragon porn.
Dragon erotica?
The Dragon Riders of porn.
But I would argue that counterintuitively, some of the show's moments that feel most faithfully adapted from the books are entirely original story beats that manage to incorporate ideas from the books through means that best align with the style of the show. In season 3, episode 1123, Josh and Julia travel to a different timeline in their multiverse and find out that in this reality, Quentin's obsession with Fillery led him to become a version of the Beast, the antagonist from season 1. This is a really effective adaptation of some inner monologue stuff that happens in the first book, where Quentin kind of sees Martin Chatwin, a kid from the Fillery books who figures out how to stay in Fillery forever, as the blueprint. And he eventually learns that this has the potential to lead to a really dark place, and he needs to let go if he's going to grow up and not be a terrible person. Showing us how the same motivations could turn Quentin into a literal monster is a much more cinematic way to sell the same emotional beat. And it's kind of a no-brainer if you've got a multiverse in your toolbox, which is something the show establishes in season 1, episode 12, 39 Graves.
So what, this is just some giant blood-soaked Groundhog Day?
Always bring up that fucking movie. I still haven't seen it.
But somehow this same team can't let their version of Quentin just not sleep with their version of Poppy, even though this version of Poppy gave him magical super depression and killed his friend, because in the book, the character named Quentin slept with the character named Poppy. Issue 3, remember when I said that the show fleshes out a lot of stuff that happens off-page in the books and adds a bunch of new material to make sure that people other than Quentin have stuff to do? Well, there's a dark side to that too. In the time between Benedict's death and his reunion with Penny in the underworld, Alice tries to make Penny a new body using Julia's god magic that's been transplanted into her, but her body rejects it and she almost dies. But Astral Plane Penny figures out how to press the button on a singing bass plaque on the wall and alert the rest of the gang they need to save her. Margot and Elliot hide several hostage fairy eggs on Earth and try to use them as leverage to get Fillery out from under the thumb of the Fairy Queen. Fen runs around New York City and goes to see the Broadway revival of Cats.
You call it cats, but it's just humans and cat grease paint.
Elliot and Fen find out that the girl the Fairy Queen presented to them as their daughter, who Margot traded to the fairies to restore magic, isn't actually their daughter. Their real daughter died in infancy in the fairy realm, and they mourn her all over again. Alice transplants Julia's god magic back to Julia, essentially resolving the major trauma that's been plaguing Julia for the last season and a half. Alice tries to get a vampire to turn her so she can access magic some other way.
You don't seem like the fangirls who usually come to me.
Quentin and Poppy break Katie out of a mental hospital she's been unable to leave because the staff overheard her yelling at her dead boyfriend when one of the magic keys revealed he was actually only partly dead. Julia and Fen find out that a Breakbills board member keeps fairies as slaves and saws off their limbs to turn into drugs that make you able to do magic and start a whole arc of trying to save them, including Fen having to get over her high-key bigotry based in the part where the fairy queen stole her daughter and cut off her toes. Alice starts working with the Order and kicks off a full villain arc. A secondary character named Harriet gets an entire backstory, including the reveal that another recurring character is her mother and then gets irreparably trapped inside a mirror. And Elliot and Margot, almost entirely off-screen, have to fight for their lives in the Felurian Reign of Terror.
Why is he talking to a marsupial? This is not at all relevant.
That's 2 episodes. Actually, technically, I guess I'm starting the clock 37 minutes into Do You Like Teeth? That's 2 episodes and 5 minutes. I'm exhausted. Are you exhausted? This is a problem that starts plaguing the show basically immediately and only gets worse. It's not quite as pronounced in the first season, since everything's mostly confined to 2 primary settings, just Breakbills and the rest of New York, but even then, Penny's mostly on his own plot track, and Elliot and Margot often have their own antics, and you already get Katie disappearing for episodes at a time when she's both kicked out of Breakbills and fighting with Julia. So by season 2, okay, in season 2, episode 9, Lesser Evils, Julia and Katie find out the half-human son of an evil trickster god they're trying to banish from Earth is a US senator. They kidnap him, and they accidentally reunite him with his father, the evil trickster god, who previously didn't know he existed. In season 2, episode 11, The Rattening, Penny and Katie are chatting about a bunch of completely unrelated plot stuff when Penny suddenly goes, "Oh, hey, you kidnapped a senator 2 episodes ago. Whatever happened to that guy?" In more or less so many words.
Hey, what's up with the senator?
He went back to work.
And that kind of shit happens constantly. This is why, okay, so it's impossible for me to be impartial about this, right? Because I read the books first and I really loved them. So I can't know what I'd think about the show if I didn't instantly recognize the plot points that are adapted from the books. But I think there is a little more going on when I say that I think that by and large, the best parts of the show are when it goes totally off script. An absolute highlight of season 2 is episode 7, Plan B, when the whole gang, who have been pretty scattered for most of the season, has to team up to rob a bank, which never happens in the books, because Margot declared war on a neighboring magical country, which only sort of happens in the books, and Fillory is broke, which definitely never happens in the books, and Julia needs an exorcism that costs $1 million in gold, which doesn't happen in the books, for a reason that also does not happen in the books. Elliot is able to come along despite the fact that being High King means he can't leave Fillory, not in the books, because Margot made him a golem that can house his consciousness on Earth, not in the books. And he deploys a spell he created to get people to dance at parties at the physical kids' cottage to distract the security guards, absolutely not in the books. Julia can't come along because the exorcist was so worried about the presence of the thing she needs exorcised that she sicked a demon called a Dokaibi on her, not in the books, and it could ruin the whole operation if it followed her, but she does learn a spell that is sort of in the books to turn time back by 15 seconds, which gets the rest of the gang a few extra tries when things go south. Quentin's dealing with the fact that Niffin Alice is trapped in a tattoo in his back, which happens for literally 2 pages in the books for strategic reasons, but in the show becomes a whole multi-episode thing, so sort of dead Alice doesn't have to get written off the show, and Quentin doesn't have to do like 7 years of growing up to understand where she's coming from. I don't know, it's not my favorite thing, but if you're gonna keep Alice active in the story, you gotta do something, and I think this mostly doesn't not work, and I think we get the best version of it here. This episode, I think, presents a really clear vision of what this show wants to be, the kinds of games it wants to get up to in the playground Lev Grossman built. It definitely gets a little messy toward the end. There are just so many balls in the air that Julia's quarterback spell just kind of gets thrown at the wall like so much spaghetti, and it gets a little tough to follow what's going on. But for the most part, the episode is a really delightful little action comedy with a fantasy twist that spells a really good time. So if that's the show at its fun best, I also want to talk about the best of its heart, which shows up in season 3, episode 5, A Life in the Day, also known as The Day Quelliot Became Canon. This does somewhat have its roots in the books. In The Magicians, Elliot is the first person Quentin meets upon arriving at Breakbills, and that shot from the show that has become reasonably iconic if you're gay is basically the vibe. Elliot had an air of effortless self-possession that made Quentin urgently want to be his friend, or maybe just be him, period. He was obviously one of those people who felt felt at home in the world. He was naturally buoyant, where Quentin felt like he had to dog paddle constantly, exhaustingly, humiliatingly, just to get one sip of air. Quentin spends several weeks before he actually starts school at Brakebills hanging out on campus with Elliot, who is apparently the only person sticking around during summer break, and Elliot kind of shows him the ropes. Maybe Elliot had decided that the tedium of solitude was ever so slightly greater than the tedium of Quentin's company. Maybe he just needed a straight man.
And you did it at my birthday dinner.
When school starts, Elliot basically goes right back to hanging out with his friends from his year, and Quentin feels a little salty about it. And finally, one day, Quentin accidentally walks in on Elliot in the middle of a BDSM scene with another boy. And he kinda sticks around for a minute. Quentin couldn't have said why he waited an extra minute before he ducked back down the ladder, back into his staid, predictable home universe, but he couldn't stop watching. He was looking directly at the exposed wiring of Elliot's emotional machinery. How could he not have known about this? On some level, Quentin was hurt. If this was what Elliot wanted, why hadn't he come after Quentin? Though, as much as he longed for Elliot's attention, he didn't know if he could have gone through with it. It was better this way. Elliot wouldn't have forgiven him for refusing. When I first read this, it sort of felt like a revelation. I had never seen a portrayal before of any character, especially a male character, questioning their sexuality in this way. Now, there's definitely a certain amount of closeted protesting too much that you can read into this passage. Don't worry, we will hit that angle. But I do also think it's worth entertaining a reading where we can take Quentin at his word. Like, compare that to this similar relationship from The Secret History, shown from the perspective of a character who it's pretty impossible to read as anything but some flavor of closeted. His face was very close to mine. To my surprise, he put his hands on my shoulders and leaned forward and kissed me, right on the mouth. It was a real kiss. Long, slow, deliberate. He'd caught me off balance, and I grabbed his arm to keep from falling. Sharply, he drew in his breath, and his hands went down to my back, and before I knew it, more from reflex than from anything else, I was kissing him too. His tongue was sharp. His mouth had a bitter, mannish taste like tea and cigarettes. He pulled away, breathing hard, and leaned to kiss my throat. I looked rather wildly around the room. God, I thought, what a night. Look, Francis, I said, cut it out. He was undoing the top button of my collar. You idiot, he said, chuckling. Did you know your shirt's on inside out? I was so tired and drunk I started to laugh. Come on, Francis, I said. Give me a break. It's fun, he said. I promise you. Matters progressed. Matters progressed. Brilliant. You know, Francis, I said. What? It seemed the best thing to do was just to come right out and say it. You know, I said, I'm really not attracted to you. I mean, not that... Isn't that interesting? He said coolly. I'm really not attracted to you either. But you were there. This moment from the magicians kind of flips that dynamic on its head. Instead of leading with societally conditioned disgust, Quentin's train of thought leads with his jealousy that his friend is paying attention to someone else. And it's only once he's processed that knee-jerk, well, I've got a dick, why didn't he just come to me if that's what he wanted, that he's able to sort of be like, wait, I don't think I would want that, actually. I think an important part of making the world safer and friendlier to queer folks is making questioning one's sexuality a super normal thing to do. And that's partially contingent on the answer sometimes being no. The Quentin and Elliot of the books have a super close relationship, one so intimate that even the painfully straight Quentin comes right out of the gate being like, wait, do I want to bang him? One where he is 100% ready to throw down when his classmates talk shit behind Elliot's back, even if that means they think he's secretly gay too. One where they actually get naked together at one point, and Quentin, despite being so deeply insecure in so many areas of his life, never feels threatened by that. Never experiences anything resembling a crisis of masculinity or of this friendship. And I just think that's a really nice thing to show. I think Grossman does a solid job of portraying this relationship in a way where, like, Quentin is secure in his sexuality enough to question it. And one result of that is that he's able to have really meaningful and deep platonic relationships with other men, regardless of their sexuality. I think that's quietly radically counter to a lot of the bullshit out there about straight masculinity, and I think it's very much worth portraying. But you know, I'm gay, and if I personally were adapting this relationship for another medium, I would probably make the same decision the team behind this TV series did.
You can take Benedict. go be life partners with someone else for a little bit.
In Season 2, Episode 11, Remedial Battle Magic, Quentin has a drunken threesome with Elliot and Margot that deals a major blow to his monogamous relationship with Alice. This happens in the book too, but a really interesting change is that in the books, Quentin specifically thinks of this as the time he cheated on Alice with Janet. If he was honest with himself, Quentin had known for at least 20 minutes, even as they were wrestling Elliot down the hall, that he was going to take Janet's dress off as soon as he had half a chance. Janet obviously felt triumphant, relishing her conquest and by extension her victory over Alice. In the silence, the fact that he had cheated on her, and with Janet of all people, hit her all over again, as fully as it had the first time 2 hours ago. Quentin could see it. It was like she'd been shot in the stomach. In the show, Elliot is the one who really complicates things.
I feel it's incumbent on me to promise never again to betray you like I did. Can we just cut to the part where we go to another world and skip the whole guilt and recriminations bit, please? You would like that, wouldn't you?
You're the world's foremost expert in all things me based on what? Our garbage fire of a relationship that ended with Elliot's dick in your mouth?
Actually, Margot in general is a really interesting piece of this set of adaptational decisions, because in the books it is heavily implied that Janet has romantic feelings for Elliot, and a lot of her bitter meanness comes from resenting that he will never be interested in her in that way because he doesn't like girls. The reason this is never technically confirmed in the first book is that it's told from Quentin's point of view, and he is not socially aware enough to draw the obvious conclusion of their dynamic. But even he can tell that something's up. Janet lay on her back on the carpet, staring up at the ceiling, her feet propped up on Elliot's lap. There was a funny physical intimacy between the two of them, especially considering what Quentin knew about Elliot's sexual appetites. "You just never got the point of Richard," Elliot said. Janet snorted. "I got plenty of Richard," she said with surprising bitterness. And Alice can very much tell exactly what is going on. "She's bitter because we're happy," she said. "And she's in love with Elliot. Always has been, and he doesn't love her." She started walking again. "What? Wait." Quentin shook his head as if that would make all the pieces fit together again. "Why would she want Elliot?" "Because she can't have him," Alice said bitterly without looking back at him. And for everyone who didn't go to acting school, Janet finally just says it out loud in words in the Magician's Land. "I thought about you, and how I used to feel about you, and how bad that felt." But this dynamic can't really be replicated in the show because they make the really interesting choice to have Elliot like girls. This doesn't really come up until Season 2, Episode 6, The Cock Barons, when Elliot has already married Fen, and the possibility comes up for Margot to also do a marriage of political convenience.
This would only really be equivalent if S was a girl and you found pussy, you know, interesting in a sometimes you like Thai food kind of way. And now it's all Thai food forever till you die.
There's absolutely some potential for valid criticism here about how this portrayal leans into stereotypes of bisexuality being synonymous with sluttiness, but you know, I also kind of love it. Up to this point, there's kind of an unspoken assumption that Elliot and Fen's marriage is purely about the politics, which it is. But the reveal that his coldness toward her actually isn't about not liking women, it's about a bunch of other personal baggage, is a really interesting one in my opinion. And pop culture representations of bi and pan men are few and far between enough that it feels like a really powerful choice to take a character who is presumed monosexual in the books and make him bi in the show. Although, if we're talking quality of queer representation, it's definitely worth mentioning that Elliot's boyfriends on the whole have an extremely rough go of it. 3 of them die, including 2 who Elliot is forced by the plot to have a hand in killing.
Do you not get that I don't want you to die? You're not evil, you're just some deluded asshole that I care about.
And the other main contender just kind of quietly disappears from the story, even whilst presumably still engaged to Elliot. The only person with a name who Elliot kisses and remains alive and present all the way to the end of the series is Fen. So, you know, I don't think trope bingo is anything more than a very basic starting point for this kind of critique, but I cannot help but notice that the gays do be getting buried. We're gonna talk about some good stuff now, but that part is still very much there. Anyway, the dynamic we see between Elliot and Margot is necessarily a little more complicated than in the books. Some of this has to do with the show's compulsion to make the characters good people in a way Lev Grossman didn't really write them, but also, if you take a character who's in love with her gay best friend and make that best friend bi, I mean, that's a complicated dynamic too. It's a little more beneath the surface, but we do see Margot feeling threatened by anyone Elliot gets too close to.
Other people aren't supposed to get between us.
He didn't get between us. I want him with us, maybe. But
What's so special about him?
And this includes that their relationship gets particularly rocky right around when Elliot kind of gets over himself and commits to his marriage. There are a lot of other tensions swirling at the time. Margot does also kind of trade Elliot's firstborn child to the fairies, so you don't have to read it as being about relationship jealousy. But I do! She thought they'd never bang because he didn't want to bang girls, but it turns out he just didn't want to bang her, and that sucks to find out. I will die on this hill. Alternatively, you could read that the physical intimacy between them is indicative that there are some benefits to this friendship that happen off screen. You know, why not? Also, Margot is portrayed as at least possibly some shade of queer too, which we love to see.
I'm here on business, not pleasure. But, you give me what I want. I won't take anything off the table.
Okay, enough stalling. Quelliot. Things have been simmering under the surface for a while. You know, the kind of flirting that could be indicative of jokey friendship or could be concealing something real.
This is him. He's not that cute.
how about I find you, and I don't say magic is real, but I do seduce you, and so lift your spirits that life retains its sparkle for decades.
Yeah, that sounds nice. Thank you.
You and your first year boys.
I know. He's a high-strung super nerd. We love those.
I think you should probably hug me.
Well, also be okay if you just give my ass like a little squeeze.
And then in season 3, episode 5, A Life in the Day, when Quentin and Elliot go to Fillory to complete a mosaic puzzle to get one of the 7 keys, it finally comes to an unignorable boil.
Hey,
And can I just say, I love that Quentin makes the first move here. Like, Elliot's been no-strings flirting for as long as they've known each other because that's his vibe, and the whole time Quentin's been quietly stewing over whether he maybe secretly wants him to mean it because that's his vibe. They're so fucking cute! The mosaic, which has to represent the full beauty of life, ends up taking them an entire lifetime to solve. A lifetime they spend falling in love and growing old together. Quentin has a son with a Fillorian woman.
Peaches? Plums?
Unclear whether this is a polyamorous V situation or Quentin and Elliot are just sort of on a break.
Let's just save our overthinking for the puzzle, yeah?
In any case, the woman eventually leaves, and Quentin and Elliot raise the kid until he leaves the nest, and they settle into being an adorable old couple until Elliot passes in his sleep. In the process of burying him, Quentin finds one gold tile that turns out to be, all on its own, the solution to the mosaic, and he gets the key he came for. He leaves a letter explaining the whole situation to Margot, because when he and Elliot went to Fillory, they also went way back in time, which happens there sometimes, and Margot takes a quick trip back to Earth to catch them before they go and tell them they already did it and she has the key now. At the end of the episode, Quentin and Elliot realize they still have the memory of the life they lived together.
Peaches and plums.
This becomes a consistent pressure for the rest of the show. It's complicated because Quentin and Alice are basically in a perpetual state of on-again, off-again, and Elliot spends most of the 4th season possessed by a monster, but Quentin and Elliot don't not spend the rest of the show teetering on the edge of making a real go of it. Specifically, in season 4, episode 5, Escape from the Happy Place, we find out that Quentin came right out and asked as soon as they got their memories back.
What if we gave it a shot? We work. We know it because we lived it. Who gets that kind of proof of concept?
And Elliot is so deeply ashamed of the memory of having brushed him off that that's where the monster possessing him hid the escape hatch that lets him take control of his body again.
50 years. Who gets proof of concept like that?
What?
Peaches and plums, motherfucker. I'm alive in here.
And then, okay, major spoiler incoming. You ready? All right? All right. Quentin dies at the end of season 4, and Elliot fully mourns him like a lover, which ends up allowing him and Alice to kind of patch up the last of the tension between them by being there for each other in a level of grief that the rest of their friends can't quite comprehend.
He was pretty in love with you.
I'm not sure that I'd say that.
I would. What was I supposed to do, huh? Demand that he only love me? I mean, it's Quentin we're talking about, and I loved him.
Counterintuitively, I think A Life in the Day is one of the rare stories from the TV show that actually feels like it would fit right in the books. Well, with the exception of the little plot cul-de-sac where Jane Chatwin shows up right when Quentin solves the mosaic and says she needs the key to stop the beast because everything in the show comes back to the beast. So Quentin gives it to her and Margot has to go on a little side quest where the adult Jane tells her she's a total girl boss.
Your tale is your own, Margot. You may not get the appreciation you deserve, frankly, but it is yours.
It's fine. But this mosaic puzzle, where Quentin needs to represent the full beauty of life, and it turns out not to be about solving the puzzle, but about sharing his life with someone. I mean, it's just a slightly different take on the Benedict plot from the book, right? And I am obviously in full support of getting there by making it gayer. But when the characters in the books are at their messiest, when they are truly, deeply, fundamentally flawed, the show can start to run into huge problems. So, the Magician's Land. Quentin has been banished from Fillory and is stuck on Earth, so about 2/3 of the book is back and forth between his perspective and his new protege Plum, who he meets when he takes a job at Breakbills, but then she gets expelled because in the course of trying to do a prank, she comes across Niffin Alice and almost sicks her on Breakbills as a whole, and Quentin gets fired because he saves Plum but doesn't try to kill Alice, which would have been protocol. So Quentin and Plum take a sketchy job doing a magic heist for a talking bird because they need money, and one of the things they heist is a spell for building a magical land, which they walk off with when the talking bird screws them over, and they try the spell and they pull it off, but suddenly Alice is there in this weird mirror world they've created, and Quentin manages to turn her back into a human. It's a whole thing. But none of that's important right now because the other third of the book takes place in Fillory, mostly from the perspective of Elliot, who is really stepping up his game. He's gotten his shit together. He is thriving as High King. He's drinking a much less worrying amount of alcohol. He gives a shit in a way he never did about anything on Earth. And he is kicking ass in the war with neighboring magical country Loria that invaded out of nowhere. Super weird. Nothing like that's ever happened before. But Elliot's like absolutely crushing it, and he's thinking he's kicking enough ass that he might be able to ask Ember, who is currently the only like involved god of Fillory, for like a boon and to get him to unbanish Quentin because he misses him. But then Ember turns up and is like, actually, this war with Loria is a portent of things to come. The apocalypse is nigh. And Elliot is not on board with this. His life is going fucking great and he demands that we preserve that. So he's like, no, we are going on a quest. Ember must have missed something. And Janet's like, fine, we can go on a quest, but this time I'm coming with you because she got stuck holding down the fort at Castle Whitespire for a year plus while Elliot was on the quest for the 7 keys in the last book. And also she has clearly gone through some shit during that time that nobody really knows the details of. There's just like something different about her, and she's taken to wearing these 2 short staves on her back that Elliot had never seen before. So Elliot's like, cool, fine, let's go. And he and Janet head off to see if they can find a way out of the whole end of the world thing. And one of their stops is that they go question this giant turtle who Janet's got some sort of history with, and he's an asshole and he tries to eat them, and suddenly his whole swamp is frozen and Janet is floating several feet above the ground and wielding her 2 staves, which now have axe blades made of ice attached to them. And Elliot's like, what the fuck, dude? When did you learn how to do that? So what Janet tells Elliot is a couple of months into her friend's big quest without her, she got bored and decided to do an imperialism. So she marched out into this vast desert that she was planning to annex for Fillory, and she got so swept up in the peace she felt out there that she forgot to turn around when she should have, and she ran out of food and water and she passed out. And the leader of the people who live there, he's called the Foremost, he finds her and he rescues her. So she comes to a few days later and she's like, hello, welcome to into the Felurian Empire, and the Foremost is like, whatever, dumbass. And after being nursed back to health, Janet just kinda sticks around. She really likes these people. She likes living with them. They've got these really cool weapons made out of this cool black metal that they can use to like channel the magic of their discipline, and she obviously thinks that's neat. And she sleeps with the Foremost, and she starts to feel like she could stay there forever. And finally, the Foremost tells her that if she's gonna be one of them, she's gotta complete this initiation ritual and get her own cool black metal weapon. So apparently that cool metal comes from the desert, and if you sort through the sand, 1 grain in 1,000 will be a speck of this black metal. And Janet's gotta go out alone and fill a sack with only those black grains without using magic, and when she's got enough, a creature called the Smelter will come and forge her weapon out of it, and she'll be accepted as a member of the tribe. And so she goes, and it's brutal. It brings up all this emotional stuff for her, and she is not a feelings person. She thinks about how hard Alice and Julia both had to work to learn magic, which was just kind of dropped in her lap, and she remembers how mean she was to Alice, and she feels bad. She thinks about how much it sucked to have feelings for Elliot, even though she knew he'd never like her back, and she thinks about how much he's come into his own as High King and how proud she is of him, and she stumbles on this repressed memory of how her parents sent her to boarding school when she was 8 and then forgot to pick her up on the last day of the school year, and when her father finally showed up, he blamed her somehow, and all this time she's starving and dehydrated and her hands are getting raw from the sand, and finally she gives up. Somebody stronger would have stayed out there till they died. Julia might have. Alice maybe. I guess if somebody really wants to break me, it turns out I can be broken. There it is. I didn't know. Now I know. This is a first edition, by the way. But the people welcome her back anyway. They seem like they're celebrating her. And then the Foremost stands up with this sack of black sand that Janet has spent days out in the desert collecting, and he tells her, "You are an outsider," he said, "but you came to us, and you bowed before the desert, and you combed through its sands with your fingers." Dramatic pause. "You thought the desert would grant you its treasures. You thought you would take our desert from us and rule over us. Here is what the desert has given you. A bag of worthless sand." And he poured my sack out onto the floor. "You will never find our metal. The desert guards its secrets. It shares them only with its sons and daughters. You may take this sand back to your High King of Fillory and tell him that I let you live. Tell him that he may send us more whores if he chooses. This one was adequate." But I didn't finish the story before, about when I was at boarding school. You know what I did that day, when my father came for me? I fucking spat on him. I told him I would never go home again. I tore his expensive shirt. He slapped me and dragged me out to the car kicking and screaming. But I'm not 8 anymore. I'm not a little girl. And the Foremost wasn't half the man my father was. So Janet she kicks his fucking ass. She's completely worn out, but she casts a quick spell, and she's hopped up on adrenaline, and she throws him through walls until he cries in front of all his people, and then she makes him tell her all the secrets of the desert, and it turns out they don't even know where their weapons came from. That's all of that metal that they have, so she steals his spear, breaks it in half with her bare hands, and traps him in an ice cave. And she tells Elliot all of this, and then she just says, "So anyway, that's how I got my new axes." Oh, it's so fucking good. And okay, so there's this really important part here. Where does the ice come from, right? So remember, she said the weapons channel your discipline. And you've probably forgotten about Janet's discipline by this point because nobody's discipline has been all that relevant since book 1. There's this whole thing about how disciplines are maybe kind of an outdated idea that maybe break bills should be phasing out, but they come back up earlier in this book because when Quentin starts teaching at break bills, they need to figure out his discipline because they never knew what it was when he was a student. He was inconclusive, so they just threw him in with the physical kids because they had space. So at the beginning of The Magician's Land, he finally finds out that it's repair of small objects. But also he realizes it kind of feels right. Like, he's not a big fucking badass sorcerer, he's just really good at fixing coffee cups and stuff. And you can see how much he's grown that he's able to be like, okay, yeah, that's who I am. That's me. And it does turn out to be super relevant and kind of allow him to be exactly as much of a badass as needed, but no more at the end of the book. It's so good. I won't spoil it. But the point is, everybody's growing, right? Elliot is getting his hands dirty because he's embraced his responsibility for a country. Quentin is feeling secure enough in himself that it's actually okay with him if he doesn't have main character powers. Even Penny has found a way to put his insufferability to good use. And meanwhile, Janet is like tripling down on her flaws. Like, she goes through this whole ordeal that's making her consider some things that went wrong in her past. She's maybe sort of starting to admit that she has this rich girl privilege that people like Alice and Julia didn't. That, like, it's okay if Elliot is someone she wants and can't have, and then it takes one thing going wrong for her to be like, this man humiliated me and called me a whore, which, you know, valid to be upset about, and therefore I'm going to destroy an entire indigenous civilization who did what they did because I rolled up out of nowhere and told them my empire was annexing them, which, not a remotely proportional response. And the result of this is that her discipline gets more powerful. Her discipline, which is literally ice! It's so fucking good! So Elliot hears this whole story and he thinks to himself, for all the years of his life he'd spent with Janet, he'd never really known her, not deep down. Sometimes he looked at her and thought, gosh, I wonder what's underneath all that anger, all that hard, glossy armor. More anger and more armor. Anger and armor all the way down. This chapter very clearly demonstrates two really important philosophical underpinnings of this trilogy of books that are absolutely crucial to keep in mind as we look at the show. One, these are not books about fundamentally good people. They aren't books about fundamentally bad people either. They are books about people who have the capacity to learn and grow when they are given the right opportunities or enough time and space to literally grow up, but they are books about people whose growth is not a foregone conclusion. They are books about people who can look back on things they did 5, 10 odd years ago and say, wow, that is not a choice I would have made today. But they are also books about people who sometimes need a full 5, 10 odd years before they think to themselves, I should maybe apologize for some stuff. This is the factor that is going to determine whether or not these books are for you, is does that sound like a kind of character you would like to read about? Or not. The single thing that people overwhelmingly bounce off of is that The Magicians, the first book in the Magicians trilogy, is told entirely from the point of view of Quentin, who is a teenage through early 20s asshole in all the ways you would expect of an exceptionally gifted Ivy League-bound student who believes the only reason his childhood crush won't sleep with him is that he's too interested in fantasy novels and close-up magic. He's insufferable! It makes so incredibly much sense not to be interested in reading a whole book of that. So I think the burden is probably on me to explain why I do like it, right? So number one, the tone of the book, to me, reads very clearly as recognizing that Quentin is insufferable, and specifically that the way he thinks about women is not okay. This is made more explicit as the trilogy goes on and he's able to look back on his previous self and see that he was in the wrong. Were you in love with her? I mean, I know you were boyfriend-girlfriend, but totally, he smiled. Totally in love. But I wasn't ready for her. She was more grown up than me, and I had a lot of stuff left to work out. I made some mistakes. I thought some things were important that really weren't. I feel like you're talking around something here. Yeah, probably it's that I slept with somebody else. It was bad. I almost ruined everything. Then, just when I was starting to really figure things out, that was when she died. So if you do end up somehow, you know, bringing her back, do you think you'll be together? I mean, are you still in love with her? I don't really know her anymore, Plum. It was a long time ago. I'm a different person now, or at least I hope I am. We'd have to see. He literally can only de-niff in Alice because he heeds Plum's advice that he needs to listen to her. Against my better judgment, Plum said, I'm going to give you the benefit of a woman's perspective on this one. She wants you to stand and face her, Quentin. What I'm talking about is walking in there and dealing with her. You want her to be a person again? Try treating her like one. But to me, this feels like it's building on more subtle seeds planted in the first book. As we talked about in the last section, Quentin basically blows up his relationship with Alice by cheating on her with Janet and Elliot. And then a few days later, Alice sleeps with Penny, and Quentin can't fucking handle it. It was stupid, really. So obvious. Certainly you couldn't call it clever. He fucked Janet, she fucks Penny. They should be even now. But he'd been drunk. How did that make that even? He barely knew what he was doing. How did that make them even? So what was it like? Quentin said. When you let your cacodemon out. It felt good, she said carefully. Interesting. Did it feel as good as fucking Penny? He'd actually thought he was going to be civil, but it was too hard. The words came out of his mouth of their own malevolent volition. He wondered what else he would say. I've got all kinds of demons inside of me, he thought. Not just the one.
I've got all kinds of demons inside of me.
He's comparing being angry that his basically ex-girlfriend slept with someone who wasn't him to literally having a literal demon trapped inside of his body. It's fucking hilarious, right? Or at least it reads that way to me. The tone is like ever so slightly exaggerated in this way that creates the impression that this authorial voice is sort of indulging Quentin because they know he's being an ass and we know he's being an ass, but he doesn't know it just yet, so we'll let him throw his little temper tantrum and be embarrassed about it later. It's relatively subtle, but I think it's still clear. There's a very real difference, for example, between the way Grossman writes Quentin's attitude towards women versus like everyone's attitude towards fat people or the concept of neurodivergence, which are things I think these books absolutely deserve criticism for with no asterisk. There's none of that layer of satirical judgment that's present every time Quentin introduces us to a woman by the size of her breasts. None of which is to say that people who don't like these books necessarily didn't get it. It's extremely fair not to want to spend a whole book plus in the head of an obnoxious misogynist, even if the narrative voice does know that he's obnoxious and misogynistic. But for me personally, I read these books around the same time as I read Ready Player One, and the difference felt immediately apparent, like a breath of fresh air. I was hungry to see this kind of dude criticized, and these books did that for me. The other thing about characters who kind of suck is sometimes it feels good to read stories about little shits, because I am a little shit. I try my best, but I am human, and sometimes a story that points at human little shit level flaws without tying them into a pretty little narrative bow about here's how you fix it, but also without letting anybody off the hook, makes me feel like I am real, and it is worth continuing to try to be better, even when the world will not provide me with easy answers or a batch of freshly baked cookies every time I make an effort. The Magician's Trilogy is among a category of story for me that just sort of makes me feel like I am not alone in my extremely human fumblings through life. One of my major criticisms of the books would actually be that Lev Grossman kind of goes so far with the whole deconstruction of our adorkable emo protagonist's misogyny that he lands pretty firmly on the women are wiser side of things, which is better than the alternative if the alternative is Ready Player One, but is still kind of rough in its own way. And I think it's kind of like, I think deconstructing adorkable emo masculinity is a really worthwhile goal, especially when you remember that these books were released from 2009 to 2014, but it does kind of require centering the story around your adorkable emo protagonist, and there's just stuff that's gonna get lost. So circling back to Julia's perspective in the second book and realizing how much Quentin missed is a baller move, but it does kind of go a little bit down the road of Julia being so smart no boy could possibly keep up. Same with Alice in a lot of ways, and very much same with Plum, who's sort of there to be like, in retrospect, look how stunted Quentin was, because this young woman at the same stage of life he was, with plenty of baggage of her own, is definitely in her early 20s, but is also doing just fine. I think all of them are fabulous characters in their own right, but in aggregate, you kind of get this sort of like second grade, second wave, girls go to college to get more knowledge, boys go to Jupiter to get more stupider vibe of like, men are the worst, and if we just put women in charge of everything, then we'd all be fine.
Oh, look! The Supreme Court!
And like, no thank you. Obviously, there are a lot of women who are far smarter and more capable than a lot of men and still get passed over by the world because they're women. And obviously, the whole women are wiser trope is largely a super reasonable course correction for some stuff that's definitely worse. I'm just saying, any messaging that makes me feel like anytime I do some momentary silly nonsense that lands somewhere on the scale from tearing my life apart to inconveniencing some people I was not supposed to inconvenience, I am letting down my entire gender and proving the patriarchy right, is not actually messaging that is advancing my rights. So the point of all of this is, I fucking love Janet. She is a bright spot of mess in this story who is just as fucking messy as the boys, probably more so. She has the most growing of anyone left to grow, and she still gets a seat at the table. She still contributes to the attempts to stop the apocalypse. She still gets an absolutely incredible chapter where she's flying around on a hippogriff watching it happen around her, while giving herself the exact kind of pass of someone who has gone to one therapy session and thinks they've got their whole life sorted now. now? Janet looked up to see the moon tumbling overhead. It was still up there, but way off course, spinning slowly end over end, aimless, lost in space. For some reason, that was what did it. Janet threw her arms around the hippogriff's neck. She sobbed into its soft feathers and got snot on them too. Whatever, it probably had bird mites. This was it, she thought. This was my best thing. My best thing. I thought I would always have it, but I was wrong. The hippogriff's neck was stiff and proud against her face. It didn't turn to look at her. Maybe it wasn't very comfortable with displays of emotion. Well, tough. Since her nights in the desert, Janet was all about being in touch with her emotions. This isn't glorifying Janet's flaws, it's not rewarding them, it's not saying it's okay, it's just acknowledging that a few days in the desert isn't enough to put more than a tiny dent in 30-odd years of repressed memories and coping mechanisms, and maybe we shouldn't expect it to be. We're not letting her off the hook, we are seeing her try, but we're also seeing her fail. It's baby steps. And in a book about flawed people being flawed and hopefully getting better, but in ways that feel more like real life than narratively sound character growth, that is the representation that I want, and I think it is a piece of the representation that I deserve. So that's fundamental philosophical point number one, and the second is like unto it. These books take place in a world that is boring and unfair, just like our world. Basically, every bad thing that happens in these books happens because somebody got bored and did something of which they did not fully understand the ramifications. Like, Exhibit A, Janet decides to do an imperialism because her friends are off on a quest without her, and what else is she gonna do? And this philosophical approach to narrative actually gets just outright stated in the books. About a quarter of the way through The Magicians, Quentin gets called out for being kind of sleepy in class, and he feels kind of vindictive about it, and so he's like, well, Professor's demonstrating this spell that's super complicated but entirely pointless about the weather or something. I'm gonna fuck with him a little. So he does a little spell that makes the podium wiggle, and it distracts the professor enough that he mispronounces one syllable, and suddenly everybody in the room is paralyzed except for this guy who wasn't there before, who's wearing a suit and has a branch hanging off of nothing obscuring his face. Grossman describes this as Quentin being like, I can't quite get a look at his face, why can't I see his face? And then realizing that there's a branch hanging there. If you've seen the TV show, you remember this plot point. It happens at the end of season 1, episode 1, Unauthorized Magic. They give him a bunch of moths flying around his face instead of the branch, which I think is a totally solid adjustment, and the paralytic effect is done so creepily and the score is dank as fuck, it's awesome. But okay, so like in the book, they are stuck there for hours. And like, I'm not mad they didn't do that in the show. Like, how could you even do that? But it is so chilling in the book. Like, all fucking day, they're just sitting there, paralyzed, and this random guy is just wandering around the classroom, poking at random shit for no apparent reason, and they're just watching him with no idea what he wants. He doesn't really bother anybody, but the vibe is super ominous, and at one point, one of Quentin's classmates, who's behind him so he can't see her, manages to break the paralysis and start doing this spell that he recognizes as battle magic, which is, they're not supposed to do that. He doesn't even know where she learned it. And it isn't until the end of the chapter, when the guy with the branch in front of his face disappears and everybody slowly gets feeling back in their limbs, and they find out that the faculty spent all day trying to get into the lecture hall, but there were some kind of wards up that they couldn't get through. And Dean Fogg gives them this whole speech about how there are other worlds and we don't really know how to travel to them, but we know there's life there, and that's where this guy with the branch came from, and he calls him the Beast, which obviously sticks. And it's only after all of this, when Quentin is having this overwhelming feeling that like, thank God, my silly little prank led to this terrifying thing, but it's okay. Nothing bad happened. The Beast didn't even do anything. We're all okay. That he finds out that his classmate who was trying to do battle magic, the reason her spell stopped was because the Beast killed her. And so in the aftermath, Quentin feels terrible about this, but nobody ever brings it up. So he never gets in trouble, but also he has this terrible secret that he doesn't know whether nobody knows or whether everybody knows and they're just not saying anything, and he is freaking out. This was the kind of disaster Quentin thought he'd left behind on the day he walked into that garden in Brooklyn. Things like this didn't happen in Fillory. There was conflict and even violence, but it was always heroic and ennobling, and anybody really good and important who bought it along the way came back to life at the end of the book. Now there was a rip in the corner of his perfect world, and fear and sadness were pouring in like freezing, filthy water through a busted dam. He wasn't in a safe little story where wrongs were automatically righted. He was still in the real world, where bad, bitter things happened for no reason, and people paid for things that weren't their fault. And that is the crux of the whole damn thing. Okay, so those of you who have seen the show know where I'm going with this. In Season 1, Episode 1, Unauthorized Magic, Quentin accidentally helps to open the door for the Beast because he, Alice, Penny, and Katie do a spell that's supposed to let Alice contact her dead brother. And in Season 1, Episode 2, The Source of Magic, the school launches a full investigation, and Penny throws Quentin under the bus and he gets expelled, and he calls Julia to try to ask her how she got out of having her memory wiped. That's a nice touch, I like that. But he ends up not getting expelled after all, because obviously he's too important to the plot to be expelled. Like, honestly, that's it.
I'll tell the school one more chance. Probation, they'll respect my call. Don't make me regret it.
This, for the record, is why this video focuses so much on the 3rd season of the show, which mostly adapts the 2nd book. The 4th and 5th seasons are largely original material, with occasional plot lines from the books wrapped in, like Season 4, Episode 10, All That Hard Glossy Armor. Don't forget about Janet's axes, we'll get to it. The 3rd season is the most interesting in my opinion, because it does broadly stick to adapting The Magician King, but it takes a lot of work to bridge the gap from the source material, because the 2nd season brings in events from the 3rd book, so the status quo is all wonky, and also by then it's extremely clear just how different the fundamental fabric of the universe is. The 3rd season is basically Mike Flanagan's Dr. Sleep, but like if Mike Flanagan kind of secretly deep down would never admit that he thought Stephen King was sort of a hack. God, I should make that video about Dr. Sleep someday. The 1st season just isn't as interesting because it basically sticks to the events as they happen in The Magicians and The Magician King for Julia's side of things, but with that fundamental philosophical difference at the core. So it's not that hard to just run down the difference, because The Magicians is a TV show about inherently good people who never get bored because they live in a world that constantly throws inciting incidents at them, no matter how hard they try to mind their own business. In the book, Alice thinks her brother died in a car accident, and she only finds out his tragic magical backstory when Janet tells it one day because she's day drunk and bored and she's kind of a pot stirrer. In the show, she already knows he went niffin at school, and her single goal in coming to Breakbills is to find him and turn him human again. In the book, the gang decide to go to Fillory because they've graduated Breakbills and they're sitting around New York City wanting for nothing and having fancy dinner parties and drinking too much all the time. So when Penny shows up and tells them that Fillory is real and he can get them there, it's the most interesting thing that's happened in a year. In the show, they go to Fillory because the Beast is in Fillory and he'll come after them if they don't go after him first. In the book, the threesome that blows up Alice and Quentin's relationship happens because Quentin is bored and kind of resents that Alice doesn't like to party as much as he does, and Janet is a pot stirrer who can't get Elliot to sleep with her any other way, and a week or so later, Alice sleeps with Penny out of transparent revenge, and Quentin is so unable to handle negative emotions that he wakes everyone up and demands they go to Fillory right now. In the show, the threesome happens because they were hopped up on getting their emotions back after bottling them to learn battle magic they knew they needed to fight the Beast in Fillory, and Margot is overwhelmed by how great it is that Quentin has such a romantic and not jaded view of magic.
Here's the thing about you, Q. You actually believe in magic. We all know it's real, but you believe in it.
That's what makes you different from the rest of us, Quentin. You actually still believe in magic. You do realize, right, that nobody else does? I mean, we all know magic is real, but you really believe in it, don't you? He felt flustered. Is that wrong? She nodded and smiled even more brightly. Yes, Quentin, it's wrong. And in the show, the gang go to Fillory almost immediately afterward, despite the wild stew of emotions, because they're out of time to stop the Beast, so they need to go right now, except there's just enough time for Alice to drink her feelings.
What the hell are you drinking?
I don't know.
Triple sec.
It's cute. That's cute. I like that. And Penny comforts her with his dick, so everyone's at max conflict when they go. Also, since we've already gone over the Poppy disaster, I do just want to jump in and say I really appreciate the work that's gone into making this make sense for these versions of the characters.
I was very angry a moment ago, but I have to be honest.
You two would make a cute couple.
Penny and Alice are the only ones who haven't been bottling their emotions, and they think it's pretty concerning that the rest of the gang are, which contributes to Alice's feelings of betrayal in a way that Penny is sort of uniquely positioned to get. Also, Penny and Katie are basically on a break, and he's pretty broken up about it, so it totally makes sense for both of them to just sort of go back to their OTPs and never speak of it again. In the books, Janet has a thought 8 or so years later that maybe Quentin might be mad about the whole thing, but she definitely doesn't owe him an apology because Quentin and Alice were doomed anyway. She'd done a few fucked up things. She wondered whether Quentin felt angry about what happened that night. Like it was her that broke up him and Alice. She'd only done it out of habit. If you've got a junkie in the house, you don't leave your meds just lying on a table. And like they would have lasted 2 more weeks anyway, given what a loser Quentin was back in those days anyway. In the show, everyone apologizes to everyone 3 episodes later.
I have some character defects. I'm working on it.
I'm working on some too.
And I'm sorry, too. Not about the sex. I don't even really remember it. Mostly my part in fucking up something that was good for you.
Thanks, I think I fucked it up just fine myself.
In the book, the gang go into the fight with the Beast equipped with protector monsters called cacodemons trapped in tattoos in their backs, because that's standard procedure for Breakbill's graduation, because there are things out there that magicians might accidentally poke and not have the skills to fight off. In the show, only our main crew get cacodemon tattoos because Fogg knows they're off to fight the Beast, but by the time the big boss fight happens, half of the gang have already deployed theirs because they were already crowned kings and queens of Fillory, and the thrones were cursed to make them try to kill each other. In the book, after a terrible fight with the Beast in which Alice dies, Penny loses his hands, and Quentin is so horribly injured that he is unconscious in Fillory for months, Quentin meets Jane Chatwin, one of the kids from the Fillory books all grown up now, who tells him she's been repeatedly restarting time to try to defeat the Beast. And Quentin asks her to please do it again so he can get his girlfriend back, and she says she can't risk it because they finally found a reality in which the Beast lost, and there's no guarantee of that happening again. In the show, in the first minutes of the show, Dean Fogg and Jane Chatwin sit down and talk about how special Quentin is because they know he's the only one who can defeat the Beast. Just look at all those time loops where he's tried. And Quentin finds out about them in season 1, episode 12, 39 Graves, when Fogg tells him this is the last chance because Jane got killed by Elliot's boyfriend who was possessed by the Beast, so Quentin had better not fuck it up. In the books, tons of other people have fought the Beast in other timelines, and Quentin just happens to be involved in the one time it worked. And in the show, Quentin is so damn special that he's the one consistent factor who must be protected at all costs.
There have been 39 others.
And you're the volunteer tomato. That's really why you, Quentin. You just keep coming.
Oh, also in the books, Julia and her hedge witch friends summon a god, resulting in the most horrendously violent and traumatic thing that happens to any character in the entire trilogy, because they've learned all the spells they have access to, and what else are they gonna do? In the show, the crew summons a god because one of them has cancer she's hoping a god can cure, one of them has depression the whole gang is hoping a god can cure, and one of them accidentally killed his baby son and is hoping a god can bring him back to life. If you pay enough attention, this pattern shows up in all kinds of little things all throughout the series. In The Magician's Land, Penny shows the rest of the gang that the Order's library has books of the lives of everyone who's ever lived, including finished books for everyone alive right now, which raises some interesting questions about free will, and it's generally not recommended to read your own book because you can't unring that bell and most people regret it, but whatever, you do you. In the show, the library's life books are constantly in play as a thing the Order uses to threaten people and gatekeep information, or that the characters need to steal for adventure purposes, or tamper with to throw the Order off their track. And in season 2, episode 12, Ramifications, we find out there's a mysterious blank spot in every single person's book that portends some sort of doom. In The Magicians, the Beast eats Penny's hands during the climactic boss fight to stop him from firing off any more battle magic, and in The Magician King, we find out he's just learned to do magic without his hands. In season 1, episode 1, Unauthorized Magic, the Beast uses his first appearance to immediately break a number of bones in Fogg's hands, and throughout the show, people are constantly threatening to cut people's fingers off. And after the Beast slices Penny's hands off in season 1, episode 13, Have You Brought Me Little Cakes, he immediately gets them reattached in season 2, episode 1, Night of Crowns, but now they're cursed. In The Magician King, Quentin goes to collect taxes from the Outer Islands, and they're like, oh sure, no problem, because the island is full of these beetles that shit gold. In season 2, episode 7, Plan B, there's a brief mention that the beetles have gone extinct.
The nugget beetles of the outer islands, they literally shit precious stones.
Gone extinct, apparently.
So I guess the gang's gotta rob a bank if Margot and Elliot are gonna fund their war with Loria. And in season 3, episode 2, Heroes and Morons, I guess they're alive again, but they won't do their thing if humans don't have magic.
We can't even control the gold-shitting beetles anymore, and that they've declared themselves free and disappeared.
In the Magician's Land, Quentin and Plum turn themselves into blue whales so they can swim to Breakbill's south and get Mayakovsky's help with the heist. And while they're swimming, there's like a 3-sentence paragraph where Quentin becomes aware of some kind of presence at the bottom of the ocean that the whales are keeping down. What was it? An army of giant squid? Cthulhu? Some last surviving Carcharodon megalodon? Quentin never found out. He hoped he never would. In season 5, episode 6, Oops, I Did It Again, Elliot has to convince the whales to stop keeping down the thing they're keeping down so that the thing will cause the apocalypse, which will in turn somehow stop the apocalypse? I don't know, this season goes off the rails. I think the most blatant one, the one that kind of made me want to break my television, is, okay, so in The Magician's Land, Quentin and Plum find a handwritten manuscript called The Door in the Page, which is an account by Rupert Chatwin of his siblings' actual time visiting Fillory and living next door to fantasy author Christopher Plover. The manuscript ends with a plea to Ember and Umber, the gods of Fillory, and Martin and Jane, his siblings who he believes are still in Fillory, to either drop by Earth and handily win World War II for the Allies, or at least to take him and the rest of his family back so they'll be safe. But Plum knows they didn't. Rupert, her great-grandfather, died in the war. In season 2, episode 2, Hotel Spa Potions, we find out that Rupert Chatwin traveled through time and brought an incredibly powerful spell back from Fillory to win the Battle of the Bulge for the Allies. Alice uses the same spell to kill the beast in the next episode. Like I said, this is the crux of the whole damn thing. Another thing I'll just kind of gently fold into this is that a huge way the books engage with this theme is through meta-commentary on fiction, and fantasy specifically. Quentin really sees himself as the protagonist of a fantasy novel, with all the narrative significance of being a protagonist. In the first book, this mostly comes up in ways related to the rules of the world, like in that bit from after that first incident with the beast, right? The world does not make narrative sense. Bad things happen for silly reasons, and people who weren't involved pay the consequences, and even if there is someone responsible, they won't necessarily get punished for it. In the second book, Grossman starts to mix in this question of whose story is it, right? We add a second narrator who had this whole adventure during the events of book 1, and the events of this book's present turn out to form a much more traditional narrative payoff for her than for Quentin, but we don't get them from her perspective, we get them from his. And Quentin is desperately looking for a quest that'll give him a sense of purpose or whatever, but it's Elliot, whose greatest concern is trying to figure out how to make a Fillorian equivalent of champagne, who gets handed that quest, while Quentin's attempt to go looking for it has gotten him trapped on Earth. And so we don't see how cool the vast majority of that quest was, because neither of our perspective characters were there for it. I was being called, you understand, and I most definitely did not want to come. I didn't need to be called to feel special. I felt special enough already. I'm clever, rich, and good-looking. I was perfectly happy where I was, deliquescing atom by atom amid a riot of luxury. Nicely put, Quentin said. Elliot must have mounted this set piece before. In that scene where Quentin runs into Penny in the Netherlands, they have this whole conversation that basically amounts to both of them arguing that this is their story, and so they should be the one to finish the quest. Of course, from this point forward, the journey will be undertaken by members of the Order. It's time for the professionals to take over. You don't understand, Quentin said, though he wasn't totally sure he understood himself. This is our job. Nobody else can do it for us. That's not how it works. Do you even get that this isn't about you? Not about me. Penny lost his grip on his interdimensional monk voice again and spoke in his old, higher-pitched voice, the one he used to use when he felt especially aggrieved and self-righteous. I found the Netherlands. I found the button. I took us to Fillory. You didn't do all that, Quentin. I did. And I got my hands bitten off by the beast, and I came here, and now I'm going to finish this because I started it. Quentin took a deep breath. Penny, I don't think you or the Order can finish this quest. I'm sorry. Ember assigned this one to us, and he must have had his reasons. I think that may just be the way it works. It's his will. I don't think it would work for anybody else. Penny mulled this for a minute. All right, he said finally. All right, I can see there is a certain logic to it, and there is a great deal for the Order to do in the Netherlands. In fact, in many respects, the crucial effort will take place here while you retrieve the keys. Quentin had a feeling that was the best he was going to get. Even like when the gang run into the beast in Fillory in the first book, he just assumes they must have come hunting him, and he's kinda bothered when he finds out they didn't. I knew you'd come for me. It's hardly a surprise. I've been waiting for you for ages. Surely you knew. Isn't that why you're here? He searched their faces but got no answer. He frowned. Well, I don't suppose it matters, but I would have thought that was the whole point. It's a little insulting, really. The show tries really hard to incorporate this question of whose story it is, and they really make explicit that Quentin is the kind of hero you expect to see in a Eurocentric fantasy story. The unimpressive white guy. But all the other characters are just as valuable. And that's, you know, it's solid. I think that's a great theme to play around with. But the problem is, because the show does make strong narrative sense, because it is a story that has several protagonists instead of a world where people who read a lot of books will sometimes see themselves as the protagonist, they have no choice but to just have the characters talk about whose story it is.
I didn't know much, but I knew that I was the hero of this story. And then this story actually happened. And I started to realize the truth.
We're stuck in some epic fantasy that likes to behead its heroes halfway through season 1. If we even are heroes, we might be comic relief.
I just realized my part to play in this quest. I'm here to tell you it is time to cut bait and run.
I go back to being a sidekick.
You're not a sidekick.
Come on. I'm only in this group at all because of Penny.
Sorry, bro. You're the Cedric Diggory of this story.
Elliot and Quentin make all the real moves. I'm more of a Fillorian middle manager.
You know how that feels. Sometimes like you're a supporting player in somebody else's story.
Are we just gonna let people like them tell us we're not important? That we're just some side characters in their fucked up fascist plot?
I think these fairies might actually qualify as big bads.
When you file people away as sidekicks, you don't realize their importance to the story, and this story belongs to a lot more people than you think.
That page and wherever that quest took you wasn't his story. It was yours, Alice.
It's just like really on the nose.
I'm not that drunk. This is sloppy plotting.
This is a huge reason why I think the 5th season is in a lot of ways the best one, and particularly the best version of what the show is trying to do. In season 4, episode 13, No Better to Be Safe Than Sorry, Quentin dies in the complicated process of defeating both of the season's bad guys in one go. So by season 5, basically anything the show has left to pull from the Magician's Land has to be taken from Quentin and given to someone else. So I mentioned Penny gets Quentin's job teaching at Breakbills and mentoring Plum, and Alice gets Quentin's arc of finding a mysterious spell that ends up creating a magical land, including his new botanist professor friend who I will die mad they don't let her bang, which combined with the whole gang getting Quentin's heist plotline gives them Quentin's job of creating a new Fillory after the apocalypse. Although actually, just saying, in the books the Fillorian apocalypse happens because like worlds just end sometimes, and in the show it happens twice. First in season 2 because Ember treats Fillory like a reality TV show and it's just not entertaining to him anymore. It's actually a reasonably book-like conflict, except that the gang manages to stop the apocalypse from happening that time by killing Ember, which pisses off the gods in general and causes them to turn off magic as punishment, which Alice also just like knew would happen somehow.
Gods like Ember have parents, you idiot!
In the book that happens because Julia and her bored friends summoned a god because fuck it, which sort of causes the gods to be like, hey, who put the nukes in the ant farm? That's not where those go. The second Fillorian apocalypse in season 5 happens because the beast is back and summoning all of the dead up from the underworld, and that doesn't even start happening until halfway through the season because the gang spends the first 6 episodes stopping the Earth apocalypse.
We saved the wrong world, so we're not done, of course.
Spectacle creep, man, for fuck's sake. But like, truly, killing off the character who was the clearest protagonist is by far the closest the show gets to actually being able to do some meta-narrative stuff without just whacking you upside the head with it. Although, like, yeah, they do still do that.
The nature of the quest that I must deliver, well, it requires a certain kind of hero.
What kind of hero would that be?
Well, that is to say, to use the common tongue, a hero with a pork loin?
The other thing I want to say about this philosophical difference is the concept of edge. That's a huge piece of the Harry Potter for grown-ups pitch for these books. They're at a magic school with sex and drugs and alcohol.
I mean, you know there's a lot of sex happening at Hogwarts. It's way beyond snogging, and it's just happening just out of frame, you know? The people are just they're going at it, and, you know, but the camera just doesn't quite capture it. What if you just sort of expanded the frame and put that stuff in there?
I felt like I was popping peyote buttons with J.K. Rowling when I was reading Lev Grossman's new novel, The Magicians.
The thing is, look, I'm not saying there's not sex or alcohol in the books. There is plenty of sex and alcohol in the books. Impromptu orgies were not unheard of. But the real sense of adult content comes from just the way the world behaves, right? There is something that feels inherently edgy about a world where bad things happen for silly reasons, and there aren't always villains to slay about it, or even heroes to do the slaying. A world where things go more or less how things go in our world. In the end, he and Alice had just been bit players, extras who had the bad luck to wander into a battle scene. No one cared that Alice was dead, and no one cared that he wasn't. Now he had answers, but they weren't doing what answers were supposed to do. They weren't making things simpler or easier. They weren't helping. But of course, the show takes place in a fantasy world that is constantly constructing tidy plots for our protagonists, and so the only edge it has to fall back on is sex, drugs, and rock and roll, but with magic.
Encanto Oculto is a solid week of sun, drugs, and magical art. Time stops, reality bends, and you fuck 5 times a day.
It is a organic, locally sourced, natural stimulant that got me through every finals week, and it is definitely not meth.
That's exactly what I would say if I was trying to get us to take meth.
Well, if those horses get us there before the beast, I'll gladly fuck them both.
Hey, careful. Volume. I think those are talking horses.
Offer stands.
I'm stuck in the fairy realm. How can I see you?
Oh shit, she must have mixed in the wrong strain. We wanted bang like happy pandas, not see other worlds. Never let an amateur pack your bong, okay?
Have you engaged in any unprotected rituals of any kind?
Technically, I have sexually transmitted lycanthropy.
It's the 21st century. Shouldn't be this hard for a girl to get an evil demigod abortion.
All magic where I'm from is sex magic.
We need to use your penis to power our spell. That's semen.
I will say what I wish my father had said to me. I'm so happy you're dating a bear.
Ho, 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 motherfucker!
And combining this emphasis on edgy content with the show's extremely earnest vibe creates a real Jenga tower of tone that does not always remain upright. In season 4, episode 3, The Bad News Bear, the gang is pulling off another heist. They do so many heists. I can't complain, honestly. They're really fun every time, but seriously, so many heists. This one hinges on documents forged by a magician whose discipline is luck, basically.
Did a bird just bring you a sandwich?
That requires somebody to hold onto a teddy bear that channels the bad luck of everyone actively participating in the heist, so their shenanigans can go off without a hitch. It's cute. The episode is full of slapstick hijinks and fun heist movie tropes and whatnot, but the tension simmering under all of this is that Quentin is the one stuck holding the bear, and his dad is dying. He has terminal cancer that for some reason went into remission when magic got cut off, so since the gang turned magic back on in season 3, episode 13, Will You Play With Me, and now it's flowing, even if it's being rationed by the Order, Quentin knows it's only a matter of time.
I wanted to look you in the eye and tell you that I'm sorry. I don't know what's gonna happen, but I'm going to do this.
And now he's holding on to a teddy bear that's gonna give him the worst day of his life, and look at that. There's a voicemail from his mom. Oh hey, where'd that snake come from? LOL, he can't eat soup. How silly.
How the hell do you get a paper cup from a paper towel?
His dad's dead. I don't know, maybe this works for some people, but for me, it really does not. One of the ways the show tries to keep that rather jarring tone afloat is with extremely quippy dialogue and just so many pop culture references.
I used to think the pirates were kind of cute. In a Johnny Depp sort of way, but the fact is, the real thing is kind of dirty and fucked up. In a Johnny Depp sort of way.
Have you seen the Twilight movies? Specifically the last one? No? That's probably for the best.
Whatever your Marsden would XOXO, Cersei XOXOs. So we have to keep it very best episode of Buffy.
I look like Jack Sparrow if he were played by a man.
I was actually thinking more like a fembot Nick Fury.
I've seen Back to the Future. You want to fuck your mother in past?
You would be a very high-level X-Men, like Emma Frost's Diamond Force.
I'm looking for a bag of holding, whatever that is.
It's a Doctor Who kind of thing.
Actually, it's a D&D thing.
We have to go back. Whatever you say, Jack Shepherd.
You didn't go to break bills? That's like Hermione Granger not getting into Hogwarts.
Alice is going full Harry Potter Part 7/8 over there.
We get to go full Spock with battle magic.
Okay, Conan.
The bronies can't fix me. I need your help.
Even Kobayashi Marude.
Get over yourself, Ned Stark.
Jesus, it's like the TARDIS in here.
We're gonna endgame this shit.
Why did you have time to go see Endgame?
Someone saw Kill Bill.
We're gonna win the Alumni Week Hunger Games. They're calling you Squib.
We discourage that term. It's considered hate speech.
This must be what undergoing the Vulcan ritual of Kalinar is like.
It's like Game of Thrones fan art.
I owe you like a rookie life debt.
Can't believe I gave up tickets to Hamilton for this.
I did a Dread Pirate Roberts. The Princess Bride. It's a title.
When one guy's done with it, he passes it on to the next guy, kind of like Dread Pirate Roberts.
I'm here to motherfucking parlay.
Help us, Julie and Josh. You're our only hope.
I love you, Margot.
I know.
And my axe.
I come in peace.
Come with me if you want to live. Always wanted to say
I
that.
need your help to fix the hyperdrive and get a message to my friends. I can help you if you help me find my dragons.
Your leaders and your people, and I'm a feminist.
If you would just shut up for 2 seconds, the sex stream would pass the Bechdel test, Quentin.
It's kind of oppressive, honestly.
I don't watch Star Trek.
Now, in some sense, this is indeed adapted from the books. Lev Grossman's writing is full of Easter egg homages to fantasy, sci-fi, and Western canon great literature. All of it. It's all in there. With a particular focus on the idea of people at magic school who have also read wizard school books. Got anything for time travel? Time Turner or something? Not at this time, Lovelady intoned gravely, but I will make inquiries. Awesome, Josh stood up. He saluted smartly. Send me an owl. Guns? Elliot made a sour face. What is wrong with you? Fillory is a pristine society. Have you even watched Star Trek? This is basic Prime Directive stuff.
What if we got guns?
What? No. No, look, this is basic Prime Directive.
We call it Magic Missile, he said. Magic Missile, baby! Josh's breath steamed in the cold air. His face was radiant with excitement. That's straight up Dungeons and Dragons shit! Penny nodded. We actually based some of this on old D&D spells. There's a lot of practical thinking in those books.
Magic missile? That's like straight up Dungeons and Dragons.
Clearly, Dr. Julia explained to herself, she was suffering from some kind of Harry Potter-induced hallucination. It wasn't the Fellowship of the Ring, but then again, he wasn't trying to save the world from Sauron. He was attempting to perform a tax audit on a bunch of Hick Islanders. You are like me. You have ambition. You want to be great wizard. Gandalf, maybe. Merlin. Dumbledore. But to me, there's just some level of heart that the show doesn't quite manage to replicate. You know, it's a subtle thing, but Lev Grossman's dialogue and his characters' inner monologues, they feel like they captured genuinely witty people who grew up on Joss Whedon. Listen, I don't want to pry, Quentin said, but I'm assuming you have some secret magical way of dealing with the negative health effects of all those cigarettes? It's kind of you to ask. I sacrifice a virgin schoolgirl every other fortnight by the light of a gibbous moon using a silver scalpel forged by Swiss albinos, who are also virgins. Clears my little lungs right up. Go like this, she said, holding up her hands as if she were about to conduct an invisible orchestra. He went like this. If you please, Admiral, don't be a cock. I'll know it when I see it, and if for some reason I don't, you'll tell me. All right? Admiral Lacker inclined his head almost imperceptibly to indicate that they had a deal. He would endeavor to be as little of a cock as possible. Elliot walked in while Quentin was clearing the grand banquet hall. Pardon me, Your Highness, Elliot said, but what the hell are you doing? Sorry, it's the only room that was big enough for the matches. This is the part where I'm supposed to say, matches? What matches? For the tournament. Sword fighting. You didn't see the posters? Well, can't you have it outside? What if it rains? What if I want to eat something? You know the waterfall at the Red Ruin? The one that flows up? It started flowing down. You know, the regular way. So that was about the last straw. The Lorians were a bunch of guys with swords. The Felorians were every beast in the monster manual, led by a clique of wizard kings and queens. And Elliot was very sorry, but you knew that when you invaded us. Elliot was sporting a huge amount of invisible magical protection in the form of Fergus's spectral armory, which by itself would have saved his life even if the blade had hit home. But in addition to that, he was sporting Fergus's a whole lot of other really useful combat spells. On the third day, they forded the burnt river. Never a pleasant experience, though rarely actually dangerous. Its black waters were always choked with ashes. Nobody knew why, and the nymph who lived in it was the glossy black of a beetle, a terrifying creature with silvery eyes who went up and down the river at night screaming. Elliot proposed trying to talk to her, but Janet shuddered. "That's a last resort," she said. "That's like day 6. Whatever, it's not the end of the world. FYI, you only get to make that joke one time, so I hope you enjoyed it." "Awesome axes," Josh said. "Where did you—" "Your mom gave them to me," Janet said. "After I fucked her." "Why?" "Because she enjoyed it so much." Not her best work, maybe, but they couldn't all be winners, and she really didn't feel like telling that story again. The TV show's dialogue is often really delightful.
Imagine dicks, okay? With one dick, you're just jerking yourself off, but with 3 dicks, suddenly you've got 6 people having sex.
Which is more powerful? I think your metaphor literally doesn't make any fucking sense.
It doesn't have to. It just distracted you long enough for Alice to power up the spell, which is all the shield charm has to do.
I see what you did there.
You have brain cancer and you're worried about
Will
me.
you stop saying brain cancer like it's brain cancer?
Which brings us to thing 2.
How many things are there?
We both know rehab is about more than nachos and backgammon.
Is it? Is it, Margot?
How much of that potion can you make?
I don't know, a buttload?
That'll do.
Where have you been? We couldn't find you.
Roll the break blows, she said, fully aware of the irony.
Jesus, based on the novel Christ by Sapphire.
You're not going to kill anything? Interesting.
Frozen peas.
Eternal glory awaits you, O Joshua of Yonkers. Eternal glory.
You done?
I'm done.
But just as often, it feels to me less like characters who were impacted by the fact that Joss Whedon exists in their universe, and more like characters written by writers trying to emulate Joss Whedon.
You've been found guilty.
By a marsupial in a wig and a robe.
The judge you requested for trial. The wombat.
Jesus, Tick, I said combat. We wanted trial by combat.
That is not, as you would say, a thing in Hillary.
If we'd known it was a wombat judge, we would have hired a wombat lawyer.
Giving people shit is easy. Taking it away is almost impossible. Like Obamacare. Or herpes.
Do I have a name?
Why would you need one?
Starbucks mostly.
Are you familiar with the harmonic convergence? A rare and powerful astrological occurrence. A magnifier of magic. There have been 4. Extinction of the dinosaurs, Pompeii, sinking of Atlantis, and the invention of auto-tune.
My own personal Margot Pro. Trust me, where I'm from, that was really clever.
A really clear example of this is in the way Janet ends her story about the axes versus how Margot does. I was going to say, consider yourself annexed, bitch, or something like that, but sometimes an exit line just feels de trop, you know? Yeah, Elliot said quietly. I know. I really do.
And that's when I told the foreskin, welcome to the new desert order. It's gonna suck for you.
Wow, really went through a lot to get those axes.
Call them by their names. Sorrow and sorrow.
Which, for the record, is a joke that actually makes sense in the book. I call the right axe sorrow, she said. You know what I call the left one? Happiness? Sorrow. I can't tell them apart. The show also occasionally does this weird thing where, like, stuff in fillery will be given names that are funny because they sound like pop culture references. You know, I can absolutely see the fun in having the Earth magicians influence Fillorian vocabulary with their pop culture knowledge.
You call it cats, but it's just humans and cat grease paint.
Like, for most of season 4, Elliot is possessed by a monster and basically stuck in the sunken place with the monster's previous victim, who can't figure out the proper usage of the word fuck.
I've been trying to understand it. I just can't figure it out. What is fuck? Well, you can't because she's dead. Dead fuck.
That's not quite right.
That's adorable and also vaguely rooted in the books. The line work is... Benedict made a noise through his teeth. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ was an expression the younger Fillorians had picked up from their new rulers. It was impossible to explain to them what it actually meant. They were convinced it was something dirty. Or like, as Fen gets to know the Earth magicians, we see her start referencing movies that Josh has shown her.
Wasn't Mr. Miyagi actually training Daniel-san for his big fight against Cobra Kai?
When did you watch The Karate Kid? Napster?
Like the music sharing site?
I
met Sean Parker at an Arby's.
I even enjoy season 2, episode 1, Night of Crowns, where the gang has to prove that they're from Earth and therefore eligible to be kings and queens of Fillory by demonstrating their knowledge of Earth pop culture. But because time in Fillory is wibbly wobbly, all the questions are about the 90s.
Ask me something about Patrick Swayze.
You know of Swayze?
Why the fuck not? No, what I'm talking about are terms that are entirely tonally inconsistent with Fillory, but are funny if your sense of humor is like Loot Crate t-shirt core.
I'm Elliot, High King of Fillory.
And I'm Baylor, a proud soldier of Fillorians United. A Foo Fighter.
Did you say Foo Fighter?
Margot, behave.
We'll know exactly where to find those Dave Grohl wannabe bitches.
She can only be caught in dreams. It's tricky. She's called the Napster.
I hate Fillory for making me say this, but we have to shut down the Napster.
I find this to be utterly insufferable. Once again, I think the big picture of this tongue-in-cheek edginess is most effectively realized in the 5th season, when the writers are much more off the hook of trying to fit the book's square pegs into their round holes, and instead get to just make the round pegs they seem to have wanted in the first place. In particular, season 5, episode 4, Magicians Anonymous, where Katie and Fogg, who are in recovery from drug and alcohol addiction, respectively, come up against a part of a quest that requires them to take magic drugs in order to complete the next step. It's not a magic as drugs metaphor, which the show does plenty clumsily in season 1.
The reason you treat magic like a drug is because the people that taught it to you act like drug dealers.
It's using the magical setting to craft an actual plot reason why 2 people in recovery must take literal drugs, and I honestly think it is handled with appropriate weight. The episode ends with one of them having to basically agree to stay on a drug trip forever, and Fogg is like, hell yeah, gimme.
This place is heroin heaven.
And 1,000,000,000 times better than Isabella Islay's single malt. Look it up when you get back.
It's really dark, but it's dark in a way that feels honest. I mean, then he kind of just reappears in the series finale, which sort of undercuts it a bit, but you know, I say again, I think the show is by far at its best when it's totally off the rails of the source material and left to do its own thing. But you know, when you put this all together, you can probably see how the mess can get messier when the show is adapting plot lines like the one where one of our heroes performs a tremendous act of imperialist violence against an indigenous civilization. Unlike Janet, Margot is an occasionally misguided but fundamentally good person who would never do something so horrible without a really, really good reason, in part because she lives in a narratively sound world that will punish her if she does. But the show is still at least masquerading as an adaptation, so of course they want to find a way to include basically the only real plot this character has been involved in since the first book, and on top of that, she's got to do it all while singing. Oh yeah, did I not mention that? Season 4, episode 10, All That Hard Glossy Armor, is a musical episode. So at some point, the magicians decided to just, I don't know, be a musical sometimes. The Rubicon gets crossed in season 2, episode 9, Lesser Evils, when Fillory is at war with Loria, and Elliot has finagled this into a one-on-one duel, High King against High King, and Margot pumps him up by casting a spell so that Elliot and everyone else will sing One Day More from Les Miserables.
One day more!
Sorry, I had to skip some verses. They're great, but they don't really apply to our situation.
But in retrospect, I think the genesis is even further back in season 1, episode 4, The World in the Walls, which is the first truly off-script episode of the show. We're combining 3 elements that don't show up in the books. 1, that we're seeing Julia's hedge witch journey simultaneously with the rest of the story. 2, that the hedge witches, and particularly Mean Girl Marina, have some specific beef with breakbills, as opposed to mostly not knowing or caring about it in the books. And 3, that Quentin has a history of treatment for serious mental health crises, including having checked himself into a short stint in a mental hospital just before the Breakbills entrance exam. So in The World in the Walls, Quentin wakes up in the psych ward and is informed that Breakbills is actually a delusion for which he's been hospitalized, and his classmates and faculty are actually his fellow patients and their care staff. Eventually he figures out this is a spell being cast by Julia and Marina because fuck Breakbills or something. Everything happening in the hospital is his own magically enhanced imagination running amok on the worst case scenario, and his body is unresponsive in the Breakbills infirmary where nobody knows what's wrong with him. At this point, Penny can read minds, but hasn't learned to control it yet, so he gets just a constant stream of other people's thoughts disturbing his peace and quiet.
Seriously, man? Taylor Swift?
I am not singing Taylor Swift in my head.
So Quentin thinks he might be able to get Penny's attention if he makes what's happening in his mind as loud and obnoxious as possible to Penny specifically.
That one song? Please no. It gets in my head and it never leaves.
And so we get the show's first ever musical number.
I stay out too late. Got nothing in my brain.
Now, this isn't quite the fully produced kind of joint we're gonna start seeing by the second season, but the underlying attitude and artistic impulse is very much there. There's a balance of it being like way more produced than it needs to be, but also super scrappy. I think I will not offend anyone if I say that Jason Ralph is not a particularly gifted singer, and nobody is trying to make it seem otherwise, but he is committed in a way that is utterly delightful.
It's like I got this music in my mind saying it's gonna be alright.
As the show goes on and the musical episodes become true musical episodes, we see that there's a real diversity of talent among the cast, and they do a solid job of really highlighting the actors who can fucking wail.
4-octave range, bitch.
But they also don't hide the ones who are much more just sort of being good sports and doing their best. This really helps to create this vibe where even as the musical numbers get more produced, they always feel a little closer to community theater than to Broadway, and it's incredibly charming. Summer Bishel's dress blowing way up above her waist in the take of the triumphant final pose that made it to broadcast. Brittany Curran looking around at the rest of the cast to make sure she's timing her dance moves right. Josh trying to imitate Katie's badass vault and falling on his ass. I mean, that one's a choreographed character beat, but it's an effective one. I could go on and on about the musical episodes of this show for way too long, so instead of derailing this video too much, I made a separate bonus video where I tier list all of them, and it's available on Nebula and on my Patreon. Have fun. Cliff's Notes is there are a few different ways the show finds to make the characters break into song. Margot's spell to make everybody sing shows up again in season 3 episode 9 All That Josh and season 4 episode 13 No Better to Be Safe Than Sorry. All That Josh also takes place in a world run by a party demon who will kill anyone who harshes his vibe, so that justifies the rest of the music. And in season 5 episode 12 The Balls, the gang does a heist and they kludgy a radio system out of a spell meant to let an orchestra conductor hear every individual player. But they find out that if anyone has a strong emotion of any sort, everyone touched by the spell will burst into song. So they bottle their feelings with the same spell they used when they were learning battle magic in season 1, but then they find out they can use raw emotion and the resulting music as a weapon against the golems running the hotel they're heisting. The episode ends with Santa Claus answering a letter from Alice, who knows him from when they were cell block mates in an order prison in season 4 to swoop in and serve as their getaway driver.
Ho, 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 motherfucker!
High point of the series, in my opinion. In All That Hard Glossy Armor, Margot gets so thirsty in the desert that she licks a drop of water off a lizard and it makes her hallucinate that Elliot is there and singing. Fun. Okay, for fuck's sake, enough stalling. What happens in the episode? So the main conflict of season 4 is that Elliot has been possessed by a god, which escaped while the gang was using the 7 keys from the quest to turn magic back on, because this is an inherently high-stakes world set up to force adventure on our protagonists. Josh has heard about this dude called the Foremost who lives out in the desert somewhere and has these weapons that can kick an invasive spirit out of a possessed body, which are called ice axes, for no clear reason other than this is an adaptation of a plotline where Janet made axes out of ice.
They call them ice axes, and I'm assuming that's poetic license.
So Margot goes out to find him and ask him real nice if he'll let her borrow them so she can save her friend. While there, she discovers that this tribe is plagued by these demon spirits made of red sand that attack women whenever they get too angry.
Men save us because they alone have the strength to survive.
Also, they're just like sexist in general.
You, a woman, as king.
Oh right, Margot is High King now because after she and Elliot survived the Felorian Reign of Terror, they convinced the new Felorian-born High King to institute representative democracy, and Margot won on a write-in campaign because she got the talking animal vote by being in favor of interspecies marriage between consenting adults. That's the girl boss we are dealing with.
You were not gonna cock out on me. I'd say pussy, but let's be honest. Which one is tougher?
And I am starting to feel just a tad bit worried about where this is going. Margot seduces the Foremost, accompanied by hallucinations of her friends singing Whitesnake's Here I Go Again, and she asks him real nice if she can borrow his axes. He tells her she's gotta do something called the ordeal in order to get her own weapon. And the added twist is she can't get emotional, because if she does, a red sand demon will come and attack her. Okie doke, so here she goes again on her own.
Going down the only road I've ever known.
And of course she gets all emotional out in the desert because this is really hard, and she remembers how her dad used to be super loving when she was a cute little girl, but then she grew up into a woman with a mind of her own and he didn't like that.
You hit first, and anyone dumb enough to hit back soon finds that there is no hurting you, sheathed in all that hard, glossy armor.
King. not a goddamn princess.
And she's super mad at herself because she can't even fill the bag, and so an emotional lady sand demon shows up, and it turns out the demon is female.
Why do you do such shitty things to other women?
So Margot goes back to the Foremost and tells him the jig is up. She's figured out that the red sand creatures aren't demons, they're benevolent spirits who respond to women in distress. The one she met actually filled up her sandbag for her, and the Foremost has been lying to everybody about it because he's a sexist asshole.
You're strong, smart, and a very adequate whore.
And Margot releases all of the spirits that had previously been bottled up and kicks ass while her hallucinations of her friends sing Gnarls Barkley's Storm Coming, which can I just say is a really weird choice. Like, that is an album cut from the sophomore effort of a band you would not be wrong to call a one-hit wonder. And don't get me wrong, it's a killer fucking song. But it's extremely production forward, and for my money, it does not stand up to the Pitch Perfect treatment. It complements Jade Taylor's voice quite well, but the rhythm is super fiddly, and the group never quite locks in. And it just really feels like it should sound way more badass than it does. Anyway, so this is a white savior narrative. Like, obligatory acknowledgement, Summer Bishel is not white, and both the Foremost and his right-hand woman are played by actors who are at least more white passing than she is, so optics are complicated. But narratively speaking, Fillory is a Eurocentric fantasy nation, and the desert folks are indigenous. Like, that's what they are. That's what Lev Grossman is taking apart in this storyline in the book, on the meta level above and beyond Janet's damage, is that English language fantasy depends a lot on the aesthetics of medieval and Renaissance Europe, and it's not actually that easy to separate the pretty dresses from the history of violence. Let me tell you, The Last Battle is not a fun reread. Once again, I have to own that I read the books first, so it is impossible for me to know what it's like to watch this episode as a person who doesn't know what it's adapted from. But I think it's fair to say, a story about a colonizer-coded girl boss rolling up to an indigenous-coded civilization, and within 24 hours, and with absolutely no attempt to understand that people or their traditions, completely toppling the structure of their society in order to liberate these indigenous-coded women from their indigenous-coded patriarchal oppression.
From now on, if a demon possesses a man or a woman, you can just tell them to leave, or stay and finish them off, or help with the laundry. They're pretty handy.
That's not great! Knowing that it's adapted from a storyline that is specifically about that girl boss trying to do an imperialism because she is part of an inherently imperialist structure, as a critique of both said girl boss as a character and the narrative tradition she's couched in, certainly adds insult to injury, but I don't think you need that context to know that this is bad! You know, the show does address how the roots of fantasy are kind of shitty in a number of ways that work a lot better than this. Like, casting Arjun Gupta as Penny allows for some really interesting deconstruction around the unbearable caucasity of the genre in a way that is much more visceral and in your face than anything the books are able to do, and I think the story is unquestionably better for it.
We shackle people of all races and colors here.
Not better, Howard.
In Season 1, Episode 3, Consequences of Advanced Spellcasting, Penny's discipline aligns him with the psychics, and he has to deal with this white lady in a turban insisting that he sit on a cushion and meditate, which ends up actively making things worse. The optics are on point. It's very effective. In Season 5, Episode 9, Cello Squirrel Daffodil, Penny and Plum, who is played by Ryan Steele, travel back in time to 1920s breakbills and have to play themselves off as seers from the Orient to get anyone to talk to them.
You are visiting mystics?
Right. From India and
the Dark Continent?
Okay.
And all throughout the show, they really don't pull any punches about Quentin specifically being kind of a microaggression machine.
Today, we are to be serving chicken curry, which is of course my favorite.
You racist motherfucker.
William Penny I don't really know how to pronounce his last name.
It's Adiyodi, idiot.
I must be an adventurer. I have a bow and arrow and a cool questing outfit. And a manservant.
Oh, you did not just say that, white boy.
There's also the addition of Fen, who brings the perspective of a native of Fillory who's all too familiar with the ways it sucks. The Fillory of the show really leans into the patriarchy inherent to the medieval fantasy aesthetic, and Fen has borne the brunt of that. She also has a history of working with a radical resistance group opposing the nonsense rule that only foreigners can rule her country, and she even gets a moment in season 5 to be irritated that the rest of the gang kind of treats her as a Fillory info dispensing machine instead of ever asking her what she wants or actually learning about the world they're in charge of ruling. There's good stuff here, but the thing is, the structures oppressing Fen are not the structures the Breakbill's kids uphold. They're actually working to dismantle them, if anything. So all of our heroes get to continue to be inherently good people who have nothing meaningful to question about their place in this fantasy world. And all that hard glossy armor is a case where the lack of willingness to either grow a pair of gonads to match the source materials or make a much more radical departure, the half-assed fence-sitting attempt to adapt something that is in such foundational conflict with the show's values ends up saying something extremely fucked up. Speaking of which... Huge fucking content warning on the screen now. Here's the time code if you want to skip the worst of it. Here's the time code if you want to skip the whole thing. There's a doc linked in the description with more details if you want to come prepared. Okay? Okay. So we know that Julia took the Breakbill's entrance exam but didn't get in because there's this one scene in The Magicians where she tracks Quentin down and she's like, "You go to that school. I know you do. You have to get them to let me in." She does one little spell that Quentin thinks is pretty pathetic. She even says she'll sleep with him if he gets her in, and he's like, "Damn, she really is not doing okay. But also, not my problem." He's an asshole. So in The Magician King, we circle back to fill in the gaps. It all starts when she gets an A- on a paper that should have been an A because she cited an incorrect date from Wikipedia, and she's like, "No, I did not. That is simply not a thing I would have done." And when she really focuses on her memory of going to the library and writing the paper, she realizes she has this other set of memories from the same time of taking an entrance exam at a magic school. And uncovering this second set of memories absolutely rips her life apart. She gets obsessed with trying to get Breakbills to give her another shot. She barely graduates high school, she doesn't go to college, she just spends all her time trying to dig up information about Breakbills and magic in general at the library and on the internet. And eventually she finds the safe house scene where hedge witches learn magic from each other, and she takes to it like a fish to a lake full of casual sunbathers. She is like driving all over the country in a Honda Civic held together by bungee cords and prayers, desperately looking for more safe houses with more spells she hasn't learned, and finally she ends up at this house in France where her friends from this online support group for nerds with depression are doing magic, and so Julia learns every spell they have to teach. She eats it up, and she finds out, they've sort of figured out, those aren't just all the spells they have, those are all the spells there are. Like, you can do more by combining those building blocks, but there simply is nothing new to learn at this point. But they think that there is more, it's just that to get at it, they're gonna have to talk to a god and figure out what they're working with. So they do a bunch of research, and they decide to call on this local goddess who people call Notre Dame sous terre, or Our Lady Underground, and there are lots of legends about her, and the gang aren't really able to sort out what's true from what's not, but I'm telling the story, so I can put the pieces together for you that one of the stories about the goddess is that some sort of trickster god fooled her and forced her to spend half the year hiding her abundant kindness away in the underworld. And also, as the gang are sniffing around, they keep hearing about a local trickster god named Reynard, who seems to be like super annoying to everyone who knows about him. It's not that ominous in the book, the gang just kind of ignore that part, but boy howdy, if you know what's coming, shivers. So they do the invocation. They're ready to meet the goddess and figure out what's next magic-wise, but it's not Our Lady Underground who shows up, it's Reynard, the trickster god, and he kills all of them. Julia watches him kill all of her friends until it's just her and Asmodeus left, and Julia just she realizes she doesn't care anymore, and she's like, "Hey, asshole, what the fuck? You came here and accepted the offering of our lives. You fucking owe us something, right? Isn't that how this works?" And he's like, "No, it doesn't count as a sacrifice if I have to take it from you. It needs to be freely offered." And Julia's like, "Okay, fuck it. All my friends are dead. I have nothing to live for. you can have me. And Reynard's like, all right, I accept. You in exchange for your last friend and the incredible power you asked for. But Reynard doesn't mean he's gonna kill her. He means, the other act of violence that gods usually enact upon humans in stories. He rapes her. And in the process, he takes her soul, basically, and gives her these incredible godlike magical powers. Like, this chapter ends with her effortlessly flying off into the sky, which is something that it's established a few chapters earlier takes, like, most of the magical energy Quentin has. She's stacked. So while this is all happening in flashbacks, we're also seeing Julia in the present, in Fillory, with Quentin, and she's not okay. Like, she's a bonkers powerful magician, but she's also like, she wears black all the time, and she never uses contractions when she talks for some reason. And at one point, Quentin goes and knocks on her door to talk to her, and she answers with just no clothes on the top half of her body. And she's just like, oh, I forgot. She is not okay. She gets dragged along on Quentin's accidental trip to Earth, which for him is like a bummer, but for her is like, she's like, I can't be here. Like, physical reaction level can't be here. And she takes them to some safe houses to get help getting back to Fillory, which also gives Quentin a taste of what her magical education was like. And when Quentin goes to talk to Benedict in the underworld, she comes along, and it's very weird. Like, the dead souls can see Quentin, but not Julia. And then all of a sudden, she's just like, oh shit, something's happening. And she grows like a foot taller in front of their faces, and she gets this magic staff, and she just absolutely wrecks the soul of the beast who is there and was looking like he was gonna start shit. And Our Lady Underground, the goddess Julia and her friends were trying to summon, the real one, shows up and is like, my daughter, I've come to take you home. And she flies them back to the land of the living, and Julia is a fucking demigoddess. What happened to you? Quentin said. You've changed. It is over, Julia said. I am a daughter of the goddess now, a dryad. I am partially divine, she added almost shyly. He looked at her. She looked magnificent. She was going to be all right. It suits you, he said. Thank you. So, predictably, understandably, this is a plotline that a lot of people feel some type of way about. Sexual violence is obviously a hugely triggering topic for many, many people, for reasons that are just as societal as they are personal, and there is no way to avoid controversy except to avoid portraying it altogether. Personally, I think the scene itself is handled responsibly and appropriately. It is entirely focused on Julia's emotional experience, with strictly necessary physical details communicated in sort of a cold, clinical way that still makes it very clear they are acts of violence. Julia's established character voice comes through in a way that is so human and utterly devastating to read. There's also something to be said, I think, for the fact that the chapter with the invocation actually comes in between the chapter in the underworld where Julia transforms and meets the goddess, and a chapter where she and Quentin are back in Fillory, and Quentin can instantly see that she's doing so much better, emotionally speaking. There is something that feels very deliberate about showing the source of Julia's trauma only when she's already on an upswing, and immediately following it with a moment where she's able to explain that she just made a huge breakthrough in processing it. There's not really a chance to wallow in or fetishize Julia's suffering, only to wonder what happened and hope she'll be okay. To me, it creates a feeling that we hear the story when and only when she's ready to tell it. But of course, this is a topic that's going to hit very differently for every individual person for just buckets of reasons, and I don't claim to speak for anyone but myself. Lots of people just aren't going to like this plot point, whether for reasons of the details of the portrayal or just a blanket preference not to read it at all, and that's entirely valid. But the criticism that's more interesting to me is not about the scene itself, but about its place in the narrative as a whole. Because a result of this ordeal is that Julia becomes an exceptionally powerful magician, and eventually a demigoddess. So obviously, understandably, just from my description, I bet a lot of you watching right now are already feeling some type of way about that. I will let YouTuber Murphy Napier speak to this.
He tried to show the impact of it, but in the end made it a narrative net positive. is such a big swing and a miss. For me, I want to give Grossman credit because I see what he tried to do, but I do think that she could have gotten these powers in some other way.
This is such an interesting argument to me. I understand exactly where it's coming from. I have made similar arguments about other media before, and it is also so counter to my experience of the way this is treated in this particular book. And to explain why, we are gonna have to talk about one of the worst terms in publishing. Literary fiction. Hello, and welcome to the Unhinged Zone, where I move all my furniture and pace around with the microphone in my hand to demonstrate the cognitive dissonance between my conviction that cultural canons and other institutionally approved ways of judging the so-called objective quality of art are largely bullshit, and my equally strong belief that we are still talking about something real and meaningful when we invoke the language of those canons, and pretending that doesn't exist is silly and counterproductive. This might be too much fire for the Unhinged Zone. I think health and safety is going to mandate a few more hinges. Literary fiction. What the fuck is it? So you know how people who are really invested in film as an art form will use the term cinema to describe movies that are like artistically worthwhile as distinct from stuff where the main purpose is commercial? So like imagine if instead of having to ask Martin Scorsese whether or not Marvel was cinema, fucking AMC and Netflix and IMDb and Letterboxd just listed it right up at the top. Cinema movies. Like what kind of movie are you in the mood for tonight? A comedy, a drama, an action flick, or maybe a cinema? Basically, publishing already does that and they call it literary fiction. Literary fiction is books written by smart people and read by smart people. Books that smart people all agree could maybe be taught in an English class someday. Literature. Literary fiction is an outgrowth of this absolutely interminable moral panic that somewhere in the intersection of unbridled capitalism and the fact that most people are probably idiots, the entire art of literature is in crisis thanks to the existence and popularity of books that are fun to read. In a 2019 piece for The New Yorker chronicling the history of the beach read, Kate Waldman traces the concern that the otherwise intelligent masses spend their time reading pestiferous trash instead of, the good, smart people books as far back as 1876, and that's only in the context of the relatively new at the time phenomenon of said pestiferous trash being pushed by publishers during the summer specifically. Waldman also points to a much more recent Twitter thread from author Taffy Burdesser-Aikner just absolutely shrinking and transforming into a corn cob over a Vulture article calling her literary novel Fleischman is in Trouble a beach read.
I did not think being on those lists of beach reads meant anything other than the fact that it was coming out in summer. In the summer, people, who are not me, go to the beach. I'm thinking of the books that I read on summer vacations. American Pastoral, Beach in Nice, The Corrections, Poolside on Long Island. I'm confused as to why our taste for what we like would change in the location we read it or the season. None of this bothers me.
I'm sure it doesn't, Taffy. Look, I don't want to be too mean here because I think Fleischman is in Trouble is a really good book. It manages a really subtle and delicate balance of these characters who are lovable and unlikable and absolutely impossible to pick a side amongst through a structure that is utterly brilliant in a way that is untranslatable in adaptation. And I liked the Hulu miniseries a lot, but it did kind of do the source material dirty by just bashing you over the head with the block universe theory Vantablack bullshit that Burdesser-Aikner actually trusts her readers to get the gist of in just a sentence or two, not to mention failing to account for the fact that giving Lizzie Kaplan a bunch of narration doesn't actually make up for how much goddamn time we're spending with Jesse Eisenberg, to which end it would be extremely remiss of me in the context of this book in particular not to point out that, well, oh, I read The Corrections on a French beach is kind of a dick move to brag about. Fuck it. I read it in a margarita bar, and I read Freedom with my toes dipped in my apartment complex pool, and I do not flatter myself to believe that that's because I'm just like so fucking smart.
I got you some energy drinks and some chocolate-covered espresso beans and the book Freedom by Jonathan Franzen.
Why am I reading this?
Because I'm almost done with it, Anne, and I want to talk to you about Patty.
They're books that are fun to read once you get in the groove of them, but nobody's gonna be caught dead calling Jonathan Franzen a writer of beach reads because it's entirely probable that a lot of critics would feel a lot more obligated to give Taffy her flowers, her, extremely smart flowers pressed in the pleasantly pungent pages of Finnegan's Wake or whatever, if her name were Jonathan. And to whatever extent that is her beef, she's right and should say it. Like, say, Wellness by Nathan Hill is another literary book that I read in the last year that is at least as accessible as Fleischman is in Trouble, except for the sticker shock of about 200 more pages, which I personally would have gladly added to Fleischman is in Trouble if Taffy had wanted to write or, been permitted to publish them. I don't know what, if anything, happened there, but I do know that Book of the Month labels wellness as highbrow and Fleischman is in Trouble as feminist. Point of all of this being, I did in fact treasure my time with Fleischman is in Trouble, and wellness too, in a way I did not treasure my time with, like, The Fury by Alex Michaelides, a murder mystery thriller novel I picked up because I was going on a cruise and it sounded like a fun book to read on a cruise, and it was a fun book to read on a cruise, and that's about as deep as it went. It's just that I did similarly treasure my time with, like, Gideon the Ninth by Tamsin Muir, the first in a science fantasy series about a necromancer knight reading dirty magazines and saying fuck a bunch in space, and Don't Fear the Reaper by Stephen Graham Jones, the second in a trilogy of slashers released on a pretty strict annual schedule, and You Again by Kate Goldbeck, which is literally What If When Harry Met Sally but Raylo, and is not even trying to hide it. If you live under a rock, you might be wondering what I'm getting at here, but come on, you don't live under a rock. What a silly place to live. Nobody is going to feel sufficiently smart without a category of not smart by comparison, So we hold literary fiction up against the dreaded genre fiction. To put it very simply, genre fiction has genre and literary fiction does not. Wait, that's not right. To put it very simply, genre fiction is for rubes and sheeple and literary fiction is for smarties pants. Yeah, that's it. We hate it here, but that's it. Look, people get fucking weird about books. There is this endless mythology around books as this magical thing that make you smarter and or more empathetic, and what a sad, dark, boring life must be led by people who don't read. And there's definitely an extent to which this happens to all forms of art, right? I too have seen a category introduction at the Oscars before, but for whatever reason this discourse gets specifically fucking impassioned when it comes to books. Listen up, Chucklefucks, book is just a category of media. They can do anything they put their minds to, not just whatever you decided would make you feel superior today. Jane Eyre, book. Infinite Jest, book. Junie B. Jones and the Yucky Blucky Fruitcake, book. The Joy of Cooking, book. Cross-Training for Dummies, book. Oxford Fowler's Modern English Usage Dictionary, 1983 edition, book. Ice Planet Barbarians. Books are just books. Chill the fuck out. When I was in middle school, we had to take this reading level test twice a year. It was one of those things that was theoretically a really nice idea because it was all about improving. There was no baseline score that you were supposed to hit. The only thing that mattered was that it was higher at the end of the year than at the beginning. And the test would spit out a big long list of books that were around and a little above your current reading level, so you had a plan for how to improve, right? If you're still exclusively reading The Magic Treehouse in the 7th grade, you're probably not going to just magically arrive at a point where you can write a literary analysis of A Tale of Two Cities, which you're gonna need to do to get your high school diploma, so let's get you pushing yourself just a little bit now. Fine in theory. The thing is, I scored at a college level, and the system was just not prepared for that. Everyone else got multiple pages of books that were, I think, mostly written for and about people our own age, and I got like 3 books, and I could be exaggerating, but what I remember them being was like medieval poetry. I think the Canterbury Tales was on there. And I was like, oh no, Mrs. Boyd says that we're supposed to mostly read stuff on our list, but this sounds miserable. I just wanted to read the new Artemis Fowl without feeling like a trash heap. And then my score went down by like 20 points at the end of the year, which like that number had 4 digits. 20 points is a rounding error. But I was still just like, I had a crisis. My score got worse. I was a worse reader than I had been before. Meg Cabot had destroyed me. I should have read the goddamn Canterbury Tales. Point is, I have a pretty strong negative reaction to this idea of like moral imperative to read books that are intellectually challenging for the sake of reading books that are intellectually challenging. I think learning things about the world is probably a good thing to do as a responsible citizen of the world, and that is an inherently intellectually challenging practice. But books are not uniquely equipped for it, and that is not the only thing books are capable of doing. Like, personally, I really struggle with reading most nonfiction books. For whatever reason, really information-dense stuff just does not enter my brain that way particularly well. I am going to read John Green's tuberculosis book. I'm gonna do it, but it's gonna be work. I'm gonna have to make a very different kind of space for it and move at a very different kind of pace to the way that I read when I'm reading a novel or a more narrative piece of nonfiction like a memoir. And I might be biased, but on the whole, I do not think it makes me a less informed or engaged citizen of the world that I do most of my nonfiction type learning through short form and audiovisual means. There is nothing uniquely magical about books for teaching us things. And also, I think entertainment is a great part of being human, and books are really good at providing entertainment for entertainment's sake, and there's no fucking reason we shouldn't embrace that as one of the many perfectly valid reasons people read books. Not to mention, this whole debacle presupposes that literary fiction is de facto intellectually challenging, which it's not. Literary fiction as a publishing category is full of pestiferous trash. I mentioned Wellness by Nathan Hill, which is a super commercially successful book categorized as literary fiction. It was nominated for Book of the Month's Book of the Year award and Goodreads Best Books of 2023. I am not anticipating having any trouble getting a nice chunk of used bookstore credit for this thing when I'm done waving it around in this video. It's a book that centers around cracks in the marriage between a man who uses the chemicals and process of photo development to make abstract art absent any actual photos, and a woman who runs a clinic that deliberately treats people with placebos that are super effective as long as you don't tell anyone they're placebos. And at one point, a dude who's basically just met them says out loud to the wife character, think about it. Your husband photographs nothing, and you prescribe nothing. He captures nothing on film, and you capture nothing in pills. He practices the art of nothingness, while you practice the science of nothingness. You're both obsessed with it. Nothingness, emptiness, blankness, absence. Don't you find that really meaningful? Do you get it? But like, I don't mean that as a criticism. It doesn't make it a bad book. I enjoyed it tremendously. It's touching and fun, and it made me laugh and cry and all of the things. I just mean to say that like, just because a thing is a brick and includes a works cited page doesn't inherently make it any smarter or better or higher art than like a fucking Gone Girl or whatever. So okay, drawing the distinction of literary fiction versus genre fiction based on what's good stuff for smart people and what's garbage for the masses is gross. Do not like. But I don't think that we can throw this particular baby out with this particular bathwater just yet, because the distinction we're talking about here is also a real one that we're going to need to understand if we want to figure out why so many people are so upset about Julia Wicker. This video is still about the magicians. I don't know if that makes you want to stick around more or less, but it is. So both of these terms, genre fiction and literary fiction, they both suck. Literary fiction, see the last 10 minutes of this video. Pretentious as fuck, functionally impossible to use without implying an inherent quality judgment. Genre fiction? What the fuck, man? All fiction has genre.
Another quote which I will mangle and fail to attribute because I can't remember who said it. Somebody once said about literary fiction, the sooner that literary fiction can wake up and recognize its status as a genre, the sooner it can get the help it so desperately needs.
I've kind of noticed a trend toward using the terms character-driven and plot-driven instead to describe these same kinds of books, which I think we are missing it closer, but I think we're still kind of missing it. Some of my issue with these terms is like maybe kind of pointless, honestly. I don't know what it is about noun-driven, but that formulation to me feels like a way to modify genre when talking about a single book, more so than to describe a genre in its entirety. The Lincoln Highway by Amor Towles is a plot-driven literary novel in that it uses a very hooky and describable plot as a canvas for the characters who are forefronted by the writing to paint. You Again is a character-driven romance in that every one of its genre-obligatory plot beats occurs not because of a contrivance of circumstance, but because of the character's baggage. I do think, though, that it's very correct to say that plot is the thing that distinguishes what we call genre fiction from things that aren't genre fiction. So maybe it's quibbling, but I personally would call this plot-first fiction. In his essay about 5,750 words, science fiction writer Samuel R. Delany calls this kind of book I am trying to define here an adventure novel.
The basis of any adventure novel, sci-fi or otherwise, what gives it its entertainment value, escape value if you will, what sets it apart from the psychological novel, what names it an adventure, is the intensity with which the real actions of the story impinge on the protagonist's consciousness.
To put it another way, a friend of mine who considers herself to be a plot-first writer recently has been getting into D&D, and she told me she has a really hard time creating characters because she doesn't know who they are until things start happening to them. Events affect the characters, revealing who they are. The real actions of the story impinge on the protagonist's consciousness. Plot first. A lot of why I like Delany's explanation here is that he is a writer of adventure stories, so he's not talking about what makes psychological novels better, of higher quality than adventure novels. Or even the opposite, defending the honor of the adventure novel from attacks by highbrow critics. No, he's interested in what makes a good adventure novel different from a bad adventure novel.
The simplest way to generate that sense of adventure is to increase the intensity with which the real actions impinge on the reader's consciousness. The story of an infant's first toddle across the kitchen floor will be an adventure if the writer can generate the infantile wonder and new muscles, new efforts, obstacles, and detours. I would like to read such a novel. We have all read too many times, the heroic attempts of John Smith to save the lives of 7 orphans in the face of fire, flood, and avalanche. I'm sure it was an adventure for Smith. For the reader, it was as dull could be.
Savage. This is why, say, romance still falls into the category of adventure fiction. It can be more apparent in something like Red, White, and Royal Blue by Casey McQuiston, where the basic plot beats of the romance, the meet cute, the third act breakup, the happily ever after, all happen in the context that there are line of duty reasons why the Prince of England and the son of the President of the United States will have to play nice even if they think they can't stand each other, and political implications if they were discovered to be dating, and other specific explosive plotty things that can happen to those kinds of characters. Then in something like You Again, where the only thing pushing these characters together and the only thing pulling them apart is the characters themselves, where the all that love conquers is just fear and baggage and insecurity instead of 2 whole sovereign nations worth of homophobia. But the driving force of both books is still the plot-formulated beats of the relationship, communicated as events that affect the characters. And the reason both of those books are good is that McQuiston and Goldbeck both make you as the reader feel just as affected by those events as the characters do. This is why we rub our hands together when the teenagers pull the Ouija board out of the closet at the cabin in the woods, even though we ourselves would never be so silly. This is why we cheer when the hero slays the dragon, even though there was no other way for the story to end. This is why we cry when the lover does an airport run for the beloved, even though we'd cringe if someone did that to us in real life. This is why audiences lost their shit when the snapped Avengers walked out of the portals one by one, even though we all knew they were coming back. This is why my mother, who by definition was an adult when she first read Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, still cannot shut up about Accio Firebolt. Remember, Joanne can shape up or rot in hell, but she didn't get to the point of being able to fuck up this much shit without writing some books that are unfortunately fucking good. The real actions of the story impinge on the protagonist's consciousness, and the storytellers make sure they impinge on ours too. So I'm gonna use the term adventure fiction. I like it, it doesn't have such a derogatory connotation, it ditches the implication that some books don't have genre, we're rolling with it. The problem is the term psychological that Delaney uses to contrast here, right? Now, I think a lot of what we call literary fiction could be very accurately described as psychological fiction. This is what I affectionately call people and their problems books, because it's become rather legendary amongst the women of my family that my grandmother, after reading a few too many Oprah Book Club recommendations, said she was sick of reading books about people and their problems. Personally, I usually want to read books about people and their problems. They are maybe my favorite kind of books to read. Was I casual enough the way that I just looked to make sure Sam was still speeding? And that's what I personally would deem psychological fiction, which is indeed a very popular market right now. Wellness and The Lincoln Highway and Fleischman is in Trouble, definitely psychological fiction. I think this is what people are getting at when they try to replace literary with character-driven, right? If adventure fiction is about the actions of the story impinging on the consciousness of the protagonist, psychological fiction is about the consciousness of the protagonist impinging on the actions of the story. So for example, there's a chapter in Wellness called The Unraveling that's all about the wife character, Elizabeth, trying to get her son to eat anything other than mac and cheese. And because she's a scientist, she has access to all this research about how important it is for kids to eat a variety of foods, preferably lots of plants that aren't too processed, but how detrimental it is to force them to eat food they don't want to eat, and all these high-effort methods for getting kids to try lots of different foods. And she's doing all of it, and her son still won't eat anything but blue box mac and cheese. And he's having a meltdown in the grocery store because he wants to eat mac and cheese right now, and he's a toddler, so he doesn't understand that you have to take it home and cook it. And she reaches a moment of complete crisis that she mentally refers to as the unraveling. And then like a week later, her son is, per usual, refusing to eat anything on his meticulously prepared and nutritionally complete and beautifully composed plate other than macaroni and cheese, and her husband sweeps in and takes a quick picture of the food on his phone, and the kid immediately digs in. And the husband's like, yeah, he thinks the food's too pretty to eat, but if you take a picture, he stops worrying about ruining it. He actually hates mac and cheese, he just thinks it's ugly. Figured that out a couple weeks ago, sorry. And it is emotionally devastating. But like what Elizabeth is affected by is entirely her own internal life. This is a moment that doesn't seem like a big deal on paper, but because of what's happening inside her head, it is. Compare this to like A Deadly Education by Naomi Novik, which is a plot-first fantasy that relies a lot on this character-driven device where it'll sort of freeze the action and go over a little of the protagonist's backstory that you can then see affect what she chooses to do about the plot in front of her. Her internal world is important, but it's important because it causes her to take an external internal action, to literally fight literal monsters, to do the things a protagonist needs to do to make a fantasy plot happen. Where in wellness, the internal life is the end unto itself. The result of this emotional devastation is basically that Elizabeth begins to question whether soulmate is an accurate word to describe her husband. That's it. Events that don't seem particularly important are elevated to the level of plot action, not in order to spur more plot action, but in order to create an even more complex and tumultuous inner life. Character first. That's psychological fiction. But part of the problem, I think, with the term literary fiction is actually that if we're thinking of it as the antithesis of genre fiction, it also encompasses things that aren't psychological fiction. Character first and plot first are really easy to define as sort of complementary puzzle pieces, but fiction can also be structure first, like Cloud Atlas by David Mitchell, or House of Leaves by Mark Z. Danielewski, or ideas first, like The Handmaid's Tale by Margaret Atwood, or language first, like This Is How You Lose the Time War by Amal El-Mokhtar and Max Gladstone. And of course, there are plenty of books that kind of have a finger in a couple of different pies, like Erasure by Percival Everett, which was the basis for the movie American Fiction, has structure and ideas on about equal footing. And Shark Heart by Emily Habeck, which was probably my favorite book I read last year, is kind of a character language swirl cone. And you may notice I'm personally putting all these books vaguely under a literary fiction-ish umbrella, but that's not necessarily how they're usually categorized. Like, This Is How You Lose the Time War is often categorized as science fiction because it's about time-traveling soldiers, but after reading the book, I'm not sure I would have been able to tell you that if I hadn't read the front flap. House of Leaves is like, it's not wrong to call it horror, it is a haunted house story, but if you pick it up for your spooky October fun times, those are probably not the droids you're looking for. And that's the whole goddamn point. You see, I am not just one more voice shouting into the void that genre fiction is worth taking seriously, or I mean, I am, but I am not only doing that, because genre is not just how you figure out where the hell Grady Hendrix is shelved at the bookstore, it also tells you how to read the damn book. I turn us back to Samuel R. Delany and About 5,750 Words, talking about the difference between reporting, naturalistic fiction, fantasy, and science fiction. Now, I warn you, this is going to be kind of jargony. He's going to be using terms like subjunctivity and corrections of image that take basically the whole length of his essay to define, but it's really good shit, and you're smart and extremely good looking, so I think you're gonna get the gist anyway, so just let it wash over you. We'll dig in a second.
Suppose a series of words is presented to us as a piece of reportage. A blanket indicative tension informs the whole series. This happened. That is the particular level of subjunctivity at which journalism takes place. Any word, even the metaphorical ones, must go straight back to a real object or real thought on the part of the reporter. The subjunctivity level for a series of words labeled naturalistic fiction is defined by could have happened. Fantasy takes the subjunctivity of naturalistic fiction and throws it into reverse. At the appearance of elves, witches, or magic in a non-metaphorical position, or at some correction of image too bizarre to be explained by other than the supernatural, the level of subjunctivity becomes could not have happened. Or when spaceships, ray guns, or more accurately, any correction of images that indicates the future appear in a series of words and mark itself as sci-fi, the subjunctivity level is changed once more. These objects, these convocations of objects into situations and events are blanketly defined by have not happened.
Ian Danskin of Innuendo Studios makes the excellent move in his video essay Who Shot Guybrush Threepwood? Genre and the Adventure Game of skipping over all that chaos and boiling Delany's point down to basically saying that genre is a set of instructions for how to read the words in front of you.
These 4 words can mean many things, and genre informs you which of the many possible interpretations is the correct one.
That's what Delany means by subjunctivity, by indicative tension. Which words are available to you as a writer, and perhaps more importantly, what do they mean once you have written them? Delany demonstrates this with the sentence, "The red sun is high, the blue low." In reporting, meaningless. That doesn't happen in this world, so you simply would not find those words in that order. In naturalistic fiction, we'd have to assume it's probably a metaphor. In fantasy, I don't know, anything's possible. There are 2 suns. Fuck you.
A wizard did it.
In sci-fi, there's an implied or incoming explanation of what planet we're on that has two suns, and how that affects this fictional planet in ways that line up with what we already know about how suns work in the world we live in. Hence, happened, could have happened, could not have happened, has not happened. Now, Delaney is specifically concerned with language in a very granular way, literally word by word. He's writing about how, like, science fiction is starting to get some critical recognition. It's not just being blanket dismissed as trash as much. So there's this trend creeping up that bothers him where critics are trying to separate the plot from the writing, to basically be like, oh, well, it's a trashy story, but it's written beautifully, or whatever. And he's saying, no, you can't do that, because the words are the only thing that tells the story. So you can't critique the words separately from the story, because the story both dictates what words can be used and literally cannot exist separate from the words. It's a really good essay, highly recommend. So if I may absolutely butcher this construction, what I would like to propose is that we can expand this idea of genre-dependent indicative tension from the sentence, the word-to-word level literal meaning, all the way out to the narrative, the event-to-event level symbolic meaning. Specifically, I would like to propose that while psychological fiction is informed by what Delaney would call the blanket indicative tension of "this happened," in adventure fiction, the primary indicative tension is "this happened so that." Bruce Wayne's parents die so that he will be motivated to become Batman. Lily Potter jumps in front of Voldemort's Avada Kedavra so that her son Harry will become the chosen one who can kill him once and for all 17 years later. Hercule Poirot receives a telegram summoning him back to London so that he will be on board the Orient Express when a murder happens. Edwina Sharma is named the season's diamond so that Anthony Bridgerton will court her despite his inescapable chemistry with her sister Kate. Lily Bloom finds herself in an abusive relationship that echoes her mother's so that she can break the cycle and build a better life for her child. And that is why the internet is so fucking mad, I think. I haven't actually read any Colleen Hoover, and I am so glad the discourse is moving on because I'm sick of feeling like I'm leaving money on the table every day I continue to choose not to. So, I wrote that several months before the movie came out, and my sister texted me literally this morning saying that I need to make an It Ends With Us video, and we're not doing this again. I refuse. Violet Sorengale has a disability that makes her physically smaller and weaker than her classmates, so that she will feel protective of a particularly small dragon, and the biggest, baddest dragon in the flock will be impressed and bond with her. Spoilers, sorry, but there's no way you're not going to see that coming from a mile away if you've read a book before. Charlie Jordan is plagued by guilt and grief about her best friend's death, so that she will accept a ride with a stranger who might be a serial killer. Julia Wicker experiences one of the most traumatic things that can possibly happen to a person, so that she will gain incredible godlike powers if The Magician King is an adventure novel. And personally, I'm not convinced that it is. See, when we talk about adventure fiction, and especially when we call it genre fiction, there's an underlying assumption that the superficial trappings of the genre are what defines a work as being of that genre. This is what Delaney is talking about with this idea of subjectivity levels, right? Could have happened, did not happen, has not happened. Which one of those you pick defines what genre you're writing in. If there's magic, it's fantasy, and if there are aliens or spaceships we haven't already invented, that's sci-fi, unless the magical creatures or aliens are sufficiently hostile to denote horror. This is where this big chip on Lev Grossman's shoulder is coming from, right? This idea that fantasy is fundamentally unserious, because fantasy is a distinct genre from literary fiction, and never the twain shall meet.
My parents had fancy degrees, they taught at fancy universities. They were kind of high priest and priestess of the canon of the great books. And I think that they had anticipated that I would grow out of fantasy and at some point cease to be obsessed with it. I imagined myself as a literary novelist in, like, you know, your Jonathan Franzen, your Zadie Smith. I imagined that as the path. I always imagined myself as a literary guy who would in future collect Pulitzers and Nobel Prizes in great numbers. And it's sad to think that my sole act, I think, as far as I can remember, of adolescent rebellion was writing a fantasy novel when I was 35.
Side note, if you can hear our boy pressing his tongue into his cheek there, the Magician's Trilogy might be for you. If that's drowned out for you by what a little shit he's being, because let's be real, he's being a little shit, it's probably not. Which is fine. You do not need to suffer little shits. I just do because I am one. But when we consider not literary fiction, but psychological fiction, when we draw this line not as a way to distinguish the smart books from the not smart books, but as a genre umbrella, we can see this start to crumble around us. What's stopping a writer from creating a world where things happen not because in the sense of narrative cohesion, but because, like a tired parent says to a toddler, but just like with dragons? Here's a question. Why, if adventure fiction is inherently escapist, as we have heard Delaney posit,
Escape value, if you will.
and I will, if we go to this kind of fiction to escape, why does so much of it revolve around terrifying bullshit that none of us would really want to go through? Why have slashers become my comfort genre? Why did a Tumblr post I came across somewhere in the 20-tweens with a GIF set of fantasy worlds and the caption, "Places I wished to be," include goddamn Pan Am? Pan Am! Where the Hunger Games are! Why am I still thinking about that? Why can't I find it in my Tumblr archive? I know I reblogged it with snarky commentary because I was extremely 20 years old, and also because why did you wish to be in Pan Am? They didn't. They wished to be Katniss Everdeen. I think it can be really comforting to fantasize about a world where things follow a clearly plotted formula, where you know more or less what to expect, even if what you expect is for things to suck in a really specific way for a finite amount of time, where the conflicts are cut and dry, and all of the terrible things that happen for a reason. I am technically still a member of a Facebook group created in November 2016 called Dumbledore's Army, and I'm guessing some number of you are too, and we all have to live with that shame. But obviously, I am not a member of Dumbledore's Army. I am not Katniss Everdeen, and I do not live in a world that revolves around my character growth. Most of the time, when bad things happen to me, they don't mean anything. They're not advancing a grand plot of which I am the protagonist, they just fucking happen. And sometimes, I want to read a book where bad things just fucking happen. And that is when I turn to psychological fiction. I mentioned Sharkheart, which takes place in a world where there's a weird medical condition that people sometimes get where they turn into non-human animals, slowly and permanently, but retain all of their human memories. And the book is about a man and a woman who just got married, and the husband, Lewis, is diagnosed with gonna turn into a shark. So they have a year to basically pre-grieve their marriage. His wife has to take care of him, he becomes kind of insufferable, and finally she releases him into the ocean, and he has to come to terms with being a shark who will never speak to anyone he loves ever again. Eventually, Lewis was able to laugh, even marvel at his own absurdities. I am a great white shark with mental health struggles. I am a great white shark who knows Shakespeare. I am a great white shark haunted by regret. I am a great white shark who misses fruit. I am a great white shark who speaks English. I am a great white shark who's been to the Grand Canyon. I am a great white shark who will never forgive myself for leaving my wife. And I fucking lost it. Because this isn't about how this guy turned into a shark for a reason, how the right thing happened somehow. It is about how a really, really tough thing happened. And it sucks, and both he and his wife should say it. But it didn't end the world. And braided right into how much it sucks is a kind of beauty that is entirely his. And that feels like the world I live in, and it feels like solidarity to read fiction that meets me right there, without having to bend the rules of the world to its will to make everything mean something. That, for me, is what Julia's story feels like. She undergoes one of the most traumatic experiences imaginable, and it does result in her becoming an inhumanly powerful magician and eventually a demigoddess, but the causal relationship feels, to me, less like the plot-first adventure fiction so that than the messy, complicated, real-world human because. You know, I have had traumatic experiences that left me with good things. Closer relationships, knowledge and understanding that other people have to come by via trial and error, even material benefits that realistically left my life as a whole better than it was before. I can look at those good things and see how they happened because of bad things, but it feels absolutely 100% wrong to say that the bad things happened so that I would get the good things. There is cause and effect, but there are no reasons. And when I think about my life in that way, I find solidarity in Julia Wicker. At the end of The Magician King, when Julia has completed her transformation into a dryad, she describes her experience this way. I was stuck in between for so long. I couldn't go back. I wanted to for a long time. A long time. I wanted to go back to before what happened, when I was still human. But I couldn't. And I couldn't go forward either. Then somehow in the underworld, I realized for the first time, really understood, that I was never going back. So I let go. And that's when it happened. I realized I had to become something. I had to take what was done to me and use it to make myself into what I wanted to be. And I wanted this. And when I called to her, the goddess came. Julia doesn't experience an unspeakable evil so that she can become a demigoddess. She experiences an unspeakable evil, and as a consequence, she both has trauma and becomes a demigoddess. It's a subtle difference, but it's a crucial one. To whatever extent there is a reason, a cohesive narrative here, it's one that Julia actively had to make for herself, and we explicitly see her do that. It's also worth noting, this is super between the lines, but one of the pieces of mythology about this goddess is that she takes up residence in the underworld for half the year, possibly because she was fooled by a trickster god, which to me reads that it was Reynard, and that's how he's able to pull this kind of trick on humans who call on the goddess. So on a metaphorical level at least, the moment when Julia accepts what happened to her and tries to put the pieces of herself together in a way where she can move forward is also the moment she reaches out to a fellow survivor. And it's through her relationship with that survivor that Julia's power becomes something she can fully integrate into herself. I think that's really beautiful. In the moment before everything goes south, when Julia and her friends have sort of just crossed the point of no return of the invocation, Julia has this revelation. She came to Muir looking for magic, but she was also looking for a new home and a new family, and she'd found them all three, and it was enough. She was content. She didn't need anything else, least of all more power. Her quest had ended, and she hadn't even known it till this moment. She didn't want to become a goddess. All she'd wanted was to become human, and here at Muir it had finally happened. Now it was too late. She couldn't stop what was happening. The goddess was coming. This is a crucial piece of thematic material, right? This is the tie between Julia and Quentin, the reason why her story fits into The Magician King, even though it essentially takes place during The Magicians. Because not only are both Julia and Quentin dealing with gods, they are both dealing with the question of their stories and their quests, and when enough becomes enough. Quentin is constantly chasing waterfalls, unable to feel settled in the literal magical happily ever after where he's ended up. You go in there's no telling where you'll end up, Elliot said. Of course there isn't. That's why I'm going. This was what he needed. This was the point. He'd been waiting for it without even knowing it. God, it had been so long. This was an adventure. He couldn't believe the others would even hesitate. He knew they were right. This place reeked of weird magic. It was a trap, a coiled spring that was aching to spring shut on him and snap him up, and he wanted it to. Who was he kidding? Being king wasn't the beginning of a story, it was the end. This was the happily ever after part. Close the book, put it down, walk away. And his endless pursuit of the next cool thing gets him kicked out of Fillory, where he misses 5/7 of the quest that shows up immediately after he leaves. I was right. Quentin was crestfallen. He stared down at his hands. I can't believe it. I was right. The right adventure had been offered to him, and he'd walked away. If being a hero is a matter of knowing your cues, like the fairy tale said, he'd missed his. Instead, he'd spent 3 days faffing around on Earth for nothing and nearly got stuck there forever, while Elliot was off on a real quest. It was supposed to be me, not you. You should have gone on it when you had the chance. You told me not to. Janet told you not to. I don't know why you listened to her. I had no choice. Whoever is in charge of handing out quests has a damned peculiar sense of humor. Julia is obsessed with the idea of learning magic, of learning absolutely everything she can. Along with Jared, she started an ancient languages working group. They only got 4 other members, and most of those were there because Julia was hot. She kicked them out one by one when they didn't keep up with the homework. As for the hand exercises, she worked doubly hard at those because she knew she wasn't naturally gifted at them. Nobody kept up with her on the hand exercises, not even Jared. They didn't have her taste for her pain. And so she doesn't even question it when her friends want to try the next cool thing, until she realizes she actually doesn't want the next cool thing. She already found her happily ever after, and she just wants to enjoy it. And then immediately, Reynard shows up and kills the friends that are the only thing she ever wanted, does probably the worst thing a person can do to another person, and gives her the next cool thing she didn't even want. Her power is a reminder of the worst day of her life, the thing her dead friends wanted and she didn't, that she has to learn to live with, just like she has to figure out how to live with the trauma itself. So the idea that Julia being sexually assaulted turns out to be a net good for her because it makes her into a demigoddess, I just don't buy it. So that's my argument for why this storyline is not, like, inherently problematic, right? That's why I would personally argue that it feels apparent that Lev Grossman had a worthy goal in mind with this storyline and accomplished what he set out to do. But that is not my argument for why this storyline is perfect, actually, and everyone who disliked it is just not media literate enough to see what is clear as day to me. You know why? Because The Magician King is a fantasy book. Because there's magic in it and talking animals and doors between worlds, yeah, but also because if you bought it in a store, you bought it from the sci-fi fantasy section. If you read this book, you almost certainly had read Harry Potter and knew that this series was called, by a lot of reliable sources, Harry Potter for Adults, and Harry Potter became an orphan so that he could kill Voldemort. If you're looking at genre from this perspective where it has as much to do with what events mean as with what events are possible, The Magician's Trilogy is a really interesting example of how porous genre is. Because it absolutely is a fantasy trilogy, not only because of the existence of magic spells and Pegasi and the Netherlands, but also because of the amount and kind of plot. I will not spoil the end of The Magician's Land, but it is a conclusion that ties everything up in a significantly prettier bow than anything I've ever read that was marketed as literary fiction. Remember that question about terrible things happening in fiction even when we call it escapism? This is what Lev Grossman said about the idea in a 2012 piece for Time magazine about the inherent value of genre fiction.
Why do we seek out these hard places for our fantasy vacations? Because on some level, we recognize and claim those disasters as our own. We seek out hard places precisely because our lives are hard. When you read genre fiction, you leave behind the problems of reality, but only to re-encounter those problems in transfigured form, in an unfamiliar guise, one that helps you understand them more completely and feel them more deeply. Genre fiction isn't just generic pap. You don't read it to escape your problems. You read it to find a new way to come to terms with them.
If you have taken my word for the separate purposes that big scary conflict serves in adventure stories versus psychological stories, if you're with me that adventure fiction lets us fantasize about a world where it all happens for a reason, and psychological fiction holds our hand in the reality that it definitely doesn't, you can maybe hear how Grossman is talking about something that lands directly between the two. He has written a trilogy of psychological fantasy novels, and as much sense as that makes the second you put it that way, it's tough as nails to figure out how to read that when there isn't really a mass market approved way to set that expectation. I think a lot of why I enjoyed these books so much, and why I particularly enjoyed some of the parts that so many people bump off of so hard, is that I read them in the mindset of psychological fiction. I couldn't tell you exactly why that happened for me when it didn't for so many other people. It is categorically not because I've got like such a high IQ or whatever, but I can tell you that when I talk to someone about these books or watch a reading vlog about them, it is abundantly clear to me which side of that genre spectrum the person thought they were reading when they picked them up. Like, another complaint I hear a lot is that the first book is trying to do too many things, because the first half is set at magic school and the second half is set in basically Narnia, and the book would be better if Lev Grossman had picked one of those ideas and stuck to it. Which makes a lot of sense if you're reading from that plot-first adventure fiction perspective, where it's a book about magic school, or it's a book about a magical world similar to Narnia, is usually a complete, if reductive, pitch. It is true that the story leaves a lot of things on the table that could happen at a magic school or in a fantasy world that it could have explored if it had only covered one or the other. If it had pulled a Joanne and did just like a 4-book series about Quentin's 4 years at Brakebills, and then maybe had a supplemental series about his post-grad adventures in Fillory. But if you're reading it from a character-first psychological fiction perspective, the book is not about magic school or about a magic world. It's about growing up. It's about a young man dealing with the disillusionment inherent to becoming an adult and joining defining the adult world and finding out that becoming an adult doesn't magically fix all your problems in your ennui, and the move from New York to Breakbills to New York but with magic this time to Fillory and back to New York is crucial to this particular exploration of the interior life of a young man who is growing up. Grossman has a whole arsenal of ways he responds to the Harry Potter comparison, but I find this one from a 2014 discussion with Amanda Dobbins for Vulture particularly telling.
People often say, oh, Breakbills is just like Hogwarts. Breakbills is not like Hogwarts. Breakbills is based on Oxford in the 1920s, which is where the first half of Brideshead is set. I borrowed the whole structure of the magicians from Law, the way they progress from this innocent idol at Oxford with hints of impending darkness to going out in the world and just getting totally wrecked by it.
Now, I don't mean to say that people who argue that the book is trying to do too many things, aren't intellectual enough to get it.
I rely on most of my readers to have never read Brideshead Revisited, so they cannot see how much I am stealing from it.
You don't have to like it to prove that you're smart just because it's based on classic literature. We've been over this, who cares? The point is, to my knowledge, nobody is out here saying Brideshead Revisited is trying to do too many things because part 1 takes place at Oxford and the rest of the book doesn't. The point is that there is precedent for this as a way to write a book, and it doesn't seem like adding magic into that mix should fuck up quite this much shit, but it does. Because as soon as you get to the 3rd or 4th or however many magical spells you need to make it definitely fantasy instead of magical realism, it goes on the shelf that subtly signals to readers that it has a plot that is made up of things that happen for the reasons of contributing to the plot. And obviously this isn't to say that nobody who goes in expecting a fantasy story is going to enjoy the book, or that if it were marketed as literary fiction, then those people who hate it would necessarily have loved it. But it is to say that I think calling it fantasy, and especially calling it Harry Potter for grown-ups, puts this trilogy in the hands of a lot of people who would have known from the outset that they weren't interested if it were clearly signposted as the psychological genre dissection it is. But we don't have a shelf for that at the bookstore, so we gotta pick one that already exists. So we call it fantasy, and a certain number of people are gonna be justifiably upset that they didn't get what they understood themselves to be promised. The same way that happens when you call This Is How You Lose the Time War sci-fi, or House of Leaves. Well, horror's complicated because it's almost more of a content warning than a Delaney subjunctivity style genre marker, but you know what I mean. And I think it's not entirely insignificant that a large chunk of those people who come to these books with expectations that set them up to be disappointed are people who got there from the TV show. To me, there is a palpable sense that someone here felt like it was really fucked to have sexual violence be Julia's superhero origin story. That consequentiality was treated as a problem that existed in the source material and needed to be solved. The assault itself is more or less the same as it is in the book, so I'm not going to bother with those details again. It's the aftermath that's different. Julia doesn't demand that Reynard give her friends what they bargained for, and she doesn't gain her god powers immediately, and she doesn't lose her soul immediately. In fact, at first, it looks like the invocation went fine. In season 1, episode 12, 39 Graves, she tells Quentin that it all went to plan, and it's only in season 1, episode 13, Have You Brought Me Little Cakes, that we find out that Reynard really did hijack it, just like in the book. And Julia asked her hedge witch frenemy Marina to replace the real traumatic memory with a fake one.
Your mind is encumbered. A shroud. No.
What?
Crudely made. I shall remove it. You're welcome. No need to thank me.
At this point, Julia is part of the quest to Fillory to fight the beast with a special god-killing knife, but now that she remembers what really happened, she steals the knife and kidnaps the beast to get him to help her track down Reynard and kill him, because in this version of the story, the invocation has allowed him to continue to hang out on Earth and keep doing the kind of violence he did to Julia and her friends. So this isn't just a revenge quest. This is just as much Julia trying to stop this guy from doing the harm he is actively continuing to do. This becomes the major conflict of the first half or so of season 2. Most of the gang is still trying to kill the beast, and Julia is getting in their way because she thinks he can help her, and Quentin is the only one who gets where she's coming from and doesn't want to just be like, screw her, you know? But even after the rest of the gang get the beast away from Julia and kill him, there's still some tension about whether or not they can trust her, amped up on the audience side by the fact that the beast has been trying to convince Julia that if she just just gets rid of basically her soul, like he did, she'll be a stronger magician, and it'll be easier to find and kill Reynard.
Martyring yourself to your pain isn't all it's advertised to be. It'll destroy you.
In season 2, episode 5, Cheat Day, Julia also finds out that she's pregnant, and the magical demigod fetus cannot be handled by a normal human abortion. So this is where she needs that exorcism that the gang has to rob a bank to pay for. It's to terminate her pregnancy. The operation succeeds, but also accidentally removes Julia's soul. So she has a mini villain arc because Reynard is still out there killing innocent people, and she doesn't have a soul, and she is super powerful just like the Beast told her she would be, but at the expense of her humanity. She eventually kind of snaps out of it and like relearns how to be a person, and then in season 2, episode 12, Ramifications, Katie helps her make a god-killing bullet and summon Reynard. But just before Julia fires off the shot, Our Lady Underground shows up. In this version of the story, we've also learned that she's explicitly Persephone, and she's just kind of been ignoring people's calls for a while. And she's like, Reynard is my son. Please don't kill him. I know there's still mercy somewhere in that heart of yours. You're a survivor. If you let me deal with him, I'll get you your soul back. And so Julia does, and she gets her soul back. Katie's pissed about it, but Julia feels like she did the right thing. And then in season 2, episode 13, We Have Brought You Little Cakes, Julia finds out that she can still do magic even though the gods shut it off. Mysterious. In season 3, episode 5, A Life in the Day, the goddess sits Julia down for a chat where she tells her that she took Reynard's powers and gave them to Julia, that Julia earned her powers because she had mercy on Reynard, and she has an absolute breakdown. She doesn't want her magic, even though she's the only one who has magic right now because the gods turned off the flow of magic, so everyone who doesn't have god magic is shit out of luck, but her magic is Reynard's magic, and she doesn't want Reynard's magic. But Alice really wants Julia's magic because when she was a Niffin, she had like phenomenal cosmic powers, so she's suffering even more than everybody else not having magic. So in season 3, episode 6, Do You Like Teeth, she and Julia find a way to transplant Reynard's magic into Alice, but it doesn't take, so she gives it back to Julia, and she's gotta find a way to live with it.
I think that's why you can hold it. All the pain and all the shit you didn't ask for, that's what made you you. And that's why this magic fits. I felt it. It's yours for whatever reason. So what are you gonna do with it?
Oof. Okay. There's a lot here. So let me just start by saying I don't think there's anything wrong with giving Julia a more forefronted revenge arc. She does have one in the books. At the beginning of The Magician's Land, Asmodeus is part of the heist with Quentin and Plum, and one of the items they steal is a god-killing knife that Asmodeus wants to use to kill Reynard. And at the end of the book, we find out that Julia has been using her dryad powers to kind of direct her, which is how Asmodeus knew that there would be a god-killing knife in the mysterious heist briefcase. What about Reynard? Quentin said. Do you know if she caught him? Caught him? Now she half smiled, though her eyes remained at the same distance. She gutted him like a furry red fish. Quentin hoped a three-quarters goddess wasn't so lofty and divine that she couldn't enjoy some bloody and well-deserved revenge. But, you know, this pretty much happens off-page after we've spent a whole book with Julia working through the much less fun parts of her trauma response, and I think that moving the revenge quest into the frame makes a lot of sense as an adaptational choice. It's also obviously a lot more cinematic. It's a lot more active. It gives her a lot more to do and a lot more conflict with the rest of the cast. There's nothing wrong with having her process her trauma in a way that's less self-destructive and more just destructive. At the same time, I need to point out, in this version of the story, Julia loses her soul by aborting her rapist's baby and gets it back by deciding not to kill him, even though he is very much still actively, at least, murdering everyone he can get his hands on. And if the problem we were trying to solve with this storyline was that Julia being sexually assaulted was portrayed as a net positive because she got god powers out of it, I'm not sure that Julia earning her god powers by deciding not to definitively stop the guy who assaulted her from hurting anyone else is an improvement. Not to mention, the moral of the story is still that Julia's trauma is explicitly the reason she is the only one who can wield her god powers. It's also worth pointing out that it seems like the original plan for this story was for Julia to have gotten her powers in a way much closer to the book, because there's this whole thing in this episode about how only a master magician can wield the god-killing knife, and Alice can only handle it because she drinks a jar of Ember's bodily fluids that he gives the gang for this this exact reason.
Come on, hun. Pretend it's prom night and you just want to shut him up.
But then Julia is able to grab the knife at the end of the episode, no problem. So it really seems like the plan was to have her powers come from, the same place as Alice's, which would certainly have been a choice. You know, in the book, Julia's goddess powers are never even really that important to the story. When she's involved in a fight, she does kick absolute ass, but so does everyone else who just learned magic at school. She doesn't need to have god powers to have a plot function. I guess Quentin has to find another way out of the underworld if Our Lady doesn't fly him out, but for the most part, Julia's trauma is much more relevant to the story as just like literal trauma that makes Quentin and Elliot worry about her. Look, I forget how things work sometimes, alright? Or not so much how, but why. Why people say hello, why they take baths, why they wear clothes, read books, smile, talk, eat. All those human things. She tugged her mouth to one side. I don't understand this, Julia. The anger was gone. He kept revising how much trouble Julia was having, and every time he did, he revised it upward. That is not the case in the show. In Season 3, Episode 13, the gang have collected all 7 keys to turn magic back on, but at the last second, Alice freaks out because she's done a total 180 and decided that magic is bad and corrupts everybody it touches because she did some evil stuff when she was a Niffin.
I wasn't seeking knowledge. When they died, they made pretty little lights. And when they died slowly, the lights got even prettier.
And so she destroys the keys. And Julia is like, I finally figured it out. This is what my magic was for. And she remakes the keys, and that saps all of her god powers, and she ends up completely unable to do magic for a while, even though it's been turned back on. So in this version of the story, if Julia doesn't have her goddess powers that she gains by instantly and for no reason deciding to show mercy to Reynard, her goddess powers that only she can wield because her trauma makes her special, then Alice succeeds in making sure that humans do not have access to magic again, ever, and the show is fucking over. I think there is just a fundamental misunderstanding going on here. You know, there absolutely is a way to handle this kind of difficult material in a plot-first adventure story. It's been done really well plenty of times. But in a lot of ways, I think it requires a much defter and more cautious hand than in a character-first psychological story. Because when something is plot, as basically everything has to be in this kind of story, it becomes load-bearing. The things that happen as a result necessarily become part of the portrayal, because there is that so-that relationship that doesn't have to be there in psychological fiction. In the case of the book, I honestly believe that this is a subjective thing that has to do with the individual reader's circumstances that lead them to read the book more as an adventure story or more as a psychological story. We can debate whether those fantasy genre expectations merit something more explicit than what Lev Grossman did. My 2 cents would be that this kind of sense-making plot expectation is precisely the thing he is very clearly subverting in this trilogy, and this storyline is indeed a responsible piece of that. But I think there's a worthwhile conversation to be had with entirely cromulent points all over the board. An important side point in the books is that nobody really knows where magic comes from. Some people have all that stuff and they still can't do it. Nobody knows why. They say the words, wave their arms, and nothing happens. Poor bastards. But that's not us. We're the lucky ones. We have it, whatever it is. At graduation, when Dean Fogg is giving the Brakebills grads their cacodemon tattoos, he vaguely speculates that maybe the reason the Ivy League types are so good at magic is because they've got fucking Ivy League problems. I have a little theory that I'd like to air here, if I may. What is it that you think makes you magicians? Who knows? But I'll tell you something. I think you're magicians because you're unhappy. A magician is strong because he feels pain. He feels the difference between what the world is and what he would make of it. A magician is strong because he hurts more than others. His wound is his strength. Most people carry that pain around inside them their whole lives until they kill the pain by other means or until it kills them. But you, my friends, you found another way. A way to use the pain, to burn it as fuel for light and warmth. You have learned to break the world that has tried to break you. In the show, this speculation is adapted simplistically, straightforwardly, and definitively.
Magic doesn't come from talent. It comes from pain.
which comes back to bite Julia one more time. She spends season 4 unable to do magic, but with goddess-type indestructibility, until in season 4, episode 13, No Better to Be Safe Than Sorry, through a complicated series of plot contrivances, she is forced to undergo an operation to make her fully human.
I am perfectly normal. We all know magic doesn't come from normal.
At the end of the episode, when she is grieving the death of her best friend since childhood, she finally does magic again. I really don't know how else we're supposed to read this. I have wanted to talk about The Magicians for as long as I've been making video essays. The TV show is just such a strange and fascinating beast, and I have been insufferable about it since the minute I rolled credits on the pilot. You know, I can make sense of an adaptation that plays so fast and loose with its source material that it's basically guaranteed to lose any fans of the original. I can make sense of an adaptation that is so doggedly loyal to the source material that it shoots itself right in any chance it has to stand on its own merits. But I've never really been able to make sense of this thing that somehow manages to be both. That is, I wasn't, for the longest time, until I started looking into the negative reactions so many people have to the books. And it all started to come together. This past January, writer and film critic Emily St. James posted an extremely insightful thread on Blue Sky about a set of common reactions to Christopher Nolan's Oppenheimer and Martin Scorsese's adaptation of Killers of the Flower Moon.
One thing I find fascinating about both discourses is how they're both so often centered on viewers seeing a film be something other than they want it to be, then thinking the storytelling choice the movie made was wrong rather than ineffective. Why wasn't the film this is a really common criticism of like every movie and always has been, but I encourage you to look past it to figure out what the movie is doing and engage with that. You don't have to like it, you just can't assume you've defeated the film in intellectual combat.
Building on St. James's argument, writer and teacher Kate Hartfield posted something that has really stuck with me ever since.
I bang on about this to my arts and culture journalism class to what I'm sure is a tedious degree, but I think it's key to distinguishing interesting criticism from, well, everything else on the internet. This is not the thing I wanted. I would like to send it back is a customer service complaint.
And the last puzzle piece snaps into place. If we consider that one potential function of adaptation is to critique the source material, to directly engage its problems and present different solutions, The Magicians (American TV series) feels like a customer service complaint. It is the kind of TV show you would make if you read The Magicians trilogy and thought to yourself, wow, this is such an interesting fantasy setting. It's too bad they forgot to make the characters likable and fill the world with adventures. And instead of maybe taking 30 seconds to ask what might be going on with a trilogy of fantasy novels about insufferable people in a boring world, you immediately went, I can fix it. I said it up top and Emily St. James said it and I'll say it again. That doesn't mean you have to like the Magicians (Grossman) novel to prove that you're smart. It doesn't even mean you have to think it's ultimately effective at what it's doing. Like, obviously I do, but you don't have to agree with me. This just means that if your criticism starts and ends with pointing out things that aren't to your tastes, you're not really engaging with the work. Which, if you're a private individual writing a review on Goodreads in the comfort of your own home, is probably fine. Or, I mean, it should be. The interaction between Goodreads and the publishing industry as a whole is a soup I am not prepared to stir today. But in theory, I am in favor of people having access to voids they can shout into when they just kinda don't like stuff. You can be a hater if you want. You have my permission. Being able to recognize the difference between a customer service complaint and an engaged critique is a pretty important skill to have for, like, media literacy, but no one is, like, morally obligated to do meaningful criticism about every single piece of art they engage with for entertainment. It'll enrich your life to have it in your toolbox, and if you're doing criticism for a public audience of any kind, including via adaptation for fuck's sake, then you absolutely must get really, really good at it. But I, for one, use Goodreads as nothing more than a series of notes to self, and if you just want to keep track of what you would or wouldn't recommend to your friends, that should be an entirely reasonable use case for the platform. Like, here's a review of Pride and Prejudice that I respect the shit out of.
I came for an Enemies to Lovers 1800s Britain edition with Bridgerton vibes and got a ton of drama about people who were always outside. I loved the drama though, just wanted my Taylor Swift love story. My bad. I set myself up for disappointment.
Well done, go off. But this still leaves the question of like, what about customer service complaints that do in fact have merit? You know, I have worked a number of food service jobs. I know all about bullshit customer service complaints. I've seen a woman send back her Manhattan cocktail because she said it was a little strong. A Manhattan! But unfortunately, I also know about valid complaints. Like, early in my far too long tenure at Panera Bread, corporate rolled out a new breakfast sandwich that was one of the few vegetarian items on the menu. I think it had like egg white, tomato, spinach, avocado, and cheese on this whole grain bagel flat that you would only put on the Panera Bread menu if you had never actually had to use a bagel slicer before, which of course no one from corporate had, and it's called the egg white avocado power breakfast sandwich. There was a big old poster in the middle of the menu with a giant picture of the egg white avocado power breakfast sandwich, visual emphasis on the word power, and so one morning, this woman comes back up to the counter with her sandwich, and she's like, "Excuse me, I think I got the wrong thing. I ordered the power breakfast sandwich." And she opens her bag, and there's a ham, egg, and cheese sandwich on whole grain bread, which was, inexplicably, on the menu as the power breakfast sandwich. So we had to tell this poor woman that she did in fact get the power breakfast sandwich that she ordered, and that what she had meant to order was the egg white avocado power breakfast sandwich. Oy vey, that shit was not her fault. And to a certain extent, I'm not sure that a lot of the customer service complaints about the magicians are the reader's faults either. Like we talked about with Julia's arc, I think they're responding to real genre conventions that are pretty reasonable to expect to see followed in a book of that genre. Maybe Lev Grossman clearly hates fantasy and thinks everyone who reads it as a spoiled child is the Goodreads equivalent of this cocktail made of 2 different kinds of alcohol and nothing else is too strong. But knowing that these books, every single one of them, have that George R.R. Martin quote all over the cover.
The Magicians is to Harry Potter as a shot of Irish whiskey is to a glass of weak tea. Hogwarts was never like this.
I kind of think, say, all the interesting stuff in The Magician King happens off-page is a lot closer to the territory of why the ever-loving fuck do you have 2 different power breakfast sandwiches on your menu. It's just that, just like serving someone the wrong power breakfast sandwich isn't really the fault of the under-rested and underpaid cashier who accurately rings up the words that come out of the customer's mouth, the source of those valid customer service complaints about The Magicians is not that Lev Grossman is bad at writing fantasy. It's that fantasy as a genre category is not necessarily always serving his books. It's always corporate's fault is the moral of the story. So, I don't know, what if we had a more accurate way to categorize these books? If genre, the way that it currently sits as a marketing tool for the publishing industry, is gonna put these books in the hands of the wrong readers at a disproportionate rate, is there something else that might work better? Something like dark academia. Told you I was doing a thing. Dark academia as an internet phenomenon no longer refers only to an aesthetic, again in the Instagram, Tumblr, Pinterest, TikTok sense of the word, but also to a microgenre of fiction with its own set of tropes and conventions, as broken down by YouTube channel The Book Leo.
1. An outsider joins something, a secret society, an elite school, just anything where they would only let you in if you wear a tweed blazer. 2. An academic setting. Vital to the dark academia genre is that it takes place at some kind of university or school. Number 3 is obsession, one of the main themes of dark academia stories, a morbid longing for the picturesque at all costs. This obsession is what drives our academians to the dark part of dark academia, which brings me to number 4, death.
So, dark academia as a genre sits at the intersection of 2 common critiques of book talk as a phenomenon. 1, an obsession with tropes.
Lots of articles criticize the fact that the nature of short-form content sometimes loses nuance, sometimes oversimplifies things, and so books do boil down to a list of their tropes.
Book recommendations are often in the style of like books that have the enemies to lovers trope, books that have the fated mates trope, etc.
Now popular books on Book Talk seem solely written to fill in these tropes, instead of having a story injected with thought-out substance.
I will be honest that this is something that does sometimes reach a level that I find a little jarring.
Also, of academic rivals to lovers, where one person is insanely competitive and the other is just a shameless flirt. Like one character just vehemently hates the other character who just leans back in their chair and cockily smiles and does the O thing.
It's like, I understand, but I don't quite get it. It's like I'm conversational in French and I'm trying to make my way around Italy, and I would be perfectly capable of holding up my end of this conversation if everyone would just slow down. It makes me feel old. But that doesn't mean it's a bad thing. There is an idea out there that because TikTok is an influential platform on whose pulse publishers would be utterly foolish not to keep a finger, and because discussion on TikTok often heavily features these increasingly specific tropes, there is some kind of tropification of books happening, whereby popular fiction is all becoming formulaic tripe. This is absurd on its face. I could make a coherent argument about why, but basically every YouTube channel I'm citing in this section, and many, many others have done that already. So instead, I'm going to point out that the most attention I have ever received in my life was the time I asked Twitter about their favorite media tropes, and so many people were so excited to contribute that I was inexplicably cited by the website Bored Panda as an expert on the subject. So clearly, if I say it's a load of hooey, it's a load of hooey. Tropes have always been a part of the way we tell stories. None of this is new, except perhaps the frequency and specificity with which young people identify them in order to talk about and recommend those stories. If there is a tropification happening, it is not a tropification of books, it is a tropification of the discussion. I would argue this has less to do with popular fiction or its readers, particularly its young female readers, being any more pestiferous now than at any time in the past, than with the fact that romance is currently experiencing a moment of extremely influential crossover appeal, and these sorts of especially character relationship tropes are much more common for books of that genre to wear on their sleeves, because a non-zero amount of the appeal is not just what makes for an interesting story, but what kind of dynamic any individual reader finds sexy. I've also seen people identify this as being very related to the tagging system on fanfiction website Archive of Our Own, which I think is a reasonable sort of transitional data point. AO3 didn't invent this, but it maybe helped to codify it, and there is a good chance that's where a lot of especially youngish readers absorbed it as a normal or even necessary thing to put up front in the way a piece of fiction is packaged. So even if this specific romance-forward purpose of identifying tropes isn't applicable to every popular book talk book, their use in recommendations just sort of becomes normalized. Second piece of this puzzle is an obsession with aesthetics, specifically selecting a pre-existing aesthetic identity for oneself and choosing, among other things, reading material based on the way it fits into that aesthetic.
The way that we've aestheticized books through online spaces and the way that we've integrated certain books into our own identities can be really worrisome. All this like aesthetic categorization, aestheticization makes it seem like no one has an actual personality anymore.
I used to make kind of the Dark Academia vlogs. You know, I had the Dark Academia diaries.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of people have asked if I'm gonna make more and why I didn't make any more, but I kind of decided to stop it because I don't really like the idea of creating your life around an aesthetic.
Now, certainly there are things to criticize about this, right?
Someone posted on TikTok a bit ago the coquette bookshelf at their Barnes & Noble. And the idea, I guess, was that the booksellers wanted to curate some books that they think coquette girls would like. But what everyone pointed out in the replies was that most of these books have violent and traumatic subject matter. And why would someone who likes bows want to be associated with these books?
Also, I'm about as far as it's possible to be from an expert on the coquette aesthetic, but holy shit, Lapvona? What the fuck is Lapvona doing there? Either I am even older and more out of touch than I thought, or this is a truly unhinged collection of books.
If you dress coquette, but saw this Barnes & Noble bookshelf and you picked out Lolita from this bookshelf and you didn't actually like the book, would you admit that you didn't like it? Or would you pretend to like it so that it doesn't interfere with your own personal branding? Or maybe you didn't want to read it and you pretended you did just to fit in? Like, there's so many parts of this now that have emerged because books are so tied to like people's aesthetic brand identity.
But speaking as a person who spent a large portion of my young adulthood in cut-off jean shorts and blue toenail polish, toting around a copy of The General in His Labyrinth that I still haven't read, this is not new. I might not have had an internet community or Barnes & Noble employees contributing to the definition of Alaska Young Core, but somehow I still knew that Franny and Zoe was for reading in public, and anything with a color-blocked sketch of a woman in a pencil skirt and heels on the cover was for reading alone in my bedroom in shame. You know, I did watch at least one Dark Academia reading vlog that made me kind of sad because the host's final ranking was like upside down from how much they enjoyed the books because they were specifically ranking how dark academia they were. Like, girly, you do not have to recommend The Secret History to anybody to prove anything. You can just rank Babel higher. It's okay. But they did own their level of enjoyment as a separate thing from the genre categorization, which is something I, for one, never would have admitted about my copy of On the Road that I annotated the fuck out of for 20 pages or so, but still have not read. Which, in a roundabout way, brings me to the final ingredient that really makes dark academia as an internet-born subgenre: criticism itself.
There is a very important fifth point that must not, never ever be overlooked. Critique. The death in dark academia is often a symbol for some kind of critique. A critique of academia, a critique of elitism, a critique of obsession, of excessive ambition.
You know, a truly fascinating thread in watching a bunch of The Secret History reading vlogs is seeing how many people are pleasantly surprised to find this book that significantly predates dark academia as a named concept is just as aware of and engaged in critiquing a number of the same problems that they have with it.
And it's actually very ironic that the dark academia aesthetic came to be a thing, because I feel like this book is one giant warning to not do that. We're all Richards.
Does this sound familiar? It's The Magicians. It's just The Magicians. It's a book that is of the genre, of the aesthetic, of the thing that is also critical of the thing. Except in the case of The Secret History, that's exactly what people like about it. So, does this mean that you have just watched a 4-hour dark academia book recommendation video where the only recommendation is The Magicians trilogy? Maybe. Listen, I do think these books fit in nicely with the dark academia microgenre as defined by the book Leo. I think that the kind of person who is into dark academia books might like them. I have seen The Magicians recommended as a dark academia TV show relatively frequently. I have not yet seen The Magicians recommended as a dark academia book. I do feel that this is an oversight that should be corrected, and I am doing my part. But I do have like a real point too. You know, dark academia as a genre is not something that is defined at a publishing level. I have to imagine it's something that publishers are aware of as a trend that might drive some of the decisions they make, but what books count as dark academia is something that content creators decide. There is a good little corpus of books that pop up very frequently, see the consensus on The Secret History, but there are also plenty of books I've seen recommended by exactly one person. Like The Magicians, the exactly one person is me. And when you consider this as contrasted with recommending books based on more conventional genres, holy shit, there is breadth. Like, as research for this video, I read The Secret History, of course, which is a slow burn psychological whodunit that's almost as old as me, which is kind of a tough age of book to find a new audience for, right? It's not new, it's not a classic, it's somewhere in between, so that's really cool. I read a good number of low fantasies, like Ninth House by Leigh Bardugo and Babel by R.F. Kuang, which is also a commentary on the role of white supremacy in academia that is exactly as unsubtle as a mostly fun take on the topic deserves. I read The Maidens by Alex Michaelides, which is basically what I've called a personal noir, and it's like really bad. And I read If We Were Villains by M.L. Rio, which is a murder mystery that would be pretty disappointing if you were reading it as a straight-up whodunit, but is fabulous if you notice and get on board with early signposts that it's just using the whodunit as a thread to run through what is actually a Shakespearean tragedy. It's also a really funny book to read as a person who went to acting school. Bonus video about that available on Nebula and my Patreon. I read Piranesi by our girl Susanna Clarke, which is a book that is almost impossible to describe, even as it is much more approachable than Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell, which, for the record, is another book that I think fits pretty well in the category of dark academia. I understand why it hasn't blown up on Book Talk, that I know of, but if you finish The Secret History, you can read this book, and I think there's a solid chance you'll like it. And I read Bunny by Mona Awad, which is fucking surrealist body horror. I love horror, I have friends who read horror and recommend horror to me, and that is not how I heard about this book. I heard about it as dark academia. There is a non-zero chance that a person who read Ninth House because they liked Leigh Bardugo's YA books when they were a bit younger might go to TikTok looking for recommendations of what to read next, and be told to read The Portrait of Dorian Gray. And a non-zero number of people in that boat are doing that and loving it. And I think that's really fucking cool. Criticism of book talk is really interesting to me because, like, yes, the youngs are somehow ruining something we hold dear is infinitely clickable, so of course we will never see the end of the think pieces about how book talk is ruining publishing. But while there is no shortage of online arms of traditional publications looking for clouds to yell at, most of what I personally see, even as a person who can't be bothered to learn how TikTok works and mostly gets my book talk news from BookTube, comes from people who are active in book talk, sometimes responding to the think pieces being like, "Hi, hello, I am nowhere near your lawn, and I know because I am in fact on my own lawn. That's not what's wrong with book talk. Let me tell you what's wrong with book talk." It's absolutely fascinating. I don't want to get too far outside my beat because, as I say, I'm too old to understand all the nuance of what's going on.
Well, I've heard, that my songs are trending on TikTok.
But I do want to suggest the radical idea that perhaps we are being too hard on the children, and maybe even that the children are being too hard on themselves. Maybe all of us are jumping way too fast to find a reason why this way of talking about and recommending books must be bad. Listen, I think applying a critical eye towards social media platforms and the way we use them is generally an absolutely necessary practice. We should all be doing that, obviously. We are living our lives in spaces created and ruled by tech billionaires. We simply must keep an eye on how that's affecting us individually and collectively, lest this world uncritically become the exact world they want. Watch Lily Alexander's video, Millions of Dead Vibes, How Aesthetics Hurt Art, for a counterpoint to the nice things I have to say. Rewatching it honestly made me wonder if I need to rethink this whole video. But I remain firm in my conviction that not everything about everything is terrible, and if it's my job to be literally the one ray of sunshine tentatively poking through the dark clouds of the hellscape, then I will perform my duties with gusto. Someday, this present will be the past the future curmudgeons are so convinced was so much better than their present that is becoming someone else's future. We are currently planting the lawn future generations will eventually yell at their kids to get off of. So what if we try to see this through their eyes? Just for a minute. What if instead of jumping so quickly to any perceived newness being exclusively destructive, we ask too, what are we gaining? Because there probably is something. I'm not saying we don't remain critical, I'm just saying we also look for what's good and meaningful. Identifying tropes that are common amongst a variety of stories is a form of media analysis. Defining microgenres and creating rubrics for how well any particular work of art fits them is a form of media analysis. They're relatively simple ones, all things considered, but they absolutely require a higher order of thinking than I would have preferred if it had been something entirely different. They do engage the work. And the current popularity of these simple but engaged forms of analysis is creating a greater variety of places and ways to talk about art, to recommend art that we love, to help find audiences for art that might not be served by more traditional marketing tools. And it's hard not to be at least a little optimistic about that. In The Magicians Season 4, Episode 12, The Secret Sea, most of the multiverse's magic has been siphoned off into an underground reservoir with a protective curse on it that can only be broken by getting a particular flower to bloom in a magical garden that responds to people's emotions. And this particular flower will only bloom for someone who really truly loves Fillory. But now that Quentin's been to Fillory, he's all disillusioned.
I used to love Fillory when I was a kid because I didn't know what it was.
I could babble on and on about how this moment is entirely displaced in Quentin's arc when he already decided Fillory and magic in general were bad news and recused himself entirely, and then came all the way back around to spend 2 whole seasons yelling about how magic is great and we have to get it back. So they have to insert Christopher Plover doing a monologue about all the things he changed in the Fillory novels, as if Quentin hasn't seen that firsthand in abundance over the last 3.5 seasons of television. I could tell you this scene would have whipped ass in season 2, but at this point it just feels sad and forced and useless.
Even the fucking cozy horse is alive.
I could say this is the inevitable consequence of adapting a story about growing up without letting your characters start out immature or ever get older. I could point out this is clearly here because the show will be able to do more interesting things if they kill him off, so they'd better tie a nice bow around his whole story as quick as humanly possible. And I could even tell you that once Quentin is gone, they managed to replicate replicate this emotional beat in a way that actually makes sense when Fen has to get a magic seed to grow to create a new version of Fillory.
Fillory kinda sucks sometimes. And I'm thinking, I don't want to replicate that. Can't I just have the best of Fillory? The best of us, of Earth, plus the best of those cool movies Todd and I watched. That's the home I want. That's what we deserve.
But what I want to focus on is that where Quentin's monologue ends up, the way he finally gets the flower to bloom, is the weak, anticlimactic shrug that his old, uncritical desire for escapist fantasy was fine.
Believing in something, really believing, is almost impossible. To Quentin I first met, he believed in magic.
They grew up.
Being an adult doesn't mean that you have to throw away what you used to love. And for what it's worth, the cozy horse is real. I saw her when I was a Niffin.
The idea of Fillory is what saved my life. Shouldn't loving the idea of Fillory be enough?
This is adapted from a scene in The Magician's Land, where Julia shows Quentin a garden with a plant that she says is very rare, right at the end of this trilogy of books that are so critical of escapist fiction, of fantasy as a genre, and of their protagonist who loves it. I've talked so much about how the show fails to translate that criticism, but at this absolutely crucial moment, what it really fails to translate is the book's heart. It was a humble little plant, fragile, a fledgling shrub with a few sprays of leaves, a Charlie Brown Christmas tree. It was ridiculous, crying over a plant, but it was like seeing a loyal old friend he'd never even met before. He reached down and touched one leaf, gently. "This is a feeling that you had, Quentin," she said. "Once, a very long time ago. A rare one. This is how you felt when you were 8 years old, and you opened one of the Fillory books for the first time, and you felt awe and joy and hope and longing all at once. You felt them very strongly, Quentin. You dreamed of Fillory then with a power and an innocence that not many people ever experience. That's where this all began for you. You wanted the world to be better than it was. Years later, you went to Fillory, and the Fillory you found was a much more difficult, complicated place than you expected. The Fillory you dreamed of as a little boy wasn't real, but in some ways it was better and purer than the real one. The hopeful little boy you once were was a tremendous dreamer. He was clever too, but if you ever had a special gift, it was that." Quentin nodded. He couldn't quite talk yet. He felt full of love for that little boy he'd once been, innocent and naive, as yet unscuffed and unmarred by everything that was to come. He was such a ridiculous, vulnerable little person, with so many strenuous disappointments and wonders ahead of him. Quentin hadn't thought of him in years. He wasn't that boy anymore. That boy was lost long ago. He'd become a man instead. One of those crude, weather-beaten, shop-worn things, and he'd almost forgotten he'd ever been anything else. He'd had to forget to survive growing up, but now he wished he could reassure that child and take care of him. He wished he could tell him that none of it was going to turn out anything like the way he hoped, but that everything was going to be all right anyway. It was hard to explain, but he would see. "Someone must be feeling it now," Quentin said. "What I felt. That's why it's green." Julia nodded. Someone. Somewhere. Thank you so much to all of my patrons, with an extra special thank you to Andreas Evans, Cassandra Barker, Eric Lewis, Glenn Sugden, Ilona Concetta, Jimbo, Matthew Mahoney, Michelle, Patrick Berenger, Russell Thomas, and Susan Jones.
So I think about her. What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? If you act like a douche, of course you will lose, yo. If you act like a douche, of course you will lose, yo. If you're acting like a douche, of course you will lose, yo. If you're acting like a douche, of course you will lose. If you act like a douche, of course you will lose.